Yo, 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 hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the Lawman stream. Hope you're all having a good fucking time. Yippee! Hello, hello. I forgot this was today. Well, it is. That's the coolest line I could have dropped right there, right? It is today. Hi, guys. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Major, for the 13-month resub. Welcome back. Sheesh. Hi, Crispy. Man, you can tell Crispy's excited when they're yelling me out instead of just typing it. Hello. Yo. Yo. Oh my god. You know what I tried out? Just like a smidgen. I just tried a smidgen of it. I played just a smidgen of Age of Mythology last night. Just for shits and giggles. I played like a tiny bit. It was fun. Crispy! Woohoo! Thank you, Crispy, for the 16-month resub as well. Meow, 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 meow. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Appreciate that a lot. Did you remember the Mew Cam idea? Oh. No. Nope. And I doubt we're gonna find one. But hey, I'll put the I'll put the word out, I'll put the word out. Let me see what I need to do here. Do 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 Okay, guys. Thanks for... You know what? Keep meowing because I'm not ready yet. Let's just... I'm gonna play this song. So come on, baby, get in. Get in, just get in. Play that song while... I'm driving black on black. Just got my license back. I've got this feeling in my face. The strain is coming. Do this. Go to this. Your mom? Oh, let's see. Almost got it. Surely. Almost there. Nothing wrong with it. Okay, Goldman Inc. Boom. Boom. Yeah. Okay. Copy. Go here. Then delete this. Put this here. Boom. Now we're gonna quit. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Acting like we're animals. Bada bing. Whoop. The nut sized right. That's okay. Ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. I think that song stalled enough time. Yippee. 7 hours. Listen, chat, we're going to fast forward, possibly even hard skip through things that are absolute wastes of time. So, like, if there's like a wait period, we're not going to watch the wait period. Like, yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and unmute on Discord, and we got a couple people coming in, hanging out, seeing what's going on and watching with us. It should be a cool time. Let's see. Another wrong with it. I've got a video saved that cuts out all the faff if you want it. What's the video? Where's the video? I was just gonna do the whole Twitch broadcast and skip through manually, like a really, clean experience for chat. My faff! My faff! Oh. I must see the countdown animations. I got my prawn cocktail Pringles. Ugh. Ugh. That's dude, I don't want anything shrimp flavored that isn't shrimp. That's just me though. All right. 2 days and 42 minutes, no BS. Oh, no way. No way am I watching that. I don't want somebody's summary of what happened. I want to see the actual presentation. That's the point. No way. No way. Hello?
Hello.
Oh my gosh.
Yo.
What's up?
Not much. Wait, can you just talk again?
Hi.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm just making sure my little pop-up thing works so people can
Yo.
see. Yo. What's
What's
up?
up?
Yo.
Ooh,
Yeah, don't skip any of this.
Oh yeah,
It's all
no
good.
skips. No skips.
You should stream it in Discord so we can watch.
Yeah,
live,
yeah,
react
sure.
live.
I will say one thing. The first panel is about tech, and it might seem big on a little bit, but it does
I
end.
am tech. I am the tech.
It does end with a really awesome thing, so do not skip.
No, I'm not here to skip tech. I'm here to skip like a logo floating in the void for 30
Oh, yeah,
minutes
yeah.
like I did at the beginning of this little VOD.
And there's like in between stuff where they're like on the show floor, and you can
Okay.
you could just go over that. Skip
Yeah.
that part.
Exactly. Okay. Is everyone ready? Are we waiting for anyone?
I'm good.
All right.
Progression will be here later.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. Let's just get it started. People can join in mid if they want to. Whatever.
Hell yeah. I mean, is there any prep we want to do before we start this game? Once the train gets started,
I'll light a candle.
Oh yeah.
anything anybody wants to say? Anybody want to pray?
I'll pray for you, man, and your COVID
Yeah,
brain.
Thank you.
I'm gonna light your candle in your honor.
Ugh.
Make sure you have
Good
the
God.
register open. Get your credit cards out.
Yep.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's do a nice ritual to buying new ships.
Are you sick too? It sounds like it.
I am sick. I don't know what it is, and it's not.
It's COVID. Come on. It has to be fucking COVID.
I
I'm not
hope that
sick.
it's COVID just to be in solidarity with you guys, but I feel like way better.
Yeah.
It is just stuffy nose. That is all I have.
Okay, that's
So.
good. This has been pretty fucking brutal for me, but this is my first time ever catching it.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm on Paxlovid right now, and that's an experience in itself. But holy fuck, is it like a superpower? Like, I've made a full recovery in like 48 hours to actually be on fucking stream with you. That's crazy. From where I was.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, you sound like you're really fully recovered.
Yeah, dude, I was like, I could not get out of bed since I got home. But yeah.
All right. Let's take a look. Let's see. So it should start right about nowish. As your conductor, I'll get a nice 1.5 going here. Let's see. Oh, bump it up to 2.
Day for CitizenCon. Hi, everybody.
Oh, bad production. Oh, still playing
hear
the intro audio.
Yeah. Let's
Oh,
try it again.
Sounds scary.
Hi,
Force quit
everybody.
applications in the top left. Oh, and still playing the audio.
I don't think we got it. One more time. Hi, everybody.
There it is.
Honestly, that was too much. Welcome to CitizenCon 2953. I am Jared Huckabee, sometimes known as Disco Lando, sometimes known as Junior, or if you ask my mom, Mr. Dummyhead. Welcome to.
I don't believe that's true, Jared.
Wait, we did not plan for. We did not account.
Jared,
for
do
the
not
peanut
fucking
gallery
beat yourself
behind
up.
me.
Yeah,
we
come
are
on.
backstage at CitizenCon 2953 in what we call Hall A. Hall A is where we're going to be exhibiting all of our presentations this year. We've got 2 days.
Should've went to
of
this. We wouldn't have got fucking sick.
Yeah,
Fucking
true.
Vegas.
Honestly, none of us
Fuck
quite
Vegas
know
is
how
dirty
the second
fucking-
day is going to go. Usually after we
dirty
do the
as
first
hell.
day, we're all just kind of like
Grandma's smoking
for the
on the
next day
fucking
over.
slot
So we're
machine.
going to
It's not
find
giving
out
a
what day
shit.
2 is
Grandma's
like.
smoking
Day
with
2,
her
we're gonna start
IV
right here,
bag,
and it's
just
gonna be
hitting
like,
the slots.
hey, everybody.
Nobody has any
Yeah.
self-fucking
Welcome to
preservation in
CitizenCon Day
Vegas to like not spread COVID.
Yeah,
presentation.
100%. I like that production guy.
I
Who's
mean,
just
honestly,
there.
I have no idea if you can hear the applause, but They're applauding my amazing performance right there. Honestly, we're all dead tired putting this thing together. This is by far our biggest and baddest CitizenCon yet.
Is it? I can.
Two main halls. Hall
See
A,
what my
where the
captures.
presentations are happening. Hall B, where we've transformed it into a virtual pyro playground. I want to start talking about.
I don't like
Hall
the
B.
music.
So
The music
folks
is
that they let in, we
drowning him
opened
out.
doors at 8 a.m.
Help him! He's
They
drowning.
entered this. What did I call it? A pyro playground? I call it a pyro playground. Can you believe I get paid for doing this? In the pyro playground, people entered what was called the rundown entrance, which was modeled after Rundown Station, which is one of the stations that's coming in the upcoming pyro, which is on its way. Should I tell him?
Duh.
Duh?
You're in Pyro right now.
It zooms out. So here we are in Pyro.
Yeah, this is recorded in an engine.
I think I'm gonna let the boss do that. Hey, I want to be here for day 2. We've got the return of the Dragonfly from CitizenCon 2958, 2948. Oh, I've lost 10 years. 2948, repainted with a brand new rough and ready paint scheme that is available in your digital goodies pack or on the store and whatnot. The community booths this year, if you remember from our CitizenCon 2019, they were a big new addition to CitizenCon. They were
What up,
modeled after
boys, Fox?
Grimheck Station in 2019. This year
You
they're
wanna
modeled
watch along
after
on the call,
Rundown
man?
Station.
Let me know.
When do we get nice community booths? Like, I mean, they look amazing.
What the hell
Don't
is
get me
Jared
wrong,
talking
but
about?
the shady AF.
Shit.
Although, seeing some of the orgs that are in there, you're right where you deserve to be.
You bad
Alice
motherfucker.
Defense Industries, you know who you are.
Oh.
I was going to blame the card, but that's not on the card. We have our special guest this year, Atmo Esports, and their Fight and Flight Live. We're going to be cutting to them in just a few minutes with my buddy Dan Halbrecht. They are doing the finals of their yearly Fight or Flight. Oh, that was dangerous for a second. Fight or Flight contest over in Hall B, so you can check that out throughout the 2-day event. Then we've got the Content Creator Corner, where you can go and meet your favorite Star Citizen streamers and content
Ooh,
creators,
not all of
as
them.
well as
Not all of them,
Astro Club. We've got.
They're not all there, guys.
Now that one was on the card.
Yep.
Not all
Yeah,
this.
that's-
Not
talk
all your
about
favorites.
Salty
So
Mines.
Star Citizen creators will be there.
Make sure he
Just-
gets his check. General Lounge.
Maybe some
The General
major
Lounge,
ones.
where you can meet and greet with many of the CIG developers throughout the 2 days. There's a meet and greet schedule available. It's posted
Right?
somewhere in the other area, so you can go and meet all your favorite developers and John Crew. Yes, I recycled the joke. Don't look at me. He knew it was coming. The VIP Lounge, where you can go and meet your developers if you know, are a little more important.
Jared, stop reading the card, man. You
I'm
have
just trying to think who that
fucking
is.
months to prep for this. Well, come on.
There's
Get
a
in
merch store where we
Get
have
along
some
here.
fantastic swag this year. Hold on, I'm
This
going
is
to show
where the
something.
real
Hold
charm
on.
comes from, though.
Professional shows. Well, it's brand new. I need more arms. Star Citizen hoodie. It's got a wonderful Star Citizen logo.
All right, I'm putting the vote in for
Banu
1.5
Is it Banu or
here.
Shion? Who can tell me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What?
Just intro stuff.
What? Honestly, I can't understand what they're saying. It's in another language. Then we've also got this really cool Drake interplanetary truck. We have this available in the merch store. I think it's also available online. It's pretty cool.
Merch.
You do have to have a normal size head for it to fit. Someday they'll make it happen.
Jared's on something,
And then
I think.
the coup de grace.
Yeah,
We saw it first on Star Citizen Live back in 2019.
Yeah, why
when
is he
folks who
moving
watched
so
said,
fast?
What an incredible
He
waste
seems
of time.
nervous.
Jared.
Designed live on the show. The Star
I
Citizen
know
bobblehead.
you haven't been
Look at
in.
this guy. Could we
person
focus? He's
in
magnificent.
years, but-
And it comes in a really cool box with Clark Defense Industries. Look it on a shelf. You can do that here. Here, Luke. Or Jake. Or who's looking at you? And of course,
Yeah, he's
a secret area
sweating,
that was
dude.
revealed recently on the web. A
He's
welcome
got
to
all
Pyro
the
with a bunch of
heads up
Stumbling
everything.
over himself.
And what that's for,
Oh my
I'm also going
gosh,
to let the
look
boss
at
tell you
this.
because, again, I want to be here on day 2. So let's talk about the program. 2 days of programs, 2 days of programming, representing the best stuff their developers have to offer. Now,
Hi, Brad.
it's been 4 years since we've done a CitizenCon live and in person. So maybe
The
you've
box
joined
is
since the
so
last one, so you don't really
cool.
know what to expect. I want to prep you for this here. Everything that you're about to see today, and when I say everything, I mean everything that goes up on that big screen that's behind me or there on your stream, was created by the developers. Not a single
Oh my God.
marketing artist.
Jared's having a bad time.
Every single one of these
Oh.
developers have worked
Jared, are you okay? Are you
tirelessly
feeling
for the
okay?
last 2 months
Oh
putting
my God.
together this content. to present to you. They made their slides, they wrote their text, they created their videos. That's what CitizenCon is. You know, we got
Recovery.
ISC, we got SEL, you know,
Fuck
that's
it
my
out,
stuff, I
this
do my
is-
thing, you know, but CitizenCon is where we let the developers go on stage and talk directly to you.
I don't think your favorite stars and credits definitely won't be there next year.
Because I told them they'd get it, and you're gonna make me look bad. So give me an example of that round of applause, everybody.
Oh, whoa, don't worry, Jared. We'll make you look bad. Put him at point 25. You wanna fuck with us? You wanna fuck with us?
Ready for today. At 11 a.m. Pacific, which is in roughly
Got his
22
ass.
minutes, Chris Roberts, founder and CEO, is going to take the stage, and he's going to do a keynote. He's going to talk about Star Citizen, past, present, future. He's going to set some stuff up. I don't want to spoil it, but I saw the notes, and he said he used his fidelity like 3 times. So prepare your bingo.
Fidelity.
After that is our big Shaping the Verse, the Future of Star Engine presentation. Now, whatever you think this is, I promise you, you're not prepared for it. This is. I gotta think about how I do want to come back tomorrow. I'm gonna let that present itself. But be in your seats. Be ready. It's unlike anything we've ever done here at CitizenCon before. At roughly 12:45-ish, we timed it out yesterday. Fix It and Fly with Scorpion and Guillermo from the EUP feature team. They're gonna come and show you the current iteration of Engineer, Resource Management, and true multi-crew gameplay.
Hello.
Check that out. Then around 1:50, these times are all approximate, from our rehearsals yesterday. We got a cosplay contest hosted by Galactica, our social media manager. That's when we right down the stage. Then we break for lunch. We have a lunch break. 2 p.m. Pacific. We
If
take
I ever have a
we recharge our
kid,
batteries. We fix the things that broke
I'm
in the
putting
first half,
YouTube
and we'll be
default
back
at 2
45
times
minutes
speed
later with the stream.
to see
Then
if
at
they
3
adapt,
o'clock,
you know?
it's Talking Ship, our annual a presentation
Like,
by the
if you go
members of the
faster.
ship team, where they're going to introduce some ships you're aware of, some ships you're not aware of, some ships you're not supposed to be aware of, but you are aware of, and then
If I missed anything crazy,
Just this guy.
Star Citizen hoodie.
Oh.
there's just no way of getting around that.
Yeah, there was a hat and a hoodie.
And then finally wrapping up the day is Navigating the Universe. That's with members of our UI team and everybody that's been talking about it on Twitch and YouTube, trying to figure out what it is. You're right. Be in your seats. It's effing awesome. So, and then of course we wrap up about 5 o'clock today. I'll go on the stage and I'll tell you all to come back on day 2. And then of course the Hall A for you people, or Hall B for people here in attendance, that'll stay open until about 7 p.m. So if you don't get a chance to see all the cool stuff in Hall B because you're glued to your seats in Hall A, you can do that for the next 2 hours after 5 p.m. So with that,
Thank you for your 120.
I want to throw it.
Brett thinks
to
it's 120
my
million.
compatriot over in Hall B, Dan Halbrecht. Dan, take it away.
Thanks for your 650 million. We have
Welcome
hats and
everyone
hoodies.
to CitizenCon.
Nothing crazy so far,
2953.
Oh
Let's give it
god,
up.
this guy's a little crunchy. This guy's a little crunchy, dude.
Mike Spammer, you're getting fucking banned, brother.
We're back, baby, after 4 long years. We are finally back in the Los Angeles Convention Center. It has been since
You can skip this?
2019 in
Okay.
Manchester.
You can skip it. It's
We've been able to see
Alright,
your
this guy's
beautiful
just- community
faces
booth.
in person.
Oh, God.
I miss you so much. Now,
Community.
wondering who I am, that is a
Wait.
very valid question.
Why do they
Community
hold this
presenter,
during
community
TwitchCon?
community
Like,
contact for
come
many years,
on,
and
though.
subscriber content by
I know,
20
it'd
years,
been
just like that
awesome.
bobblehead that you guys saw. You're
Yeah, I would have loved to
welcome.
go.
You guys
This
have
chick
the breaks
definitely
from the
strategically
community.
placed
Tons of
herself in
content
front of the
for a while.
camera.
You guys have enjoyed the things I've been producing.
Totally,
Hashtag
yeah.
CitizenCon 2093. If you guys hated things
It's like a
I've done,
mute
let me know on
strat,
socials.
you know?
Tweet me
Yeah,
at
she
Just Lawman.
walked over.
Sorry, Jared, you're just muted.
Mute
Where am I right now?
strat.
I'm at the community section
Yeah,
of Hall B at
exactly.
CitizenCon 2953. As you can see, everything is decorated to look like we are on Pyro. It is fantastic to see what an amazing
Dan
job
Red
these
Shirt
people
has
have
no
done.
She-
Their orders,
nowhere to
their
go.
booths, their organizations, everything.
She just looks
So we're
behind and
visiting
looks at the
a bunch of
camera.
different weekends. So we're only going to focus on a few
Yeah.
right now. Come follow me right this way. We're going to focus on one of the biggest community orgs in Star Citizen, Test Squadron. Now, I believe these guys are one of the biggest orgs in all of like video games, basically. You guys are like one of the biggest single-player orgs for a single game, right? You guys are like
What's
one of
up,
the biggest
Brad?
orgs for
What's
a
up,
single game.
voice box?
We're the largest organization for Star Citizen, as well as the Guinness Book World Records for the largest MMO guild. So they're kind of a big deal, is what we're saying. They're here.
Damn, they're talking so
They have a bunch of cool
fast.
swag to give
Oh my
away.
God.
They can focus on professional gameplay, they focus on casual gameplay.
This is who we have to fucking verse? Jesus Christ. These are fucking
Yeah.
super soldiers.
They got them fast
Do they
comms.
have
How we
duct tape
supposed
with
to fight them?
Sharpie on it as their name tags?
Have your back. That's United Space Confederacy. They are a roleplay focused org with an amazing, in-depth, lore-driven background. So if you guys are interested in
Dude,
joining
we-
the
yeah,
org,
we
the
could have
lore
been
is
up
the
here.
kind of driving passion
Imagine
of
Goldman
why you
org,
guys
you know,
are
right
playing
there.
Yeah,
Citizen.
like,
United Space
what do you
Confederacy
do that's
is the booth
special?
to be checking out. They're going to be doing some
We're
giveaways.
like-
So if you guys are here on the show floor,
We're the main
come
fucking
swing by their
characters.
booth.
Yeah,
ask them about
yeah,
what they're doing.
protagonists.
They're
We
gonna be
just-
doing so much
whatever
cool
the
stuff.
fuck we
Ask them
want.
about their org. Ask them
Alright,
about who they
I'll
are.
just do a hard
Nice
skip.
society. Now that the mess.
Very cool. We are just a few minutes away from the start of the official. There you are. Thank you for.
That was a dude. That was a fucking
Good timing.
21st century cut right there. That's humor in the 21st century right there.
It's like Channel 5 cuts.
Yeah.
You can kind of skip over this too. This is just people like T-posing and standing on chairs after a while.
Oh.
Unless you want to see that.
Oh,
It's
that's
like a real
that's so
game.
fucking funny.
getting them back. I kind of like their faces. I mean, I don't know. There's something unholy about that guy.
Bro, he's just
It's cool to see the clientele.
Where's
They've
the
actually
women?
fixed the T-pose
Where
a lot.
are the women?
There's
Where
a
are the
women.
Where? Oh my god, a woman.
There's another woman. Another
I want
woman.
my record.
There's at least a couple women.
A woman. Bro, oh my god, wait, they're literally T-posing on the chair. That's like what we're tripping.
Nice.
Nice,
Guys.
Mad
run,
respect
Bobby.
for it. Mad fucking respect because, hey, if you can't fix it, you make it iconic.
They kind of have though. If you've been in the game recently, it's not.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Fixed it a little bit.
Look,
These are
Well,
your people.
we'll stop T-posing in the chairs like 2 years post-fix.
Yeah.
That's been in the game for nearly a fucking decade.
Whoa. Oh, we got there. Hang on.
This is big.
There it is. There it is.
Hold it.
Currently in my bed, but I'll hold on to it.
That's a nice way to watch.
I'm just in my B&B bed right now. TwitchCon's still going for me.
Christopher Roberto!
You might have to restart your Discord stream. It's frame rated.
You might want to reduce it like 1080.
In the game, oh my god.
Well, hello!
Okay, I'll do 1080.
CitizenCon 2953. It's really good to be back
Mr.
in
Mark
front
a
of
little
all
bit
you
there.
guys in person after 4 years being shut away, doing it online. It's so great to see so many of you, old faces, new faces. We're going to have a great show over this weekend. I think you guys have already been around a little bit. I mean, there's some fun stuff here. There's the alleyway, seedy alleyways, the checkmate station behind you, where I think a lot of our community orgs have set up their camp. So definitely check that out. There's a Dragonfly replica with the pyro paint job on. Get pictures taken on. We have the Atmo Esports first in-person flight or fight tournament, which I think will be really cool. And most importantly, we have 150 computers that you guys can get down and sit and start to play and experience the beginnings of Pyro. And I'd like everyone to know that the people that aren't here in person, we're going to be able to give select access to the Pyro Playground next week. So we'll have more details on that if you go to our website, robertspaceindustries.com, to find out how that works.
It's in 5 days.
This year is the most excited I've ever been at a CitizenCon. I think we're going to show some stuff that's going to blow your guys' minds. A lot of stuff we've been working on really hard, actually, for the last few years. Anyway, I can't wait to see what you guys think of it. And there's a lot of stuff that's been iterated on by Squadron 42. You guys will have probably noticed that the tasks have dried up on the task tracker. And you're going to sort of see the results of that over these next 2 days. So hopefully you like it. And
The reaction
a
to
lot
CitizenCon
of
has been
what you're going to
insane.
see is going
I
to
don't
be
know
coming
what's
into
what
Star
was
Citizen
announced,
over the
but-
next 12 months. Even a few little things will come into 322 at the end of this year.
The little stuff
but
I do know
definitely next
is
year,
crazy.
a lot of what you'll be seeing will be coming in, and it's going to make a dramatically different experience in Star Citizen. So I'm very, very excited on that. So to our opening presentation, I noticed there was a little concern occasionally in the community that they were afraid by the time Star Citizen finally becomes 1.0 releases, maybe our tech's going to be obsolete. But to paraphrase Mark Twain, or misquote Mark Twain, because I don't think he actually said this, the news of Star Citizen's obsolescence has been greatly exaggerated. We're always going to be evolving and improving, taking advantage of new technology, even long after Star Citizen is out of alpha and we're at 1.0 and below and beyond. So
In a decade.
it's gone backwards now. It needs, oh, come back. There you go. Sorry. So we thought this CitizenCon would be a great place to share a lot of the tech we've been working on for the last couple of years. This presentation will be from our core technology group, which is what we formed our graphics on our online tech, audio tech, engine tech under, and they're responsible for building the tech and our engine that runs both Star Citizen and Squadron. And we're going to give you basically a session talking about some of the new stuff that's coming into the engine in the near future. But before I do that, we're going to run a little video here to remind ourselves just everything we have in Star Citizen and our tech does, because I think sometimes people don't realize everything that we can do all together. So let's run that video.
I agree with that assessment.
Let's run that video! Everything you're about to see has been captured in engine and is one continuous shot without loading screen system between planes and press for the sake of brevity. Okay.
It might get a little loud though, just a warning.
Take me out. 100% volume. Azria, thank you for the 31-month. Kid Icarus, thank you for the 41. Much love.
Orb.
Space.
Dots.
64-bit large world coordinates engine. Is that what they call this?
Yeah, 64-bit.
What an elegant name. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Seamless transition from space to ground. Alright. I've seen this. I think this is for people who, like, haven't experienced the game in a while and are like, wait, what are they up to? Because this is, like, already in-game.
Dude, the misconceptions about Star Citizen are enormous. And somebody goes, they're like,
New stuff.
ear to the ground in the comment section of the videos. It's just funny.
That's real.
People still think you can just walk.
I'm glad they showed, like, the little LODs.
Like in the lead up with Starfield, people are like, Starfield's gonna fucking destroy this.
Yeah.
Like, you have no idea what you're fucking talking about. They're different games.
Can't wait for the comments saying, oh my god, another 10 years until this is all implemented.
What did you do?
Look out!
That Lawlman.
We've been here.
Starfield clone? Hello?
My first time seeing the NPCs actually move around.
Clearly this is pre-rendered, I didn't see a single T-pose. I've been there, oh my god, I've been there.
I've done exactly this.
I think this actually was my starting world.
This is the camera's perspective of somebody who just woke up in bed in their like apartment and then they started glitching out.
Dude, I'm flying over the fucking... What the fuck? I'm about to hit a tree.
They got on the train.
Onto the planet?
They just started going up.
This is
Oh my
literally
god,
us.
that's us. We have that kid.
Well, this-
We have the ship.
That's your dorky ass in the helmet.
No way, I would be in orange. I would be in orange. Oh, I'm trying to find me right now.
Oh, I didn't know. They didn't show the captain. What is the captain wearing?
There isn't anyone laying on the main glass of the ship, Evie says.
Yeah.
You're right. You're so fucking right, Evie.
That's me. I'm the one that lays in the glass.
That's all of us.
Yeah. Anyone
Besides the one that's flying.
Yeah, anyone besides me.
We flip over and just watch the captain do their little cute little driving.
Butthole.
I haven't been to any updated caves. I went to the old ones, got
Neither have
bored,
I.
and I was like, I'm never going back to a cave.
I think this cave is new. I don't think we have.
Okay.
Or like we might have just gotten this.
There needs to be way more of them is the issue. There's only a few per,
How do I
like,
get the rock in there?
Yeah, because this has an exit, which no other cave has.
Ground fog fully integrated into the atmosphere.
That's new.
Yeah, I was gonna say. That looks nice, but I don't know. It feels like that's something that other games do as a way to like cheat.
Think of the gameplay. You can like stealth through that fog though.
Oh,
if it's
I
like
fucking-
natural fog, depending on the weather, then it's fine.
It's not cheating. Post effects like that are so fucking fun. And it's real life.
I just hope, like, you know, this planet should have fog, right?
RTX?
I just saw the water glitch out. I just saw the water glitch out.
Yeah, I don't really mind showing the level. Like, they've had a couple hiccups already, but, like, it's still, this is in the game, right? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a better show.
Well, I imagine it's gonna start getting more crazier.
Yeah, I think this is like,
I hope so.
remember this, and then they're gonna start showing all the new stuff over time.
They're probably gonna jump through Pyro's warp gate at the end or something.
I mean, even this tree generation seems a little different.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is in the game recently. They put way more trees in.
Tree.
Yeah, it's a rock.
Yeah. I've been there.
That log, I've been there.
Yep.
The scent of the candles going really well with this environment right now.
Oh,
I thought about lighting one, but then I realized that I'm like super stuffed up and congested, so I wouldn't be able to smell it anyways.
It smells great. Good job, man. Fantastic.
Oh, me? You lit my candle?
I'm lighting your candle for this event.
Oh my
I didn't get one.
I will have to send you one. I should have fucking.
Wait, does
bought-
Lauren have spares? Does Lauren have spares?
Possibly.
Animal!
It's an animal.
Oh, wait, animals actually? What?
Whoa. Wait, yeah. What the fuck?
Space cow.
Cow! Something.
We can be space hunters. Hell yeah.
Oh god, the bit right.
Yeah.
Is this a player settlement? Please?
There's a settlement. NPC settlement's coming next patch.
Probably not player stuff for a long time.
Bruh.
But little things. I like little settlements and stuff.
Gotta have server mention first.
here.
Really is amazing. This is a game. That you could just do a fucking shot like this. This is not fluffed up. That is the fucking game right there.
New Quantum?
Yeah, I don't know if they're teasing that or if this is just the effect they chose for this presentation.
The dev ship Quantum, maybe.
I can dissect from the fact that they're showing this video that they're expecting a lot of fucking buzz based on this presentation. Like, this is the new start, I think.
Yeah.
This music gets me every time.
You're such a baby.
I'm sorry, but Crusader is like the most beautiful place in all of gaming.
It is pretty great.
Beautiful music is just beautiful music.
No ground there.
And the composer.
Yeah, you know what they say.
There's no ground there.
This composer kicks ass. Pedro something something.
Oh, Pedro Pascal? No, it's not Pascal.
No, dude.
Pedro.
No.
Fuck. I
I was wondering
absolutely.
if someone's gonna butcher it.
Osmosisly
Pedro
Last of Us.
Pascal?
It is Pedro. He is super fucking talented. I agree, Mimi. I listen to everything he makes.
That's the guy. It's the composer.
For those who don't know, I have COVID right now. It's fucking me. COVID brain, everybody. Have mercy.
Get his ass, I say.
This is
Beautiful.
totally targeting all the people upset with Starfield, I think.
There's people that forgot about the project.
That's true. Yeah, no, this is definitely like a we exist again.
Wasn't there a leaked document though that they were like, Starfield's launch is a massive opportunity for us because
There's no I mean, who knows if that's true?
true
Document.
true. Yeah, it's not worth even repeating if that's the case. But regardless of whether it's true or not, I agree with the sentiment that it is a great opportunity for them to be like, yeah, here's a game that didn't go far enough, and this is why we're kind of special because we're willing to go that extra steps to make those features.
These smells?
Spaceware.
Yo, Purgle, but not Purgle.
Face.
Damn.
They're real.
Okay, but I want to shoot them.
Please, God, let us shoot them.
If I
Want
can't
them
take
to
one of
warp me
those
to pyro.
suckers out of the sky and go scoop up their whale blubber for a nice $20 fucking credits, I don't know. What's
Supposed to be able to farm their tails, but who knows if
You
that's
should be able to load them into your ship and just drop them downtown.
I would protect them at all costs.
Alright guys, hold on to your seats.
Yeah. Can't breathe. Pyro.
No, you'd have
Go
to
to the jump cave.
You'd have to go to a freaking jump cave to get the pyro bad.
Yeah,
You can't just
come
quantum
on.
there.
So
Get
is
fired.
Pyro
You think you-
a new system, essentially?
Do you think there's a dev ship that can just jump to Pyro without the gate?
Pretty sure they just console command themselves to pyro.
This is
That'd be
Pyro
less
jump gate.
immersive.
Actually,
like this song.
Oh yeah, here we go. I love the ads, just like real space would be.
Butthole.
Wait, is this how you get to Pyro?
It said Pyro on the thing, so.
Ooh,
I'm blind.
Oh, yeah, I think it
Dude,
said Pyro on the.
I hope this
sign.
is like a really hard thing to do that has consequences, because I want to get good at this.
That's what they said in 2019. So they say you can like fall out of it.
what happens if you fucking fall out of it? Jesus Christ.
R.I.P. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're
Hell.
just stranded out in space.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why does it look so evil? My evil fortress.
It's Pyro.
Pirate.
Gotta set the
Is it
mood.
right outside the warp gate?
I don't think this one is. This one is. If you read the station name, it says like Lagrange, like L4 station.
Yeah.
Rough and ready.
So ready for the Carrick and just camping out in Pyro.
Oh, they're fucking.
Oh my god, yep.
Melanin-driven skin shader.
I love the text on it. It said "Burn in Pyro."
Wait, does this mean they're gonna give us character customization finally?
Probably.
Who knows?
Rough and ready, it said it again. They love rough and ready.
Just give him like Belter vibes from these bands.
I just love how the mood is so different from Santon. I'm excited.
He fucking killed it for the Pyro soundtrack. This is a sneak peek at the Pyro soundtrack. This song is great. And to think he still had time to record The Last of Us? That's just crazy.
In between shots, dude, he was hitting those notes, man. That's crazy.
We're moving. Oh, that skybox.
Cut the engines, we're warping to the planet's surface. It's gonna like fly into LA.
I think this is the same planet they showed like 2 years ago. The first Pyro like thing.
Yeah, well, those sun chefs, I didn't realize, but that's very cool.
Yeah.
I actually recognize that cloud formation right there specifically from last year.
What's up with the mushroom clouds?
Reclaimer.
Why are we reclaiming?
Smoky.
Claim this.
I like the smoky. Oh, yeah.
Oh! Why the?
Oh, firefighting?
The guy was just walking around like he had a fucking full diaper on, dude. Bro, it's on fire!
So this is fine, dog.
Bummer.
That looks so good.
Yeah.
Why are they just walking?
Bro, she's just walking through the fire.
walking the fire?
Just casually.
No, maybe
What a
that's pretty
Chad.
accurate to like how players will react.
Yeah, what a
This
Chad.
is fine.
That's
Yeah, exactly, Evie.
Yeah, if that smoke effect could happen when you're on fire from like variable ports, like if fire's on the right side, it happens on the right side. That's crazy.
That's pretty cool, yeah.
Oh yeah, it's yellow sulfur planet, stinky planet.
I'm loving these mountains.
Yeah, this is very much more like a. Oh, this gives me like plains vibes from like Lord of the Rings. Like this is like New Zealand plains almost, where it's like a mountain, but it's not like a pointy mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Rohan. Yeah, exactly.
Looks great.
Some hobbits on the bridge right now.
And got a beacon.
Like the smoke.
It's a good ass fucking settlement location. I like that.
I know.
That would
That's
be a
what we'll
cool
be
jump
waging
town
war for.
location. Please give us a jump town location there. Or the pyro equivalent.
Water simulation on decal. What?
Yeah, look at the puddles.
Whoa.
Very cool. Water simulation on a decal. So like these are just probably
Yeah.
placed or generated via like a rain effect, and then they just have physics. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Those turds are useless.
Yep.
Missile turrets.
That'll never stop us from using them, though.
True.
Papa crash into the ocean.
What? It's like cutting.
Look at
Whoa,
that.
there's depth. Yo, that's insane.
Holy fuck!
That's the most impressive thing so far for me. Holy
I love how
shit.
dramatic it is. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not even like I was thinking like just like weird bubbly effect, but this is like cutting deep.
Yeah, it's actually.
Yeah.
Ed, you're gonna have a field day with that for your cinematic shots.
That's. I was just thinking that. Yeah.
I'm so down.
Ed's creative juice is just flowing.
Do that over the ocean with an 890 jump and just create a tsunami.
Oh! No fucking way!
No way.
I think that's my favorite thing so far.
I don't believe it. I don't
even
believe
know
it.
if I
They'll
believe
talk
that.
about it. They'll talk
It's
about
just,
it. You'll
it's
see
just
it.
a set of runes.
It'll be like in one location.
Yeah, it's gonna be like at Jump Town only.
Yeah.
Pico.
Little
Cool, big
Pico, oh
one.
my god, cute.
It's pretty sick though.
What? Oh my god. Oh, I thought he was just getting like a nosebleed. Like, oh god, he is.
He is.
He's dying, he's dying.
Help
He's just
him.
standing there dying.
His reaction after watching this whole video.
That was the face of the developers, just blood, sweat, and tears.
That guy's still down there. Help him.
Bleeding.
The cameraman back, just collapses, dragged all into the water.
Star engine.
That guy on the plant surface, you can go to him.
Very nice. Woo! Woo! Woo!
Woo!
Seems so, Evie. Seems so.
Evie, it's their current engine. That's everything they have.
I think that sequence holds the record for the longest spline in the history of computer games. I think we're close to 1 billion kilometers traveled during that whole sequence. So hats off to the engine team and supported by our cinematic artists that put it together. I also need to call out Pedro Camacho's music, which is always beautiful and sets the scene so
Pedro
well.
Pascal,
Pedro
Camacho.
Pascal.
He's probably heard that joke 10,000 times.
It's pretty
Fucking
stunning
hates
to
it.
think that I mean, hopefully from this video,
That
we're
won't
going to go
stop us, though.
into some of the new features later on in more detail, and you'll see actually better
Actually, yeah, well.
representations of some of the simulation that was happening there. But it's pretty amazing to think that all that happens inside the engine seamlessly without switching, loading screens, or anything else. You can go from down up close to a blade of grass all the way out, looking at a whole planet to moving to another star system. And that's actually one of the hardest things to do, especially when you do it at the scale we do online with that level of physical simulation, with hundreds of players, thousands of AI running around. It's hats off to our tech guys who are going to be coming up and talking about what they're doing. Now, obviously, some of the things in here aren't in the current live build of Star Citizen. Like,
Thank you, my
for
gaming in
instance, at the very
general.
beginning, I don't know if you noticed the
Yeah.
conductor with the hair
It's good to
blowing.
be back.
and
Thank you so much for the
tails
45
blowing. That's
resub.
all simulated in real time.
Big ass was fun.
Talk about it in the physics part of the upcoming speech. But I'm going to turn the stage over to the core technology group to talk about some of all this new tech that you just saw and go into more detail. And we'll be rolling into Star Citizen over the next 12 months or so. And some of it, like some of the new cloud stuff, will actually come in 3.22, which is great. But before I do this, I wanted to introduce Benoit Beautresor, who, as a lot of you know, Turbulent have been our long-term partners here in Star Citizen since the end of 2012. They built our web platform and our digital distribution platform, and a few years ago started to help us on developing the game. We have almost about 100 game developers in Montreal, because Montreal is a great place for game developing talent. And this year we brought Turbulent into the fold of CIG, and they're now fully part of CIG. So this July they joined us, and Benoit, who is the Chief Technical Officer of Turbulent, has now become the Chief Technical Officer of Cloud Imperium. And
Ooh,
along
big
with
promo.
him and Marc Boudet, who is the CEO of Turbulent, is now our head of global studios. They're strengthening our management team at
Canada
CIG, and I'm
reference,
really
poggers.
happy to have him. And I
Canada's
want to
real.
introduce Benoit to come to the stage, since he leads up the tech group, and he can give you a little setup of what we're going to be doing this year and going forward, and some of the new initiatives we're going to go. So Benoit, come up to the stage.
What would you do if I just like walked up on this
right, let's do it.
presentation?
Here's the clicker, or did you take your own?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right.
I don't know.
And
Like-
he clapped.
Bonjour!
Like, you know, I'm in
Bonjour,
here with you,
CitizenCon.
and it was somehow I
We
made
are
it to this
so
presentation,
happy to be
even though
here.
I was with you in Vegas.
It's been so long to see you guys
I'd be very
physically
impressed.
and just being able to interact
Yeah.
has been fantastic
Okay.
so far. We're super excited about all this.
You're going to be like,
The video you just watched
That's a
outlined
little suspicious.
lot of features in the Star Engine.
Nah.
It's a
No, I'll be like,
reminder of what makes
Like
this
I'm
game
not
so
bet I
special.
could do that.
Oh,
It's a focus on fidelity. I said it.
huh.
It's a focus on immersion. And it's a focus on seamlessness, being able to go everywhere and you're just there. The accomplishments from the tech teams at CIG have been numerous in building all the technology that allow you to run the game and allow you to experience the same things that we see in our dev setups. And so what we're about to see today is deep dive into all these features. But first, I wanted to touch really quickly on this last year. We have launched persistence, or added persistence. It's been a rocky road this year, and I want to thank you guys for keeping on playing, giving us a hand, giving us good bug reports. It's been fantastic for us to improve the stability of the game, so thank you so much. You guys deserve a hand of applause. Thank you so much.
That's not how you clap. I'm just going to say it. You slap the back of his
I
hand.
just want to
He's
touch on
holding
one
something.
bit, which is that
Yeah.
all the people you will see in the next couple
then
tech
drop
panels
it.
are really the
He
best.
should have. He should have put it on the fucking floor.
Drop it,
They are infused by a value that we tremendously
bug
value at
reports
CIG,
have you
which is
done?
relentless
I
optimism.
think like one ever.
That this game can be
in like
made. That
2012.
this vision
None.
can
I ain't
be
got
achieved.
fucking time for that.
And so, without further
Arena
ado,
Commander days.
but first, I got one more thing to say. So, in all of the different panels that you'll see, all the updates, everything
All right,
that you'll
you're
see on
losing me.
screen, whether it's a HUD, an MFD, a ship UI, FPS weapons, everything, all of this is new. So as you watch the clips, you're going to see some differences. That's because this all comes from the freshest implementation that we have. We love open development. We love to show you guys the work in progress. And so that's
Yeah, this gets
exactly
very
what we're going to look
techy.
at today. And so,
But-
without further ado, I'll leave you with Marco,
Sorry,
who will show
buddy.
you all the cool
The end
ideas
segment
of Origin and the
is
challenges
very
that we
good.
face.
Hey,
Thank you
Get
so
your
much.
ass in
Yo,
here,
yo,
Cypher.
yo, yo.
Thanks, Cypher.
Sorry, I'm late.
You're
Thanks,
just in
everyone.
time
Hello,
for the
I am Marco
not as
Colbetta,
exciting
VP
thing.
of Technology, and we're going to talk about Star Engine today. We have been developing Star Engine for many years with the goal
It
of
sounds like he's
creating
not
an
actually
online
speaking. Like
living
his mouth
universe.
doesn't line up with his
But-
words.
Creating a
Yeah, the audio
universe
gets
is
sync
not
in the stream,
an easy
unfortunately.
task, and even more difficult to do everything seamless without any loading screens or invisible walls. And massive
can 1.5
spaceships
this.
flying very fast, close to the
Just reading
terrain
his
and
little
objects, are pushing the limits of procedural generation
what did I
and
miss?
streaming. This is not a single-player game.
Physicalized
so creating this
destruction.
universe
Yeah, so
Cool
is-
water effects.
you missed a big. I don't even know how long it was. It was hard to tell. Long like fly through where they just showed off the live engine of what's in game, and this is apparently the panel on what they're working on now. But they showed off new stuff in what's in now, including environment destruction, water shader, physics,
Nose
God.
bleeding.
Nose bleeding, sweat.
Cloth
Fire.
movement.
Well, cloth is already in.
I know, I'm just...
Bunch of stuff basically. They flew through and showed it all off.
online
Now this is new
is making
stuff.
everything more challenging. We stream and generate physics on server on CPU, and we already support more than 100 players on a single server, more with server meshing. To support all this, the engine must do a lot of work every frame. So in a typical Star Engine frame update, we got up to 64 hardware threads, about 200 software ones, over 700,000 streamed-in entities, and millions of entities overall in the solar system, about 150,000 updates per frame. We have over 200 vehicles, spaceships, and ground ones, over 2 million physical objects, over 100,000 objects generated per frame when flying over the terrain. We have many unique locations, streaming on demand in a seamless, gigantic space. Also, we are supporting many new features that we are going to showcase today. I'm going to start in introducing the new and improved clouds and fog, worked on by Custom Venza in the R&D team. The first new feature is the light shafts. They are volumetric shadows from clouds cast into the atmosphere. They're truly volumetric and 3D, fully integrated. They're not just a post effect, as it is usually done in games. With this, the atmosphere from an overcast sky gets darker, and this is important for planets and locations with bad weather. Another component is the new ground fog. It follows the terrain up to a specified elevation for different locations. It is also fully integrated into the atmosphere. It receives volumetric shadows from clouds and terrain. It reduces the light scatter into the view ray. And in this video, we're showing all the features combined together. In addition, we made many improvements to cloud shaping to allow for more
Plus
variation
fog,
and
plus
detail.
shafts. This is
The
starting to
shape
get a
noise
big
blending, the
equation.
vertical variation has been improved.
God, I love shafts.
Right on.
Hell yes.
So good looking.
I wanted to like swipe and say something fucking crazy. like almonds
Also, we
or
made
something.
improvements to shorten long distance range, and the tiling is less visible.
That would be so quirky, but
Oh my god.
I would XD at least.
Like pugs, cats, or something.
It's hard to see, but like the grainy effect that we have in clouds right now is going away. So like clouds look way better.
Thank God.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because they.
The one after this,
see
you'll see it way better.
So what you're saying is Orison is going to lag
Yeah,
even
it is.
more.
Look at that.
Very nice.
And best of all, we're going to include all these new features and improvements in the next 3.22 release. Okay. Thank you.
Why are you going off so quick?
A little waddle off stage. Okay, goodbye. Oh, hey.
Ooh, fire. Talk about
Oh
fire.
yeah, this one's cool.
It looks like Kragan
Hi everyone. So I'm Mike Snowden. I'm the director of
What?
visual effects.
on the left a little bit.
Graphics
From far away. From far away.
Yeah, far away side profile,
Wrong.
perhaps. Yeah.
That isn't
Really
Kraken.
happy to be here. Really
Wrong.
excited to show you. We're going to be showing
Can't believe
dynamic-
How do
Kraken
you,
left.
how did he
Come
get
here.
here? How the fuck did he get here?
Was it in Vegas?
So dynamic fire is a driver for gameplay in both FPS and multi-crew experiences.
It's one of his AI.
It creates emergent sandbox gameplay and can be used by designers to craft very dangerous scenarios for players. And as you can see from the video, it gets very intense. Okay, so how do fires start?
okay.
Well, there needs to be a source
And
of
he just
ignition.
walks off too.
There are multiple ways in which it can
Little waddle.
For example, weapon impacts or misfires, explosions or damaged items, and the player needs to be alert to their surroundings with fire an ever-present threat.
Does this mean we can get a
If a
flamethrower?
fire does break out, you're going
Imagine
to
shooting
dynamically
the gun in your
propagate through
ship
the
and
area,
it starts on fire.
causing damage to environment and player. And at this point, the player needs to limit the damage, of course, by extinguishing the fire in any way that they can. So when doing so, they're going to need to wear protective clothing to protect them from extreme heat. They're going to need to wear a closed helmet to protect them from smoke inhalation, poor oxygen levels. And there's actually multiple ways the fire can be extinguished, including the removal of heat, for example, using the fire extinguisher, which is my personal favorite. It's a lot of fun doing that. The removal of oxygen, for example, locking off the area, venting the oxygen, creating a vacuum. Or
FTL.
simply, the fire's burned so fiercely that it's done everything it needed to do. There's nothing left for it to destroy. And if you let it get this bad, it's probably time to consider repairing your ship.
Okay, so how do we achieve this from the technical perspective? Well, first thing the artists and designers do is they mark up their scene to tell us what
was
physical
that- what was
properties
that image?
each surface is made from, whether it's wood or metal.
Minecraft.
And not
Don't
only
get
on the
it.
How it's
surface, we have
calculated, I guess?
Describe what is
Yeah, it's
behind
like-
the surface.
Yeah,
It
they
might be a
kind
metal
of look
panel
at
on
it,
your
though.
spaceship, but is it got cladding
Think
or
Space
wiring
Station
behind
13.
it? It's important we know all this so we know how flammable it is.
Surely.
Then after this, we have to define all the
Slash
physical
me
properties
light
that go
your
with
ship
these
on fire.
surfaces. So
Yeah, there we go.
Slash
Now-
me slips into the fire.
masses, the energy
On my
density,
own space
Slash
loop.
me wears a
temperature,
clown
fuel
suit.
ratio. And we use all these
So
physical
the
properties and we sum them up in each
material
voxel, which
affects
is a 1 by 1
how
meter
it
cube.
propagates.
And then once we have these voxels, this forms the basis of our simulation. So then first thing we do is we look for sources of ignition and then we're off. So here's our debug mode that shows us what's going on in the simulation, is what we use to track it. And you can see these squares enlarging to show us where the fire is spreading. For each of these voxels, we're tracking the fire, the temperature, fuel remaining, the amount of smoke. And
Well, it doesn't look
fire
that
is
scary.
propagated via convection and radiation, which are both accurately simulated.
Sure, I can turn.
God, I
some
love
down.
Consuming the
Minecraft.
gases and producing the knock-on products as well as it goes.
It's actually
And
pretty
because
cool
we're
to
using
see,
a proper
though.
simulation, like Mike mentioned, when you vent a room, not only are you removing the oxygen and putting the fire out, but if the temperature remains the same, if oxygen is reintroduced, the fire will reignite and it'll continue burning, just like it would in real life.
Wow, that's fucking.
Damn.
I didn't catch that. What?
Like if you left a fire in a room, right?
So
And
what's next for this?
it was starting to
So
deplete
our
because of
focus
lack of
has been on
oxygen. If you
interiors,
open the door and it
particular
flooded with
spaceship,
oxygen again,
all
you would
interior
like
spaces really, and this
burst
box
the
will really
fire again.
help
Oh,
us
yeah,
solve
yeah.
that problem. Our next focus is going to be on planets. Obviously, they represent a slightly different challenge, the vastness of them. We have to transfer this over the network and simulate it slightly differently. And we also have to render it at scale. But the way we've done it, the core tech we've used, we should be able to scale this up quite easily. So that's going to be our next focus.
Okay,
on
so
someone's
how
ship,
do we
start a
create
fire.
realistic dynamic fire visuals in Star Engine? Well, we start with the simulation, as just described by Ali, and this gives us the data we need to drive the visuals.
It's the stuff behind the metal panels that catch on fire, like the wires and stuff.
Then we bring in the burn shader. So this can be applied to static environments. We have a lightweight version of the shader for entities, which is kind of based on the dirt shader and wear.
Whoa.
Then we've got the glow, which is an animated surface decal shader for static environments. This is where we start to bring in some nice motion. And then we bring in the GPU particles, which is spawning from voxels and in screen space. Obviously, these are doing a lot of the work visually. Then we bring in the lights. These are spawned for clusters of voxels as opposed to per voxel as an optimization, a cluster being a representation of voxels close to each other. And then we bring in the fog. So this is height-laid volumetric fog. The smoke fills the room and it goes up to the ceiling before filling the rest. And we're simulating that.
Turns down my graphics. Get an advantage.
So to finish, we're going to take a look at all of that put together in the game. Thank you.
Gameplay.
Hard. Ow. Oh, hard. Oh. Me after I leave this ship for fucking 30 seconds.
Sorry, I left the other one.
I'm so helpless.
I know.
He has infinite fuel. Jeez.
Oh, when are they gonna sell the firefighting ship?
Oh, Pico! Get Pico out of there!
Do you notice the new UI?
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Oh no, I didn't really.
Oh yeah, I should have.
Rewind.
Oh, we'll see it later, but
No. Okay.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
look, there's the compass.
Yeah.
Nice.
What is it? What are the top bars?
Oh, that's your missions. So you'll have player missions instead of just ship missions.
Interesting.
My hope is that
Players now?
I don't like when it's universal. Like, see how the bottom left and bottom right have like this kind of angled like bring in. I feel like that should be helmet dependent. It's like not all of them are gonna be.
Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you.
We'll talk about that later.
Hello everyone, I'm Will Hain. I'm here to talk about water.
Water.
The audio
That's the water
difference.
guy.
So, water is a huge part of both of our games, Star Citizen, Squadron Force 2, and we wanted to give it a major upgrade. We were going to set 3 ideas that we wanted to impart on our water. We wanted it to look as good as possible, obviously. We wanted it to look realistic. We wanted it to be beautiful. We wanted it to be in motion constantly. It should always be moving, always be reacting to everything around it, whether that be players or objects or vehicles. And we
I'm
wanted
so
it to work
excited for it.
on the whole scales
I
of all
think
of Star
water's the
Citizen, all
most
way down
dated
from
thing in the
footprints
game right now.
to enormous ships crashing into the
So
ocean.
you see the before and afters. You'll be
I'm
like,
going to
wow.
talk about our updates to the water rendering first, and then we'll move on to that other stuff I discussed. So first of all, the water shaders, particularly the ocean and the river ones, were in dire need of a major upgrade. They were currently using a technique called deferred shading, which is really fast and fantastic for opaque objects, but does not translate well for transparent ones, which of course water is. So the first step that we made was to transition to forward shading. That allowed us to introduce more physically based techniques, such as proper lighting, reflection, and refraction. It allowed us to integrate the atmosphere properly into our water lighting setup. And it also meant that we could get more fun techniques, such as wave crest backlight scattering, and adding better foam rendering,
Love wave
which
crest
includes
with
half-tone
backlight
blending,
scattering.
subsurface haze, and much more detailed bubbles on the individual bits of foam. I've got some examples of that here. In this particular screenshot, you can see the icebergs in the near frame. You can see we're refracting the iceberg underneath. It's correctly refracted. In the mid frame, you can see that the iceberg is reflected back onto the water. That is now accurate. We weren't doing that properly before. Here you can see our accurate water lighting from this really beautiful screenshot of the Gladius over the water.
Yeah, I like that.
I love this one.
Last thing I
So
saw,
this
that was
is the
close
objects
to
under
that
the water
was,
being correctly lit, which
the
is new.
Arma
And then we
Reforger
are
stuff.
applying the lighting changes from the specular highlights on the surface, and also considering the lighting from the suspended particles in the water, depending on how deep and dense the water is, which gives us
Yeah,
this
you can
really
even
beautiful
see
effect.
it under the water with the light.
This
It's
screenshot
cool.
just looks good, but what is going on is that it's demonstrating that the atmosphere and the water are sorting properly. this looks like everything is normal, but it's challenging to implement with forward-rendered water and proper ray march clouds like we have in-game. Props to Alan, who works on all of this. I did the next bit. And here we can see the wave crash light scattering. See how the sun is coming across the back of those waves? It's lighting up the suspended particles in them. It just looks gorgeous. Here we have the multi-layered foam, and from a distance we have both surface foam and subsurface foam rendering correctly, looking really nice. I've just got a video here before and after. First of all, this is our lakes on Stanton 4.
He's really passionate.
Holy.
Next we have water volumes on Orison. There you go. This last demo, this is a Clio on the Stanton system. This is what it currently looks like in game, and I think you'll agree, pretty dramatic difference. So the next bit that I want to talk to you, that me and the team at Planet Tech and Graphics have been working on, is of course water surface simulation. This has been an absolute pleasure to work on. So we had a few aims for this. We wanted it to be multi-input. We want physics to influence this. We want our MFX system to influence this. We want bullets. We want everything. We want high concurrency. You guys, it's a sandbox game. You're going to break it. You're going to stick 1,000 picos in our puddles. It's got to work. And it's got to be scalable. It's got to work from the tiny scales to the footprints in the puddles, all the way up to, as I said, giant ships crashing into the ocean. So the technique that we chose for this is a form of surface wave propagation. It's GPU-based, it's highly realistic at a low cost, and it can be scaled for waves of different amplitudes. So we can have all of that built right in just by adjusting a few constants. I've got a demonstration here.
I like
We're going to have the player
too.
walking through the puddle.
The decals.
As you can see, as he steps,
They fucked this up. You don't see the video.
As he's stepping, the toe is being dragged through the water and moving the water accurately.
Until the very end.
Just imagine.
We're doing this in 3D.
Toe dipping in water. Oh, wow.
And then this next demo, we're going to fire some bullets. This is the loudest one.
Yeah, these are the new decals. These are just like not even actual bodies of water. These are just slapped on top of surfaces.
One more
so when
thing
it
that we have
rains,
to look
they can
at. So
just
it's
put
all
those
well and
in.
good, this working on a puddle, but
That's
Star
the
Citizen
most
is not made of
insane thing to
puddles.
me.
It's made of
That is pretty
oceanic
cool, yeah.
planets. It's made of everything. We needed to make this multi-scale. So
What
we
if they also
wanted the
expand?
water near and far, not just in a
gets a
square around the
little
camera.
techie here.
We wanted lots and lots at once. The solution we picked was a multi-region water sim. Now this was really
multi-region
tricky to
water
get
sim,
right,
yeah.
but I really think we have now. Which basically means that we can dynamically allocate all of the simulation regions depending on what is colliding where and what resolution we need at what parts of the screen. We can optimize this very heavily to make sure that you get what you want to see at the right time.
This is a gentleman's
We still need to get
presentation.
that information onto the water,
Yeah,
though,
gentleman.
and that's a bit trickier. So what we
indeed.
devised
And sophisticated.
is yet another set of regions. Now,
Lawrence will
slightly
understand what's
different.
going on here.
The
I
simulation
mean, look at the
regions need to
graphing
happen
on the right.
wherever something is contacting
Yeah,
the
what
water,
if
and
we
that needs to happen
accidentally
regardless as to
kissed
whether you can
inside
see
the
it,
water
because
buffer?
there's a collision going on there. I look away, and then I look back. If it stops
And, like,
going and has to restart, that looks bad.
What happens after
Whereas
that?
the water,
Yeah.
we only need to
How
know
does
the
the
total
data
result
shift?
when it's actually in view. So we have these new regions which cover all water in view. And the beauty of this is that we can use this for multi-input and multi-output systems. Anything can influence our water, whether it be the simulation, whether it be weather, whether it be VFX. And then anything can be affected by water now. So the water rendering reads from this. But then we can also spawn VFX particles from wave crests. We can add screen space effects. We can have a line across your visor. We don't have this yet. But it's accurate to the displaced water in front of you. We've got this technology now, so we can use
like
it to influence any
these
of
parts
our
are
work
like
going forward.
them dunking on
And
other
here's a really
game
good
devs,
video
you
of
know.
some of it in
Yeah,
action.
yeah.
Oh, actually, way better than you.
Play. This
Definitely.
is the debug mode.
Ooh.
Essentially, we're moving a
See what we
sphere
can
of
do.
basically infinite mass
That's
through the
so
water.
cool.
And as you see,
Okay.
if we pan out a
The
bit,
water
and make
looks
our
great,
sphere a
but I
bit
want that
bigger, we
fucking
get a
orb.
much
They're
different
totally
result
trying
from
to
the
sell
sim.
you.
Spawning the foam properly.
Look at the
It looks
foam,
really
though,
nice.
that's
Really
insane.
happy with this one.
Yeah.
Dude.
I feel like the Star Engine.
I love the
played
So what I'm going to
scale.
do in a second
Them
is I'm going to
dunking
turn
on
on the
Starfield.
debug mode so you can see where the regions are. You see we've got these grey boxes. They light up green when there is a hit inside the box. We've also got different sizes going on. If you look near the shore there, there's a text. That is a whole bunch of other regions because there's some stuff floating
Awesome
there causing
work
little
on the
ripples that you can't
water.
actually see.
But make a
And as
planet-side,
you see, these
planet-wide
scale
ball
properly, we can
right
add
now.
Want there to
the
be a
results
function.
Yeah,
from
make an
these
890 ball
simulations
now.
together. And they
wanted to
influence and
crash
interact
into the
with one
water
another
with me, yeah.
accurately. You see those big waves crashing over the little sim there.
Or drop an A2 bomb
Yeah,
in it.
it works
Yeah, look
pretty
at it
Yeah.
crash against the
Yeah.
rocks.
Let's get
So
enough
accurate.
big
I've gone ahead of my
ships to crash into
subtitles,
the
but I'll
water
just
that
let
would
that
cause
video
a
play out.
tsunami.
That's pretty sick.
So, what does that look like when we bring it all together? What's it going to look like in game? Now, you did see a little bit of this in the Star Engine trailer, but actually, I think this video does a little bit more justice to it. So I'm just going to let that play out for you.
Oh, okay. Thank God. I was like, don't you fucking miss this one.
The mist.
Mm-hmm.
want to be under that thing.
Forward in a second. You're going to see the
Bubble
wake
me
start
around.
to happen behind us there.
Nice.
And from the cockpit perspective, water droplets on the glass thrown up from the water sim. This is what I'm talking about using multi-output. And that's us. Thank you so much, CitizenCon. Handing back over to
Yeah, water guys. Woo!
Mad respect.
That was awesome.
Hello again.
Hi.
So,
Well,
here I'm
the
here
blood,
to talk
sweat,
to
and
you
tears
today about
guy.
a few other graphical things we've got coming in. I'm really proud of the work we've done on the
Please
fire
make a
and the
joke about
water.
it.
They both look
Please.
amazing
Please say you
features.
put your
We're gonna talk to
blood,
you about
sweat,
a
and
few
tears into
smaller
this
features and a
project.
few longer-term R&D features we're coming
when the
in
new
on the
Pedro
visual
song
side.
comes on.
This first one, something we wanted for cinematics and telling a story, but also to tie into our active feature system, which is to get the
Is this
faces to tell a
live?
little bit
No.
more story
We're
on our
watching the
characters.
VOD.
So this blood, sweat, and tears system is something we implemented recently, and it allows us to use a GPU particle simulation, which we project onto the face. And we integrate it into the skin shader, so
I
we
need
can get
particle
realistic
simulation for
reflection
my
and refraction
tears.
of water on
The
your
water
face.
guy's about to come back
We
and be
even,
like, you see
make
these
the
fucking
skin go a
tears?
little bit redder to
I
simulate
still did that,
blood flow when
motherfucker.
you're tired or upset.
They'll feed into the ocean and they'll persistently stay.
Oh, sweaty.
Oh, he's angry.
So none of this is a pre-canned animation. It's completely dynamic. We have complete control over everything. We can keyframe every single tear if we want to. And we can even like
Oh, the ears. Ugh.
Bro, out of the scene.
Imagine if you take too many G's and like you start bleeding.
So next thing I want to talk about is our scope shader. Design came to
That
me
was
telling
great,
me
though.
that they really wanted to up the
Probably
game
like
with
shockwaves
the rifle
from bombs
scopes.
and missiles.
They weren't quite good enough. They didn't really feel realistic for them, and they thought it was a real
Scope
core
shader.
part of the first-person shooter experience.
Oh, fuck
So to give
yes.
you an idea
Thank
what we
goodness.
used to do,
You're gonna
we
love
have this
this.
type of, they used to use these type of fake scope meshes, which you see here, which is where we type of slice the scope in half so you can see through it. And sometimes you put these big black planes around them
Make it
to
so
obscure your
muffled.
vision.
Yeah.
We put a bit of
He's-
glass on the
he's
front
falling
of
into
it,
the
but
back
there's
rooms.
nothing really to tell you that it was a lens. So
He's
we've
falling
worked
into the scope
on a new
shader.
He's
scope
talking,
shader,
yeah,
which
from
is
behind
now
the
gonna run
scope
all of our scopes
lane.
going
Oh,
forward. And I'll give you
that
a
this is
quick
exactly what I
show of
wanted
what
for the
that looks like in
scopes.
game. So on the first scope here, we're going to see it's got a infinite
can already
projected
tell.
red dot scope sight.
Don't shoot the Pico.
We've got lens distortions. You can see this little refraction and bending of light on it.
Whoa.
Very
You
nice.
see it works when
That's
you,
like
you don't have to be
Tarkov
actually
stuff,
holding the rifle for it to work.
which they can only get away with because it's very small.
We've got
I like this being my first
a correct
CitizenCon.
emulation
It's
of the relief on the
Wow.
scope.
Really good.
So we have the blur,
Dude,
distortion,
they need to make this game in fucking
chromatic
VR.
aberration. And then we've also got support for digital displays like this one, which has light amplification and has support for EMPs. You know, if you get an EMP, you're going to have the display's going to get distorted. So we're quite proud of this. We think it's going to give a much better, more realistic
That's crazy. You
simulation
get
of the scopes in the
EMP'd.
game.
Yeah, EMP and
and you
laser
can't scope.
scopes.
But it's not a fake effect. It applies to our scopes no matter where they are. You don't have to be using the scope. You could look down somebody else's scope and see the same thing. It's fully integrated into
That's
it.
so
it's really
fucking
quite proud of
cool.
that.
And those little details are just so underrated in this game.
Next feature I want to talk about, hopefully if any of you have a HDR monitor and you've been playing 320, hopefully you've given a go of the HDR feature. We're really proud of this. It looks really good. And we've got some great feedback from you guys
try
as
that.
well. There's been some strong feedback about we want extra black level controls, so we're going to be adding that for you. So make sure you can tweak the image exactly how you want. And there's a great user guide on Spectrum as well if you want to know how to get the best out of it, because it's not always a straightforward tech to get the best out of. Just to give you an insight how this works, we've got something called Unified Tone Mapping Curve. And this is the process where we map the real-life colors of real-life intensities of light onto what your monitor can display. And rather than having an SDR mode and HDR mode, we have like a smooth system where we can blend between SDR and HDR depending on the peak brightness of your monitor. We also pay a lot of attention to make sure we preserve the colors and the hues to keep an accurate image for the artist, and especially for skin tones. We don't want them turning
people
red
without
or
an
white or anything
HDR
bizarre.
screen
Just one
and
thing to
see.
mention, we've got some content adjustments that will be ongoing.
This, but
We've
with
got a
less
lot of
gradient.
content in Star Citizen. It takes a little bit of time to make sure we balance everything so it doesn't look too dim or look like a supernova. Next thing I want to mention, temporal upscaling. This has been something that's been asked for a long time, and we're proud to finally get it into your hands.
We've got
This will be
3
huge.
different techniques
More
we're going to be
frames.
implementing.
Yep.
We've got CIGs. We've got our own Temple Super Resolution solution called TSR.
Thank God.
We've got AMD's Fidelity FX Super Resolution 2, and we've got NVIDIA's DLSS 2 as well.
I mean, this will be
They
fucking
each
enormous
have
for
different
the game.
characteristics and hardware requirements and trade-offs. So it's important to get you all free so you could have a choice of what you want to look. On the left here, we've just got a zoom in from one of our outposts. That's no anti-aliasing for people that really love to see jagged edges. The center one is our TSA, which is what you've got in the current release today. And on the right-hand side is TSR without doing upscaling. And this is going to be replacing the TSA solution. And this gives us better quality and more stable image and hopefully much less ghosting. We can use our TSR to do upscaling. Here's the example of how it looks at each resolution. And similar results from AMD's FSR. And some numbers here, which I'm sure you can pour over later, but basically we can get about 2 times GPU performance if you're interested in using the upscaling technique. Obviously, if you're CPU limited, you might not get quite them numbers. It depends on your machine. We also intend to look at frame generation techniques like FSR-free and DLSS-free, but these are going to come a bit later. We're going to focus on GPU performance, getting that up first. Frame generation isn't really applicable unless you've got a really good performance first. Some other quick updates. We've got the screen space shadows as added to Alpha 320. It gives us some extra detail in our shadows across characters, and it's particularly on planets, it helps a lot. And we've also got a new texture and mesh streaming engine that helps us get as much possible detail as we can onto your VRAM on your GPU. And it does something we call load balancing. It will scale dynamically for your GPU to make sure we can get the absolute best possible results. We've also got some more streaming improvements coming in the next release. Just to give you a quick show of what the shadows mean. Here we've got a planet with no shadows.
Bless you.
The shadow
I mean,
maps,
that no shadow image got me too, don't worry.
But then when we get the screen space shadows, you look in the top of the screen or in the flowers, they
thinking of those
have a
screen
fill in the
space
details of the rest.
reflections.
They really help.
Sapphire, are you playing with a feather?
Things looking floating.
No.
Are you going? Yay.
Next up, just want to talk about planets for a little bit. It's something I get asked about a lot of what's happening next with planets. So we've got quite a lot of R&D in progress. First thing, we've got 2 new pieces of tech being started recently. First is virtual terrain texturing. It's quite a technical detail, but what this means for you is we're hopefully going to get much less popping or no popping at all. And we're going to achieve this by moving all the calculations to the GPU. And we'll be reusing the same type of patch-based system that Will talked about in his water presentation. And it should give you major CPU savings as well. So we're quite looking forward to getting this in. Another benefit is that it's going to give us the ability to add more complicated logic on, so we can do more diverse and interesting terrain, like things like, we don't have beaches at the moment. We'll be able to achieve that. And there's other similar things where, based on the local conditions, we're able to do more advanced decision making. Next
More
thing we
stuff
wanna
they could
look
put
at,
on
which is probably
GPU,
the
the
thing we
better,
asked about the
because
most, is our scattering system. which
right
is
now,
what's
the game is very
responsible for
CPU
all the trees
dependent.
and the rocks down in the world. We're going to, again, move this to 100% to the GPU. And that should let us have vastly longer draw distances right up until the horizon and much better performance.
I gotta get ready
So
to go see
finally
my
get rid of the
people.
dreaded
See you
pop
later.
of trees coming in for you.
Bye.
We also
See
have
ya.
to integrate it with
Bye.
our harvestable system, the
joining.
resource system, and the awesome fire system you just saw a minute ago. Another point is it's going to be a hierarchical-based system, which what that means is we'll be able to use nearby vegetation or rocks to influence what other vegetation and rocks can grow or will show up. And this lets us produce much more complicated rule sets.
I'm gonna
so we
have
can
to
do
upgrade
things
my
like
1080
have a
when
tree
this,
that maybe underneath
GPU
it
updates come
doesn't
out.
have any
Yep,
grass, or maybe
yes,
certain
sir.
trees come together in clumps. And we'll get a much more natural distribution of vegetation. And final thing we want for planets is we want to be able to build them much easier, much faster, and we want to make sure they are truly unique. At the moment, our planets are unique. However, they are built from type of tile sets, like pre-built things that get mixed and matched together and blended in complicated ways so that you don't see the repetition. But it's not truly unique, not in the same way that the Grand Canyon might be, or the River Nile, or Mount Everest. And that's what we want. So to get that, we need to replicate the complicated natural processes on Earth, like geology, climate, erosion, and these things aren't trivial. So we've got 3 options. We've got offline tools, Houdini, TerraGen, things like this, where you could simulate all these processes in the engine. But we've started some R&D a few months ago.
If they want to put 100 plus star systems in the game, they need faster
so just
planet
to give you a
generation.
quick idea of how that would work, or how it could work, if you just start with some random
they opened
input
a
here,
whole
it's just
studio
like some
for it.
noise.
Yeah.
We run it for a temporary simulation, so we can type of get a more reasonable approximation of simulation at different altitudes and latitudes.
Why is it
on Earth.
flat?
And then what we do is we
that's
categorize
what
all
the
this into
Earth
different
is.
biomes. So based on the temperature
Of
and
course.
moisture, you'd find out what is a desert, what is a forest. And this part is crucial. So this is the input for our machine learning algorithm. We could come up with this image any other way. You could hand paint it as an artist, or we could just randomize the noise to get a different set of images. And then what we do is we take the large data sets we already have from Earth, from Mars, and from the Moon.
It's like a Final
and
Fantasy,
we train
like,
it on exactly the same
superintendent map.
distribution, so biomes, so forests, grasslands, and things like this. And by training it on exactly the type of data we get in reality, we can take this and then push just that, and then we can get these lovely height maps out of it that tell us a really realistic distribution. You can see here, this is a height map, so the black areas are low. You can see all the little rivers and valleys, and this had 0 art input aside from this image, which is a very nice result. It's early days. This is based on something called a custom diffusion neural network. It's, like I said, it's pre-trained on Earth data, and it's been built up in patches so that it just doesn't become too expensive to build. And the little circular patches get like added together, and to avoid any seams in the image. And just to help you visualize it, I've just put some colorization on it to show you where like snow and beaches might be, and just wrapped it around a planet to give you a better sense so it doesn't look quite so abstract. Yeah, but this is very early days, this stuff, but we're hopeful this will be helping
I love
the
that.
future of how we
I
build
like
planets
big.
quickly
I
and
want big blue planets, dude. We haven't had like a true like ocean planet. Like,
Yeah.
That would be so fucking sick. Like
I hope to add like underwater stuff
The
eventually.
last thing I wanted to talk about today is our Gen 12 renderer and Vulkan. This has been
is
ongoing
also
for quite
huge.
some time, taking a lot longer than we would have liked.
We need this.
But,
But I want to
finally
see
getting
like
to the
what
end of this long
ArcCorp
journey.
2.0 will
For
look
those
like
who don't know,
with
the
Oceans
reason
Mountains.
this was being implemented is largely for performance. We're going to be getting at least 2 times better performance on our CPU submission for rendering, which is often the bottleneck for the game. So that will directly, hopefully, translate to performance improvements. We also get better control of memory with advanced GPU features like resizable bar. And it also opens the door for some things like ray tracing and new mesh shaders. So we've got a video of a Vulkan running that's live captured. So I can't remember which ship is this, but it's yeah, it's all working fine now. There's a couple of hitches in performance, so we can't quite release it yet, but we're looking into them, the last few performance issues and stability issues, and hopefully we'll be releasing it soon. So, like I said, the one thing, or one of the things we really were interested in by implementing Vulkan was to get support for new hardware features, and one of the big ones was ray tracing. So with that, I want to hand you over to Ben, who's going to talk about some of our lighting research.
Hi, I'm Ben Parry, and this is Global Illumination.
He's underwater. Help him.
Get the water guy out of there.
So, as Ali just said, moving over to the Vulkan renderer, and now that that's fully online, we've got access to hardware ray tracing on the GPUs that have support for it. And the best thing to do with hardware ray tracing would be to create a new, updated global illumination system for us to use. Now, I'm here to give you a fairly early preview of the work that we've done so far, but first off, I'm just going to simplify some things and ask, what is global illumination? Well, you can break the lighting in a game down to 3 components. First off, you've got direct lighting. That's not global illumination, but that's the sun lights in the level, that kind of thing. Next up, you've got diffuse global illumination. Now that's like a whole hemisphere, like a soft lighting that affects the entire, that takes from the entire scene and lights up the pixel. And then finally, you've got glossy GI and reflections. That's like your shiny surface glints, your mirror reflections, that kind of thing. And now all of those combine together to form one glorious penguin. Now, now for the rest of this presentation, we're specifically talking about this guy, the diffuse penguin. Glossy GI has actually been disabled in all the videos. Even the old system videos don't show the glossy GI here, just to aid the comparison. First off, we've got a video from Chris Campbell, who's going to make us look cool.
Make us look cool. Yeah, that needs some work. My eyes.
The red bouncing off onto the ceiling of the...
Very
Whoa.
Nice.
Oh.
Very nice.
Oh my god.
think I need a new GPU, guys.
Yeah.
When's the next one coming out?
That's so fucking good.
Yeah, this is like where RTX is actually fucking awesome.
Yeah.
In fact, when the hanger lights came on, looked really nice.
I just love the gradient of lighting in general. Just
There's so much
much better.
Yeah, there's just so much like paint that you can never see because like it looks like
exactly
this kind of all the time. Where it's just super dark.
That's actually a big difference for sure.
You'll definitely notice it, like when you have your ship parked in the back, like hangar open.
So next up,
because like right now the
interesting bit,
the lighting
how are
from
we
the
doing
hangar
it?
doesn't
How does the
spill
tech
into
work? I'm just
your
gonna
ship's hangar.
dig into that just a little bit.
So it'll be like a huge difference.
So we're closely based on AMD's recent paper, GI 1.0. We're probably going to build on top of that, but at the moment we're quite close to it.
This gets like super techy.
We ray trace against a simplified world so that we get like smoother lighting for the. Since it's a diffuse scene, we want a sort of diffuse, smooth signal.
Yeah, this is definitely
This
the
also
dev
means
dunk.
that we get more rays per millisecond, which is always
More
good.
rays than millisecond.
Look what we did.
And
your
we do
fucking
generate a lot of
game,
probes.
loser.
So the new system is generating, well, for comparison, the old probe was about 1 probe per room.
One
And the
probe
new
per room.
system is about 25,000
This is
What did they do?
probes that are all on
25,000
screen at the
probes.
same
Lucky
time.
numbers.
And we're going to see that now.
Oh yeah.
So here's the thing I've dramatized a little bit just to give trouble to the old lighting system. And this is what the ray tracing sees. So it's a simplified single color per object kind of thing. But then we've also got this kind of a 3D dictionary
What the
of average
fuck?
light
I'm
values,
tripping.
so that the light is kind of shared over things in a similar area.
Oh, you guys don't know about zone space light cache? Come on.
I'm tripping.
I know what it means.
I can see the code.
So going back to the scene, this is the old system. So you'd render a single image from the center of the room, blur it, and then slap it onto the entire scene. Now, as you can see, like the middle of the scene is about the right lighting, but everything else has got the middle of the scene's lighting. Like these red lights at the sides, they're basically drowned out by the table bounce that somehow made
This
it
is
across
how
the
it
room
is
through
right
them.
now.
So we want to replace that system
This is what
with
kills my
25,000
immersion.
probes.
I wanna play a game like
That's
this.
Only
crazy.
providing light to a small area around
It's
themselves.
like
What?
those levels in Cyberpunk when you go inside the computer.
And
Yeah.
then we interpolate that to provide
Wait,
like a
no, this is
smooth
actually
bounce.
insane.
And you
What
can
the
see
fuck?
already in the distance, like the red light is really bouncing up there. And then we add a screen space
little-
occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things that somehow made it across the room.
Yeah,
That's
this is
nuts. They went
So
from
we wanna
just
replace
this
that
ball
system
to this
with
whole room
25,000
is
probes,
balls.
Each one of them only
Yeah.
providing
Yeah.
light to a small
Bars.
area around themselves.
And this is the stuff that makes ray tracing more optimized because
And
if
then
you're
we
using
interpolate
like
that to provide
actual
like
like
a smooth bounce. And you can see already in the distance.
proper ray
the red
tracing,
light is really
yeah,
bouncing up there.
your computer would
And then we add a
explode.
screen space
Yeah.
occlusion pass just to tidy up the edges on things. And there is the final composite.
It's like the new
Very
ray tracing method that they put in the new Cyberpunk patch is like crazy optimized.
So, what else does it do? Well, because it's real-time generation, it means we can do a real-time
Looking
bounce,
forward
and
to
we can do
using Star
that with
Citizen
quite
to
small
heat my
areas.
house this
You can get like a
winter.
really vibrant bounce that picks up on small objects in the scene.
Oh, hang on.
And that means
Don't
that the
bounce
art
any
team
balls
can
without me. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go grab a drink.
I will
So-
also be right back. I got a big ass bag of Reese's peanut butter cups.
I need to go get some snacks. I don't have any
Oh,
snacks.
yeah.
I was gonna get like one of those big, like candy mix bags, but it's not Halloween yet, so they're like $25. There's no way.
You gotta go day after Halloween.
Yeah.
That's the tech.
Oh, chat, you want me to share? Here you go. Here, have a little nibble.
Hey guys, I'm back. I've made a mistake. Pretty big one. Hang on, I'm gonna get a picture.
Hi.
Hey bed. I made a mistake, man.
What happened?
Hang on, let me get this. I'm just getting the picture. Hang on. Where's my... There it is. So I got a Jamba Juice, right? And I went to their little bakery section, and I was like, oh, I kind of want to add some food in there, you know, get a little snack. And then I saw this thing that was like, bucket of mini dog, like pretzel mini dogs. I was like, oh, I want like a couple.
Yeah.
I want a couple of those. That sounds yum. It's a literal bucket. It is massive. It is like, hang on, there. It is fucking.
Nice flex with the watch in that picture, by the way. Look at that.
What the hell?
I've just had
Yeah,
the
next to
fiddle of
the-
it, man. Mm.
Oh, this is a fucking
that's a-
powerful picture.
Anyway, that's my
Yeah,
pen.
it goes hard.
Listen,
That's
it is a massive fucking bucket of mini dog like pretzels, and I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do.
Hey, what could be better than this?
I saw it on my fucking porch, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
It's a real ass bucket.
You don't forget the KFC chicken bucket. This is all about the pretzel dog bucket, right?
Yeah, that's a large drink, by the way. And I try to put my like hand in for scale, but
You can eat them all.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with them. I'm definitely not eating all these now. Anyways, yeah, I fucked up. I thought I was just getting like, I thought like when they said bucket, they meant like, you know, like a KFC bucket where it's like, you know, 5 pieces or something. Hey, welcome back. I accidentally got a bucket of mini pretzel dogs.
Oh, I came back with a ham and cheese croissant and pretzels.
Excellent.
Call that a happy accident.
All right, everyone ready?
Yep.
Yes, let's watch the light bounce off of the boxes.
Yeah.
Really lean into
look at
like
the middle
strong
one.
local variation
Green,
on
the
color.
yellow, the blue.
As again, we will see. So we'll do a side-by-side comparison on this one.
That adds so much
Really
light.
see, like, the spotlight's really,
Really good.
throwing stuff into the scene. This is just one light in the room. And we did have live updating, as you can see in the old system, but it was designed for like time of day changes rather than this continuous smooth view. And finally, it means that we can do things like glowing surfaces can just illuminate the
Whoa.
light without having to add special lights to fake it.
Very nice.
I'm excited for that.
So yeah, there's two really common cases in Star Citizen particularly that this is going to help with. First off, cockpit brightness. We capture at the moment the... At the moment, we capture that cockpit probe in a setup scene, and then we don't update it as you're flying around. So you're not going to get the sky color in, and you're not going to get the ground color in. And then we've got the opposite problem that I don't have a picture for this, but cargo bays, sometimes they're light, you land somewhere dark,
Oh
you
yeah, I
open
said
up the
that.
doors, and now you've just got this weird little light room with nothing spilling out of it. So
Yeah,
again, let's
true.
have a video.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, so this is the old system. The
This is
sun's
perfect,
working, but
right?
you can see there's no sky, there's no ground lighting. By the way, I've turned off a lot
I
of
didn't
the
like
cockpit
the
lights so that you can see
rocking
this.
motion. Made me sick.
And then in the new one,
I
you
got
can
mini
already see
fucking
the
pretzel
skylight
dogs
is
in me.
kind of helping a little. But then as you turn over, you get all the ground lighting.
Very nice.
Whoa.
And yet there's more. See, one of the concerns we had
Yo,
was
that
that
looked
we
like
didn't want to
Doom.
create a
Yeah,
two-tier
I was going to
system.
say.
If people have got hardware ray tracing and it's working for them, that's great. But you can't really have the art team optimizing or seeing for one type of lighting and then having to optimize it for another type of lighting.
He doesn't
and
really
having
explain
to
it very well,
trade
but
off decisions
software
about
mode
the two of
means
them.
like
what we've been
non-RTX
experimenting
cards and
with
stuff.
is trying
So
to
like
create
anyone
a new
can have
low
this.
bar that's higher than the old low bar, as well as creating a new high bar. And the idea for this is basically to take that single room environment probe system that we have been using, update it so that we can do live relighting on that, and then to sort of slot that in where the ray tracing would be while still keeping all of the other stuff, like the 25,000 probes and all that kind of stuff, can look at the old system and we kind of Frankenstein them together. So I'll show you what we've got so far for this. So this is just the old one and the new one so that you can see the problems. Like, just, it's overly lit, let's be honest. And now this is what Star Citizen would have looked like if we released it on the PS1. The sharp-eyed among you may have noticed also the ship is missing, but you know, we can't do dynamic objects in this. You'll be surprised. It doesn't seem to mind. And there we have software GI in the middle, which is, yeah, like I say, it was using the same 25,000 probe system,
There you go.
but not having to use any kind of hardware ray tracing. As you can see, it's not a perfect match. It's not identical, but it's a lot more dynamic than the old system.
Yeah, so you can see like the overlook above the hangar way better in the...
And finally,
It's hard to see, but
Nice that
I'm
you
here for
get
the max
some
settings. I don't
lighting
care.
improvement even without ray tracing.
yeah.
and finally, I'm
It's
just
really
going to
cool.
show you a to-do list here. I don't have pictures because it's stuff we've not done. Glossy reflections. Obviously, we want to complete the picture, and for that, we need to handle glossy reflections. That's self-explanatory, really. I don't know what to say about that. Secondly, you've only seen it on opaque surfaces so far. The next step is to extend this so that it can support
I
glass
hope they
and water and
can
all
just
the
make
other
ray tracing
transparent things in the game.
the default because it's way less
And beyond
dev
that,
time
we've
actually.
obviously got fog, we've got other atmospherics. We want to
And, like,
expand
hard
GI
making
to
all
make
the
sure
lights.
that it affects everything smoothly and equally.
Exactly. You don't have to
And
create...
the final thing is a Star Citizen thing. We've got giant scenes, we've got a ridiculous
Like
scale
light
on some
probes
things,
everywhere.
and we've got plans
Yeah.
to make sure that
PvP
this GI
too.
extends
Like
to handle that full
some
scale.
one area being dark on semi-screen and then bright on the
Anyway,
other is
that's
really
all I've got
lame.
to tell you now. I've been
Yeah.
Ben Parry. Next up, we've got Star Clock with Chris Rain.
Yeah, these two sections are interesting, but they're very drawn out, so I wouldn't blame you if you like 1.5 or something.
Take a look.
It does come together
Hello,
in a
everyone.
nice way.
Hi. I am Chris Rain, and I would like to show you not one, not two, but three new physics of our physics engine. And I would like to start off by introducing Star Cloth, our new character cloth simulation with a short video.
Didn't Chris
So
Roberts
this is
work
just
on that
regular play
cloth
movement. That's
himself?
actually me playing. You can see the cloth collides with the ground.
Whoa, that looks fucking great.
You can see
I know he
multiple
does
layers
some
of
programming. I don't
cloth
know what he worked
that
on
do
though.
not interpenetrate. Cloth gets influenced from wind.
Wind is
Wow.
crazy.
And has accurate collisions
Yeah,
with the
does it get air
player's
conditioning?
body.
Or like from your thrusters and stuff.
lifts up the medical gown with my ship wing.
We now have support for collisions from dynamic
Moves my
objects.
soccer ball under your gown.
Oh.
Sorry, excuse
Oh,
me.
Banjo ball.
That is pretty sick, though.
You
like,
can play football in any outfit.
This is way too sensual.
remember, they showed this like 4 years ago, but it looks not good, so I can see why they took so long on this.
What is that ball doing? I'm sorry. Get that fucking soccer ball off this live stream.
I'm controlling the soccer ball.
StarCraft supports the full range of motion a human
I was about
can
to
make,
choke on my food if
from
that thing went
fast
up.
movement
Jesus.
to extreme poses.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa. Whoa. Ooh, I caught
Oh.
a peek. I caught a peek.
Oh.
Oh my god, he's got a dumpy. Holy moly.
What in the... Star Citizen haters, real quiet. Real fucking quiet right now.
Hang on.
StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our StarCloth supports the full range of motion.
You
a
need me
human
saying
can
speed
make,
this up? I'm
from
saying
fast
slow it down.
movement
Slow it down,
to
baby.
Extreme poses.
Now I know where all the millions of dollars went.
Yeah, no wonder Chris Roberts has a fucking personal hand in this.
People real quiet after this one drop.
People real fucking quiet.
Oh yeah. Holy.
God damn.
StarCloth is designed to be a first-class member of our physics engine. It interacts with everything we have to offer, from character movement over forces like wind, thruster, backwash, explosion, to projectile impacts and collisions. It's efficient. It always
That'd
operates
be
at
cool.
120 FPS, regardless of the frame rate, and is hand optimized. It's immersive and believable. It's a realistic simulation based on physical properties. It's high fidelity.
Walk
high
away from an
quality. We want to
exploding
raise the
ship.
bar with it.
Your like cape like
The visual
bellows
geometry
in the
you see
wind.
on the right is
Like
complex
explosion
and
wind.
suitable for simulation.
Badass.
The visual geometry is made with visual quality in
God, I
mind,
want
and that does
more
not translate well to
fucking
simulation. So we decided to add
armor
the ability to
cool
use bespoke
cloth bits.
meshes that are made to simulate well, and let their
Optimization,
movement then
look.
deform the visual geometry.
They're
This allows
smart
us to
about it.
share the same sim setup across multiple visual meshes, which is a huge productivity boost for tech art. We can seamlessly blend the simulation on and off, so we can disable the simulation at a distance. Back to the
Oh,
cloth.
there.
Everything that is dynamically
Damn,
simulated
he's got
is
balls.
able to interact
Oh.
with the cloth, from ships, over crates, boxes, and even
Are you back down that
footboards.
soccer ball?
We ensured that the collisions are accurate
You
and
naughty,
believable.
naughty sports
As you can see in the
soccer
image, the
ball.
football parts both layers of the gown. The cloth itself supports self-collisions, which means it will create folds
how he
and
said
wrinkles,
both layers.
but not interpenetrate itself or other layers of cloth. The same applies to the static environment as well. The
That's
cloth
crazy.
will drape itself around the environment. So brushing up against objects will result in the behavior you expect. We added tapered capsules
Butt
to
plug.
improve collision detection accuracy. A tapered capsule is a capsule which has two different radii at the endpoints. Human anatomy is complex, and we need to accurately represent it for collisions. The traditional capsules we use on our ragdolls lead to jumps in the collision surface. Now, notice how there is a jump between the elbow and the lower arm, and another jump where the
Roblox
forearm
looking
connects
ass.
to the hands. These jumps
get this
pose
guy outta here.
significant problems for our cloth simulation. If you look at the upper torso, you can see the collision proxies are actually completely
Lego
hiding
looking
the cloth,
motherfucker.
and they're essentially completely useless.
Buff minion looking at.
So now notice the
There
difference
we go.
on the same
Uh-huh.
body represented with tapered capsules. We can now faithfully represent
Mega Man.
the hips, legs,
That's
and arms
clipping,
of the
basically.
character.
That's what he's getting at.
An additional benefit of tapered capsules is that the collision detection is
Is this the new
significantly
hitbox?
faster than with regular
For collision.
capsules.
I don't know if it's the
Currently,
hitbox
we're
or
only using
just
them
for cloth collision.
for cloth collision detection, but in the end, we'd like to use them
I
for
imagine
everything.
they correlate, but maybe what do I
I
know?
like to use that for everything.
We simulate the cloth always at 120 FPS or 120 Hertz, regardless at which update rate the game is running at. We do this to be faithfully able to detect collisions with a fast-moving character. As we're simulating at a higher rate, then the game updates, we have to interpolate the joint positions between updates we get from the game. At each simulation step, we perform collision detection,
Like
simulation,
goofy-ass hat
and
that guy's
update
wearing,
the cloth
Yeah.
sim cage. Now, if the game is running at 120 FPS, we do
Bring
one
back
update
the soccer
for
ball.
For the cloth simulation.
One more time.
want it
If the
back.
game
I think this is a
updates
big
at
deal because
60 FPS,
most
like in the
games they
image,
simulate
we
cloth
simulate
at
the
like
cloth
game
twice.
frame rate, so that's how you get like weird
Now, if
bugs
the
and
game
stuff.
runs slower, like
So
at
this would
30
be like
FPS, we need to update the cloth
accurate
4
stimulation at all
times.
times, even if
You
you're
can
running the
see
game
this
at
in
10
the
FPS.
image. It becomes apparent that we need to make the cloth run as fast as possible, and we spent a great deal of amount of time optimizing this with various techniques, including handwritten vectorization and using every trick in the optimization handbook. The effort pays off because we can
There's a handbook?
faithfully capture very complex movement and fast-moving characters, even at low frame rates, without any clipping or tunneling.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. One area that poses a significant challenge for character cloth is when multiple pieces of garments layer on top of each other, like a tight-fitting jacket that lies on top of the pants, as you can see in the image above. This is a very difficult region to simulate properly because you don't have much space and the simulation collisions have to be absolutely accurate. This, what I'm going to show you, is a very subtle effect, but once you notice it, you cannot stop noticing it. I want to focus your attention to the waist region of the character. Here we
Bring out the
tweak
basketball.
the simulation settings in real time.
Bring out the
to
tennis
see the
balls.
effect.
Start rubbing them on this fucking t-shirt.
Here you see
Oh my gosh.
a rendering with a
Gary
high-fidelity cloth disabled. And here the same scene. with
Ooh,
it
look at the
enabled.
crease. Whoa. That is fucking crazy.
That's so clean.
I know. You think of it only on like
details like that.
Yeah, like trench coats and stuff, but the fact that it's just on a shirt.
Yeah.
To be continued.
And like
tomorrow,
for a pre-rendered scene, that's
much
like
more
standard,
can be
but
seen
for
about
live
Star
game,
Cloth
that's crazy.
in the
Yeah.
character
Yeah.
advancement panel. Be sure not to miss out.
The fact that that's just those simulations are just happening all the time
Next up,
during
star
gameplay.
hair. Currently, we have the ability to simulate
Imagine for, like,
the effect of
law
moving
physics that
hair
only
with
simulate
joints
what's
that
close
are
to you,
essentially
not,
simulated
like, at a certain distance.
pendulums.
Yeah, they said they could disable it.
The
at
hair is
distance.
skinned to these joints, and when these joints move due to the pendulum simulation, the hair moves with it. This leads to a fast and believable movement of hair. However, the quality is directly correlated to the quality of the skinning, which is tedious for tech art to achieve for some complex hairstyles. Further, apart from gravity, the pendulum joints do not react to external forces like collisions or wind or explosions. So we asked ourselves, can we somehow improve upon this? And I'd like to show you some early prototype results of our research. This is an image of the raw geometry you saw in the previous image. You can see many strands of hair, and we thought to ourselves, maybe we can simulate all of these strands. This is a single strand isolated from the rest. As these are simple triangle meshes, we initially thought we could simply use our cloth simulation and simulate such a strand like a sheet of cloth. That didn't work out at all. It turns out hair does not behave like clothing.
True.
Also, the sheer number of strands and their individual triangles and vertices are simply too much to simulate efficiently, even for our highly optimized cloth engine. We realized then that our artists are actually using splines to create these strands. And a spline is a smooth curve or line through space. You could see that in yellow. And we thought maybe we can just simulate these. They're much simpler. And hair simulations need to be able to maintain the original hairstyle. You cannot have the hair simulation change the visual appearance of a character. One of the reasons why using the cloth simulation for hair did not work out at all is that the cloth only simulates vertices and they have no concept of orientation. So you do not know how the next segment has bent in relation to your current segment. In other words, you cannot easily simulate twist with vertices alone. For splines, however, that is very easy to do. So all of this together allows us to simulate the strands according to the theory of Cosserat rods. A Cosserat rod allows you to model the behavior of slender, one-dimensional rods, exactly what our splines are, and simulate bend, twist, stretch, and shear, exactly what we need. Hair also needs exact collision detection to not intersect with the head, the ears, the cheeks, the jaw region. The video I'm about to show you is some very early prototype footage of how such a simulation actually looks like.
Oh my god.
For early prototype, that's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. Gamer gun tonight.
I love the
So this is a test of various hip movements to see how the hair reacts. Hair simulation is one of the hardest things to simulate,
cool.
especially in a real-time context.
Check this out.
And very tricky to get right.
Brushes your
Brushes your fucking hair over your ear.
Simulating.
Okay, yeah, now we definitely need VR bed.
Yeah.
I just want to put my hand.
But no, for real, bring back the fucking soccer ball. bring back that fucking
the soccer ball through the hair.
Put it through the hair.
We will have characters
That's
being
pretty
able to
cool.
run their hands through their hair and have the hair react realistically.
When the
Can I
VR
put my
comes, you
hand
can
through
brush
other
your homie's
people's
hair.
hair?
Simulation next.
Yeah.
We need VR for this, yeah.
Brushes your hair over your ear. Gives you a little smooch on the nose in VR.
You'll be okay.
Winks at you with my foip.
Being a bald man, this was
Winks at you with my foot.
very touching moment for me when I made this video.
Haha, I'm gonna get it touching.
Thank you. Thank you.
My life's work
How'd
complete.
they know they enhanced the audio for that?
I think it was just that loud.
Now
Next, I
introducing
would like to introduce
Starcock.
Maelstrom, our physically
We need a way to
based
make new
destruction
players in the
system.
game.
It's real skin membrane, transparency
And
layer,
I would like to do
allowing
that
all the
with a
veins
video
to
that I believe speaks for
mixed with the
itself.
water simulation.
We're back to the water. Oh yeah.
Mixed with the destruction system, our cock physics are
Full bendability and destruction.
Can you imagine if they put this on every structure? Like within a week, every single player is just gonna bomb
yeah.
everything.
That's when does it come back? Because there will
See
be
the
nothing
water
left.
splashes?
Yeah, exactly. Like there has to be a limitation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we have armistice zones.
Can I get a visual of the global chat and the person's base you're blowing
We
up?
want players' intuitive prediction of the effect a weapon or a collision
Get 4
has
hours a day
to
to
actually
play this game.
happen in the engine or in the game. So we decided to move away from hit point pools or other abstract models to simulate damage, but rather
That's
have
huge.
damage be calculated from a physical model and from the physical material properties of each entity.
No more ships having
If
HP,
something
it's all
breaks
gonna be
off
physical.
due to its structural integrity decreasing
but what does
below
that
a
mean?
certain threshold, Maelstrom allows it to break off in a realistic fashion. If you shoot off a wing, the missiles and weapons on that wing should still remain attached. If the broken off part still has power, electric items should still function. This means Maelstrom was needed to be designed to work with a hierarchical setup to begin with, from the hierarchical representation of the geometry we want to break off to the same hierarchy on a higher level for items like power plants, lights, weapon systems, and so on. Maelstrom is persistence and networking ready. We designed it from the ground up to work with high latency situations, to persist and replicate easily.
All this little debris is going to be there forever.
Who the fuck's gonna clean it up?
To achieve all this, we gave each physical geometry instance an identifier to be able to uniquely identify it within the universe.
I'm surprised you're 1.0ing
Your Gladius wing is your Gladius wing.
I need to understand it.
We added physical material and damage properties that can now be replicated across the network. One of them, and that's the most important one, we call integrity. And this determines how much structural or internal integrity a physical geometry has. Integrity is modified from dissipating, or rather absorbing, energy from kinetic impacts or energy weapons, and also in the future from absorbing energy from external factors like extreme temperature or fire, as you've seen before. We also track which physical part or geometry belongs to which visual geometry and which high-level entity. So if the structural or internal integrity collapses, we know which visual geometry is affected and which item might be affected as well. So a power plant will cease to emit power or implode, explode. A weapon will cease to fire, and so on. To make things break apart, we create what we call breakable clusters. A breakable cluster is a set of physical geometry, the visual geometry, and the entities on top that can break off. Between breakable clusters, we create abstract cantilever beams to be able to model stress and strain. I'll go into more detail in that in a bit. Breakable clusters are hierarchical. They mirror the hierarchy of all attached entities involved. They also embed the hierarchy of all animated joints.
Flowchart jump.
I'm downloading the hierarchy now.
The hierarchy of all physical geometries.
Me when I jump on top of my ship and I collide with it the wrong way.
Truth of the entire hierarchy necessary
This
to
process
perform
starts.
all our goals for Maelstrom. This image is showing a breakable cluster graph of the Gladius.
The Gladius, the small ship.
I'd like to show one more video of Maelstrom before we continue.
Pico! Get down! Huh? No!
Oh.
The poor boy!
Oh, no. That looked fucking great, though.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, thank God. Yeah, that looked great.
Yeah, that's me learning how to fly.
I'd love to see that again.
That was some like Just Cause shit type.
That's so good.
That one little piece up in the sky just falls in the water here.
It's insane. I love it. Imagine watching people crash in the future. It's gonna be like an entertainment sport.
We needed to find a good way to easily and efficiently determine when a breakable cluster breaks. We chose a well-established model from material sciences and structural engineering, cantilever beams.
So much easier to
In
tell the story
essence,
too.
a cantilever is a structural member that has a fixed support and a free end. Forces experienced on the free end can be used to calculate the amount of stress the fixed support is enduring. The basic ideas behind that are best explained from a very simple example. If a ship were to collide with the horizontal part of the crane in the image, far from the vertical part, the fixed support would endure a higher stress as if the ship were to collide closer to the vertical part.
Yeah.
Crazy, that's
Not
like
only does the
real physics.
point of
applied.
impact determine how much stress the cantilever beam experiences, also how large the surface area is connecting the cantilever and the fixed support has a large influence on when a cantilever beam will break. In our case, this actually means we analyze the cross-section of the intersection of the set of geometry from two breakable clusters to calculate the surface area. A wing attached to the body has a rather large connecting surface area compared to the surface area calculated for the stabilizers connected to the body. We then project forces from impacts and explosions onto these cantilever beams and calculate the stress the beams experience. Over time, this stress turns into strain, and if we reach a certain threshold, the beam snaps. The result, simple, efficient, and deterministic breakability. But this is not just about ships and buildings that you saw in the videos before. We want Maelstrom to be a systemic system that we can use on all types of entities. So here's some video of some test footage of AI shooting each other behind breakable cover and Maelstrom barrels.
Imagine having a fight like the one scene in The Matrix.
Yeah.
The pillars. So notice how they're like falling in the physical way rather than animations like they do now.
True.
I like that.
Physical material properties influence damage and breaking and have a direct influence to how things break and fracture. To achieve this, we added various properties: density, yield strength, resilience, thickness, toughness.
I'm telling you right now,
This
I've
is more or
done
less
a
what I
little bit of
wanted to
this
talk
in
about
Arma,
Maelstrom, but I don't want to
and
leave without
this
showing
is
one more video of
everyone's worst
what
nightmare. You have to
carnage
define this.
Maelstrom
I can't imagine. They
create.
must have like presets, but like even without preset, or even with preset, that's so many things to define before inputting.
I feel like they probably have been.
Oh, that's so cool.
That looks so good. They've probably been like very forward compatible with everything they've been designing in the game so far.
Yeah, hopefully.
So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to hand over to Benoit.
Great. Thank you.
Ooh, audio.
All right.
Next.
I am not.
No, it's good.
this
I swear
person,
it's good.
But I'm filling in with him. So far.
Yeah, 1.5.
I mean, you guys think this is gonna change your game up to now? All these new features? Hell yeah. Okay. So we've seen updates from fire, water. We've just seen force. We've seen sun and light. So the next thing that's left to build a ludicrous space game is audio. And so I leave you with Graham, who's going to show you some of the new audio enhancements we bring to Star Engine to make it even more realistic than it is now.
Hi, CitizenCon. Graham here. Good to see you.
Hi, Graham.
Recently in the audio team,
speaking
we've
of
been looking
audio,
at how we
there's
can
a
create a
dude on
greater
a
psychological
motorcycle
connection and
outside
emotional
my
impact within
house.
our games through the use of improved audio technology. Audio can play a crucial role in the immersion of the player, and with that in mind, the audio code and technical sound design teams have been looking at all of our tech from the ground up.
There's no audio in
For
space.
example,
Next.
when you're under threat, you should feel a real sense of danger. When you're armed, you should feel the dangerous power that you hold within your hands. Earlier this year, we showed you our resonance tech, which allows us to bring the action much closer to the player, even when you're deep in the bowels of the ship and far away from where all the hits and the explosions are happening. But that's just one part of a much larger push to create a better, more immersive audio experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at some of the tech we've been working on. First, let's listen to some of our weapon sounds in action.
Ooh, fall recoil crosshair.
They're a great simulation, but we wanted to take them further and express the sound pressure, the forces being exerted. Our new in-house audio effects, particularly the multiband compressor, tuned by our sound designers, give us this result. The compression serves to illustrate the power of the weapons and the effect that they have when going beyond the limits of the listener.
Ooh, that's good.
Let's
That,
show
like,
you the
reverb.
same audio effects applied to the ship weapons, taking us from this to this.
Yeah. Yeah. I can feel it in my chest.
That bass.
Oh.
But it's not just about
What
feeling
was that one
powerful.
song?
Changes in audio can create a sense of danger, of being out on your
Listen to
own and
this.
under threat. Here's an example of ship combat.
This is the worst
Sounds
pilot
good.
ever.
But what if we wanted a little more realism?
I like that.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
For you, no sound in
Space
space.
game with no sound, please.
So is this a toggleable mode?
They're debating on how they want to do it. So they're not sure if they want to add like a
The
game
audio
option
propagation
or
tech that we've been rolling
like an
out makes it
in-world,
easier to change the
like, lore
soundscape
option.
in real time.
Yeah.
And a nice use of that technology is to provide a more realistic option.
as in like a setting you would put on your ship.
Here, your own weapons
Realistic.
resonate through
Yeah.
the hull of the ship.
That's a cool way to
Only
do it.
what's in the pressurized cockpit is heard clearly,
I like my
and the
lasers
threat
to
level
go
feels
pew
higher
pew when
due
I
to
shoot
the
them.
isolating lack of enemy weapon and ship audio.
But it's big because it's not just about turning off the sound, but making sure that like the sounds that hit your ship or inside your ship are all still
Making
playing.
these changes creates space in the audio, both spectrally and temporally, making impacts seem bigger, more damaging, more of a problem for the player. This realistic mode isn't limited to the flight experience, it's applied appropriately to the game as a whole. Here's an FPS battle in a depressurized area.
If they do make this mode a toggle, it's basically
With
gonna be a
realistic mode,
must-have
we
on
get that
for
sense of
PvP
isolation again,
and
giving the
FPS.
location a different colour and adding variety to the audio experience.
Yeah.
I'm such a sucker for audio.
Player breathing and foley are exaggerated, and other sounds are transmitted through physical contact.
That's crazy. So the sound you're hearing is what's vibrating, like against you. It's such a smart system.
That's all from us for now. We look forward to getting these new audio features into your hands.
Interesting. Okay.
Cool.
All right.
This one's big.
Hello, everyone. So, persistent entity streaming, replication layer, and beyond. My name is Paul Reindel. I'm Director for Online Technology, and I'm going to show you a little bit insight in our technology for persistent entity streaming and the replication layer. I thought about what's the best way to show you something about that tech, and I thought about putting some technical drawings on the slides, or maybe show video, like we did 2 years ago. But really, the best way to show you how persistent entity streaming works is to give you a live demonstration, and that's what I'm going to do. All right.
Cool.
Me.
So this will all be live, so please bear with me if there's any glitches. So let's keep this rolling. I think I'm supposed to press the button. No, it's already switched.
Rolling.
Before we start, a little bit, I just give you a little bit an overview of what you see here. Let me set up everything.
This is the one that I watched about 2 minutes
Sorry.
of.
So on
in
this
my
left
bed
side,
at
you will see my
TwitchCon.
client window. And on the bottom side, you will see
what?
the server renderer. So
Yeah.
for this
Free
demonstration,
watcher.
I'm
I
gonna
saw
start a
it when
second
I woke
client and
up.
just
Get him.
stopping that. Sorry about that.
So you knew that this issue was going to happen.
This is live. All right. So again, on this side,
Well, no, I
you
didn't
see the
watch
client.
those. Watch like later, and I know I know those 3 boxes.
And he just logged
well.
out because I started a second client. So let's do this again.
The boxes tell the whole
One
story.
more time. On this side, you see the server renderer, which is currently, it has nothing streamed in. I'm showing a small demonstration level. And on this side, you see the entity graph, which is our online database. That's powering what you see in persistent entity streaming, what you play since 3.18. And I also have some metrics on the screen, which shows the entity graph worker, the requests per minute, per second, the mutations.
What is a
And
shard
you also
mutation?
will see entities created and destroyed once I do that.
You don't know?
All right. So let's
My bad.
wait for my client to come up and
Don't embarrass
join
yourself
this
in front of
level.
your fucking chat, dude. We all know what a shard.
Mutation.
So the first thing that will happen when I join
got
this
you, man.
level, you will see on the
Thank
server
you.
everything's streamed in,
I was getting pretty fucking upset.
and my client get
Yeah.
connected and also streams
Jeez.
in everything on the client view. What would happen
Subsystem
on the
looking
on
good,
the
dude.
behind
Look
the
at those
scenes
cubes.
is that my player just got unstowed into that chart, and we at real time created everything for this player. So you will see
a
his
weird-looking
body
tech
is
tree,
attached
man.
to the
Server
player. You
meshing
will
is gonna
see
be
his
so
Moby glass,
huge for the game.
his head with all his
This
customizations.
is just the object container stuff.
His
We have this right
undersuit,
now.
and then all his customizations as well on the undersuit. What you also see is that this player just got unstowed and attached to a static zone object container. And this is how our zone system works. Basically, on the server, you will see 3 different zones, purple, green, and red.
Yeah.
And each zone comes with its own coordinate system and its own physical grid. And this is how we actually, on live, do zone transitions between your ship, empty space, space station, or a planet. And you will see, as I walk between those zones, I will, at real time, update in that entity graph. And this all happens seamless. So for a client, this is completely transparent. You don't notice that. But this is actually what's happening when you step in or out into a ship.
Yeah, this is the.
And this is very unique to our engine. No other engine has this zone system, and that allows us
Tag yourself
to
on
do all the
green
amazing
zone.
stuff you saw in the videos before,
Yeah.
transitioning in and out of
Red zone, red
planets
zone.
and go from the smallest scope to the largest scope. So everything we do in a shard, so this is like a mini level, like the mini PU level, is also persisted in this database.
He said shard, but it sounded like
When
shard.
we create new entities in our engine, in Star Engine, those entities get pushed
Persistent
into our
shards.
entity graph, into our online database at real
Shard
time,
mutations.
and then from there replicated to our clients. So if I go ahead and spawn a couple of plushies here, you will see
Plushies.
they spawn,
That's kind
they
of
get
bad way of
created
saying that.
immediately on my entity graph and replicated on the server and on the client. So let's spawn a couple more here. And you see this, the pengus I spawn in the other zone get attached to the other zone. And then if I go and transition,
No! I shot
they
him!
will also transition between the
It
different
hopped
zones.
over.
And the same works for
kinda cool
ships
seeing, like,
or more complex
how entities
entities.
move
If I spawn
between
this
containers.
buggy here, you will see
On a graph.
this one gets created with all its attachments and,
throw
its,
something
and
into
everything
another
else
shard.
attached to it. And this is just my
You into
small
another
demo level
server.
here. On live, we have up to 600,000 dynamic entities that get created for one
It's hard for
single
me to
shard.
believe that, like,
And this is just
bullets
the
are gonna be
initial
able to go from
state.
one shard to
After
the other
2 weeks, 3 weeks
and
of
not bug out
gameplay, when
somehow.
you guys go in and destroy
Yeah.
stuff, spawn stuff,
But-
play around, it goes in the millions of entities. So this in
That's-
itself is pretty amazing tech. The next time I want to talk about is our streaming system.
Oh, this is the
Most
part that I watched.
engines do
Yeah.
stream on
There's like a timeline of all the
texture
tech,
or geometry. We actually stream entities, and we do stream persistent entities. So when I turn on the streaming system here and I walk into this, if I walk over to the red area, you will see that the purple area will stream out together with all the entities on that server.
Yeah, this is the
So
part I
it
watch.
does not only stream out on my client, it actually streams out on that server. And when I come back in the green zone, that purple zone streams back in with all the entities in there with their full persistent state.
Yeah.
So now I
We
have
have
a
this. Just-
second
it's
player
cool to see
joined.
it,
Benoit
like
is
visually.
going to join me.
I just love the idea of going
So Ben,
anywhere
if you want to join,
in the
okay, I
universe
think
and
you
there's
see him
always
over
gonna
there.
be people
Hey
around
Ben.
you.
Oh, it's
There's a
gonna be
little
so
dynamically
incredible.
shift server.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He's
Nice.
not sorry. What the?
All right, I'm
He
going to
wanted to
spawn
do
a
that.
couple more penguins here. Because
More
the next
plushies.
thing I want to talk about is new technology we are right now developing and we are about to put on the tech preview for you to play. And this is actually the replication layer split.
This will be good.
And that's the big next step in our great vision, obviously, as you might know. So in this demo, my client and my servers, they are no longer directly connected. Actually, I have a new service running here, and that is our replication service. So my client is connected to this replication service, and my server is connected to this replication service. And the replication service, the sole purpose is to get all the entities which are in the entity graph and stream them to clients and servers which are connected to. And what's really cool about this is, let's do a little experiment here. I mean, you all know our game has bugs. It's still alpha, and sometimes things can happen.
Say it ain't so.
So let's see what's happening when I kill my server here. So this is my server, the actual console. So let's just shut it down.
Don't do it.
And yes, this is where you would usually see a 30K or something. You can see Benoit kind of froze there for a bit. And the buggy does a bit weird stuff. I can shoot those pingus, but the world is really in a frozen state right now. But I didn't disconnect, because I'm connected to the replication layer and not to the server anymore. In the meantime, I'm just starting a new server. Let's be a bit patient for it. Should come back online in a second.
How did Pingo move if he's killed?
And as you can see, now that the server came back, it restored the state.
That's it. That's the end of 30K.
So you don't get 30K anymore.
It restored the state,
You
and
just
the
stay in the
simulation just
replication layer, and then
continues
it
to
puts you in a new
work
server.
as
You
before.
play the game forever now.
So this will be
Never quit.
Will you
again, this is
teleport
very
back
early
to the
tech.
exact spot you left?
But this is
As a player,
a
or
great
do you-
benefit of what
Yeah,
we
you
have
would go
with our
back to
replication layer
where
split.
the replication server
But
went down.
Yeah, where it saved
there's
you. in
one
that
more
layer.
thing.
It's like a server for the server.
And let's
Yeah,
try
basically.
this thing again. I just
It's more of a
built my server,
database,
and I'm
so
trying
like,
to do that again.
It doesn't
But
act
Yeah,
as
it's
a
like
server.
stashing it, basically.
Yeah,
doing
so it won't,
something
like the
different.
replication
So
layer
let's
can't
first
go
go
down.
in here.
So it's just like a database. So
It just
And
records
this is my development
everything
tool.
that's in the server.
We can talk
It
about
starts
it
a
in
new
a second.
server with all
So
those
let's stop that
values.
server again. And restart.
what's he doing?
And this will take a little bit. I'm running this tool you see here. This is our internal development tool. This tool runs the entire stack of our game on this PC. This is obviously for development only, and I can do that with my small test level. But this really helps online devs and all people who work on the incredible, complicated tech we hear to be able to develop our game. And because I run everything on this PC, it's a bit slow. So let's wait and see what's happening here. All right. Simulation continues. I can see Ben moving again. Hey, Ben. However, what just happened?
What is
Well,
it?
as you can see on my screen,
I don't know.
I no longer have one server connected.
Whoa.
I have 3 servers connected to this replication layer. So what you guys see here, this is the very first version of the working server mesh.
He's server meshing.
He's doing the server meshing.
Cool.
It's working, guys. Now just give it to us.
All right. So
Yeah,
now
just
I'm
put
going
it
to
in the
explain
game
a little
right
bit
now.
how this magic works, because it is truly magic.
This is the crazy
Each
part.
server, when it came up and the replication layer realized there are 3 servers, we assigned different zones to those servers. And we said, okay, server 1, you are the authority over the purple area. Server 2, you are the authority over the green area. And the last server is authoritative over the red area. You can still see that those servers have all those entities replicated, but only the entities within their zone are actually authoritative on that server. So while I'm in this green zone at the moment, my entity is simulated on that green server and just replicated on the other server. And now,
So he's
as
looking
I
at other
transition
servers
between those
and
zones,
seeing what's happening in them.
Yeah.
you will
This is
see
crazy.
Able to
that on that green
walk from
server,
one server
I
into
just
another.
lost authority, and on that purple server, I just gained authority. And because my player was replicated on both servers, this completely works seamless. And again, let's do that a couple of times. You see on my client here, I don't notice anything of that. This all happens behind the scene. And this doesn't work only on me. Let's turn on the zone colors and the object, the authority assignment on the client as well. You can see that even entities, as they transition into the other zone, seamlessly transition to that zone.
It's so nuts.
I mean, this is like.
And not only that, I can
Chat,
also
they-
interact with
what they're
entities
proving
that
right
are on
here,
the other side.
if
So
it
if I
works,
go on the screen zone, for example, and I shoot,
It's
I can
it's
still
like the
shoot
last
that purple
hard hurdle
entity.
that this game has to overcome before it becomes like.
And I can
fucking
also
God
just
shit.
go ahead and destroy
Everything
that
else
body
you
that
can
sits on that other zone.
You can shoot the car! Dude, you could have a fucking
Yeah,
fleet battle.
Yeah.
Always fun to blow stuff up, right? All
physics
right.
objects transitioning
So there's
seamlessly
more to
between
this.
servers with
The first
no
thing I will do, let's
interruptions.
spawn a fresh buggy. I just
That's
destroyed
crazy.
mode 1.
Yeah.
When I go into this buggy, I will become part of the aggregate, and that means that now my buggy and myself will transition authority together. And this is how we make sure that my player, while he's driving this buggy, is always authoritative on the same server. So you can see, as I drive around with this buggy between the zones, I will switch between the different servers.
That's
All right.
insane.
But there's more to this. So remember when I turned on the streaming earlier? The same streaming mechanics work here as well. Like, obviously, in this example right now, you can see all those servers, they have all those entities replicated. And it's a little bit wasteful because you have 3 servers, all need to replicate all those entities. And that's where streaming come into play. I can turn on streaming here, and you will see that suddenly my purple server no longer has the red area streamed in. And the red server no longer has the purple area streamed in. So let's see what's happened when
So
I
server doesn't
drive
care about
my
what's
buggy
happening
backwards
faraway
into that
server.
red into the red zone. What
Which is
happens
what makes
on
it
that
super
purple
optimized.
server?
Yeah.
It's like when, you know, like
And I
we're
just
connected to
disappear.
like.
So right now, on this server, there's only Benoit replicated.
Purple
And
gang
Benoit,
is so
if you
confused
come
right
to
now.
me over
I
in the
don't
red
know what the
area,
fuck this car is.
you will see that now on this server, there's no client at all. And in theory, we could now completely stream out the entire area on that server, or stream in a new area. And you will also see, as I drive back into the green area, I will magically reappear on that purple server.
Magic.
And this obviously works on the other side as well. Let's get a couple more player join. I have a couple more QA in the back, so you can just see the whole thing running at live. Running in live with a bit more things going on.
They're going in.
We get out of this buggy.
They're all crashing.
And you will see on each server renderer which clients are currently replicated on those servers and which clients are actually authoritative on those servers. And you can see this, the green server, because it's the middle one, has most entities replicated. And then you can see this purple one at the moment only has one client replicated. Yeah. So yes, this is pretty much it.
Cool.
I hope you guys enjoyed this.
So huge. Like
it has been a long time to come to this point.
This is what means they can make the rest of the game.
And I just can't put in words how much tech and
like a big capital
work
ship that
we had to put into this. Big shout outs to the network team. Big shout outs to the online services team. Big shout outs to Chris to let us
I can't
doing
imagine
this.
the bugs that are going to be created, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So like, this is imperfect scenario, unfortunately.
It's been a really long journey to get to this point. And I've got to say, the team has done an amazing job. They've been working diligently for the last 4 or 5 years. We've had a couple of false starts. We finally have an incredible, I mean, the way the replication layer works and how we can spin up servers and down and keep the state constant, even if the server goes down, is, I think, a genius design. And the first time I saw this, about 3 weeks ago, working fully, I cried.
Yeah.
It's like giving birth.
We did it!
And we wouldn't have been able to
I can agree
do
with that.
this and work on this kind of tech without all your
I've
support.
been born
That's
before.
right, 100%.
Now, you guys
And your trust.
allowing us to take the time to do it right, to really build it. So thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So much for everyone, and thank you everyone at CIG that's really worked hard
Imagine being a baby and
to
just being
deliver
like,
all this amazing stuff.
I'm crawling
that
out
will
of here.
be either in your hands now or in your hands very soon.
Yeah.
And this is just the beginning
I'm
of
going into the
CitizenCon. We've
second
got a lot more
server.
stuff to show you.
Yeah.
That's what we need. Push the demo, guys. That's what we need.
Great demo, by the way.
All right.
So they said
Come on, give me that.
when they bring this online, at first they'll
Thank you,
just be
guys.
one server for
Thank you.
Stanton, one server for Pyro. So like, hopefully the bugs will be pretty minimum. But maybe server performance won't be the best still
Dan,
until they can
I gotta
split things more
digest what
apart.
we just saw. Take it away from that, Bo,
eventually
Dan.
You'll have,
You need dynamic.
planetary server zones.
Yeah, exactly.
What is
But apparently
up,
that
everyone?
demo
We are
had
back
a
here
little
on the
bit
CitizenCon show floor.
of
Give it up for that
dynamic
amazing
server meshing
panel
as
you
well.
just saw. We are
Babies
so
out here really
excited to
getting
have all
faded
that
off
stuff
one
working. We're
cheer.
here at the Atmo Fight or Flight area
that a
here at
meme, or
CitizenCon
is
2053 at
that-
the Los Angeles
yeah,
Convention Center.
'cause they
I have
always
with
be
me
eating
2 of our
Cheerios,
content
you know?
creators who are
They
going to
always
be in
be
the Fight or Flight
coughing.
later today. We got Bognagus and Lizzie. What is up,
Oh, this
guys?
part is
We're going to be doing some lightning
skippable, by the
round
way, but
questions
it's only like
about your
a
guys'
couple minutes,
upcoming
so.
stuff. First
Let me go
question,
put this food in
how's
the
it feel to
fridge.
see Atmo
I'll be right
come to
back.
life here at CitizenCon?
I gotta go.
It's so cool.
get
It's
some
this is
food
the
and,
first
like,
real
a
esports thing,
D&D
an event like this for
stuff
Star
to
Citizen, so I'm
do.
really excited to be a part of it.
I think it's a great
Later,
opportunity
Saffron.
to
Later.
actually
Saffron.
see PvP in the
Thanks for joining.
Fantastic. What's your mindset going into your guys' match today?
Don't lose, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
I'm gonna beat him.
Good mindsets. Preferred dogfighting ship.
The arrow.
Definitely the Ghost, Horny Ghost.
All right. Advice to people learning dogfighting in Star Citizen.
Nose to the grindstone. Go hard at it.
Those people
don't be afraid to join the
stream
commander,
Star
just put in the hours. It's a lot of fun, worth it.
All right. Where can people follow you guys?
Twitch and Twitter. LazyB _.
Yeah, same thing. Twitch, Bob Nagas.
All right. And a lot of tension, a lot of animosity. Say something nice about your opponent.
He's got a great mustache.
I'm gonna feel really bad blowing him up.
All right, guys. Well, that is it for Atmo Fight or Flight. The match is going to be starting soon. I'm going to cut it back to Jared and the CitizenCon main stage. We'll see you guys back here on the floor soon. See you guys then.
Starting. Wait, did Ben say he was AFK?
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Wait, what?
Hello. This feature I'm told that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it
That
several
skips
times, but this
on
time
Drew.
it will be a little bit
It
different.
skips. It doesn't change
So before we
speed.
start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you are about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the VGPU team. So what you will see here is mainly placeholder art that was either done by Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's gameplay that we focus on in this presentation. So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress.
Gameplay of?
So visual changes even
Engineering.
throughout this entire presentation. So
oh.
we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap. We will be talking here about our technology, that is resource network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network. The engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things.
Okay, that's different.
Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
The Torah.
That guy trucks me.
Pedro Pascal and Guillermo del Toro.
They got
Production
everybody.
They got everybody.
Yeah.
Damn, who else they got on the pipeline?
Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team, and I'm going to talk about the resource network. So, what is the resource network? The main drive for the resource network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about.
Everyone's
with
got
a new
a different,
system
like,
that was more generalized, easy to
mix
expand,
on their mic.
and that will support all the gameplay we actually want to do.
Pipe system's old now? It wasn't old. It was fine, right?
So it is a network, as you can see on that picture.
Maybe, but this will be
showing the connections between different items, even those inside of the
much better.
containers.
I liked pipes.
It enables specifically the relay gameplay we're gonna show right after. So
It sounds like his
we'll have a global
mic is underwater.
impact.
He just kind of jelly dumped his mic in water before he came in.
Yeah, I mean, that's
built
You should watch me in Ben's videos.
Anyways.
We fucking love Star Citizen.
He's like took a sip of water
As
and
for
not realizing
interacting
his mic was
with it,
attached.
the engineering gameplay we're so today is gonna be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
Forsen?
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities, where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is
I haven't heard a
tuning.
single fucking person
Here you are
say they want to
responsible
be
for
the engineer.
preparing your ship. Your journey did not
Who's
start
gonna fix my
yet, so
fucking
you
ship, guys?
adjust your ship
I
items
wanna kinda
based
do
on
it.
your goals for the travels.
And Corpus will do it.
Exchange sub-items, adjust the default
Oh, okay.
settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity
so
is
glad
maintaining, and this is all about damage
Multi-crew be
control
more
and
than
keeping the items
this
in
gun is now.
pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items.
Are you guys?
And what caring means is here
17,
reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do. So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game, so technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting, and now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself.
You could do this right now. This is in the game.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone do this in the game.
So all of this is, of course,
Hopefully it'll be
optional.
more
So you can purchase those items already, and in the future even assemble them for yourself.
Like maybe you can only find certain components on like ships to take on.
While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there's the Fury now coming.
Wait, what is the top
I
left?
activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed, and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is
That looks fucking
in low health.
good too.
Low health means you can still repair it. So which will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury.
Repair beams, more beams.
So it's making it fully functional
like
again.
A fighter on the carrier has to come
And here
back.
you see the debug UI,
have
the
its
health is now
components
fully up
repaired by
again,
a
and
tech
that means
group.
that it runs as
Confirm Kraken. Kraken's gonna be in this
full efficiency
presentation.
again.
Yeah, Kraken's in, guys.
And here you also see that
As
the
a
shield
celebration,
generator is at 0
we're
health.
releasing the
So
Kraken
the destroyed
tonight.
shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed. So I have to exchange it with the spare one that I collected from the Gladius.
Components getting completely destroyed. So you like you can't even repair them. That'd be so cool. Like it really makes you have to like manage things and not just click the repair button at a station.
So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way.
Like F1 racing. You fucking dock your ship and have them repair all your components.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, that could be a thing though with racing. Like, oh, that'd be so cool.
So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions, like reacting to hazards, like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first. Let's take a look at another video here. So this is the first glimpse of the engineering UI in action. It is still being worked on, so it's heavy work in progress. Let's start with looking at the item view.
Wow!
Whoa.
Oh, I'm so happy.
So you can see the full setup of the network with the relays, the green dots connecting to each other, and the relays connecting to the items.
Wow.
Color and shape below the
actual
icons should help
management.
you identify the different item types, like power plants, weapons, also helping differentiate between consumer, producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item, that means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stored, the health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states. If you hover over a relay, that I will be hopefully doing soon, you will also see that the amount of fuses that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses, basically they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. And you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection.
Dude, boarding a ship and just ripping into it.
What you might have
Like
picked
a
up
rat.
on the screen is that actually the power
If you
plant
know, like,
here
which
that I'm now
nodes are
focusing on
most
is on
vital,
low
or you
health.
can just get on and look at the engineering
So I'm
computers to
commanding
find
Simon
out.
to repair the power plant
can
to
cut.
get it fully operational again.
Hopefully there'll be more visuals.
So,
on
something to highlight here.
Yeah.
Take a closer look
Well,
at
I
the
mean-
doors. Since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case where Simon just forgot to close the compartment.
That's cool. You can have like a security guy in the ship.
So Pete destroyed the relay. We need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition, so everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So you can directly open, if you just want to open the left side ramp, or the front side-facing ramp, or the back-facing ramp.
Yes. No more like open every single door button.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Oh, the elevator too. I just realized that. I love that's not like super simplified. So like an actual engineer has to like learn everything and like learn the layout of ships and stuff.
Yeah, I
like it's not just like a repair this button, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
So we did it last year already, but
that's what makes it cool.
Let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you
like
basically pull off their helmets, and now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, the consequence is
they got no helmet HUD. So like the HUD was changed.
So as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships. Single-seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant.
Good.
So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power.
That's a smart way.
Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
I love more like defined roles. It's always good in games like this.
Yeah, and choices.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
So I will talk about
like
more functions
having
real
its own
quick.
like mini
Then
game,
you get
especially
the
if they
next
interact
video,
with
since we're a bit behind
everything
schedule.
else is going on around you.
What are more functions?
gonna be really
You've
hard
seen
to
misfires
solo
in the
large ships now,
persistent
which is
universe
good.
for seals, for
Yeah,
thrusters.
that makes
You've
sense.
seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making
should
them
be hard to
more
solo.
lethal in some ways
Yeah.
and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new malfunctions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship, or signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors.
This is a buff for EMPs.
Our mechanic's better than your mechanic.
As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works.
Don't say those three
Here's
words.
a video of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own.
Works.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
Todd's coming.
Country
You might
road.
put it out with a fire extinguisher to mix results.
How about that? Big fires can't put out.
And here we have the option of using the life support system, thrust and soda before, and just venting the area.
Me when I take my spacesuit off to RP in the fucking hangout lounge and somebody vents the fire.
Vents you.
And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment,
Venti.
has been successfully put out.
Did the Daphne's face?
You can create your own Among Us.
Okay, so let's get
tasks.
Thurston back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions, which is gonna probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah. I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are gonna see that the quantum drive is gonna be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah,
okay, man.
so.
Sounds so.
That
Why
was
sounds
something
so
to
fucking
the panic, so I even
devastated.
got distracted in this moment. So I managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, oh, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realized, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now, yeah, I opened the compartment to make it access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I did here. So Simon and Pete still tried their very best to fix it, but yeah, didn't manage to.
Yeah.
Yeah. The attacks move to the forward side.
Hey, it ain't fucking easy presenting. I mean, you get in this for game development, and then suddenly you're on stage in front of thousands of fucking people.
I feel it.
Here I noticed that the second power plant has also got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it. And at this point, we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic.
Say clusterfuck. I know you want to say
Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power plant because we're already running out of battery life. So if we would have lost the second power plant, that would have been our certain death.
Yeah, big time.
And I think at in the next
really just running a regular medium armor desktop, full set, kind of cringe.
Basically asked someone to fix the relay at the back so that we still be able to jump away.
Use the restroom, document everything that happens while I'm gone.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so we at least managed to save one of the power plants.
I hope it's actually balanced like this, because I feel like right now, like, okay, you take down the C2 shields and it blows up in like 10 more seconds, right? It's like hopefully ships take a lot longer time to kill.
Yeah, that's
this
now.
This seems like a nightmare though for like.
I think it was Pete running there.
The A2
fixing
crew
the
would be
fuse,
like,
and
run over here.
The next step was,
oh god, there's a fire over there.
The pilot trying to push the quantum drive.
But I feel like in
was too late. We died.
A real PvP situation,
and
the Gladius guy is just gonna be like, I'm gonna kill these guys until they're
show.
completely dead. I don't have any intentions to board them or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, what you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future?
Engineers adjust.
Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It will also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality. So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, Active Feature team, and the Arena Commander team. They all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing.
What?
So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this, because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander. So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
Oh.
Yes.
Whoa.
In what?
Experimental mode. It's like a new thing they added to Arena Commander where you can like test out.
And
this
like
will
on
be
what
soon.
ships?
So
soon TM.
Thank you.
Like, the master modes are just Gladius only. If it's Gladius only for ship stuff, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, it'll probably be like what they showed here.
I think it's there we are.
All right, Jared. Calm it down there, buddy.
When we started this, we said we'd have a nice relaxed pace.
That's a lot of new content coming in just the last 2.5 hours now. We are going to slow things down. We're going to take a little fun break here. We're going to do a cosplay contest, because why the heck not? And then we're going to take our lunch. So all you restreamers during the lunch, you can have time to open your mouth and talk to your communities, because I can imagine over the last 2.5 hours just trying to get a word in edgewise. So yeah, so let's go to the cosplay contest, hosted by Galactic, our social media manager, with special judges Kat, Forrest, and me.
Hey guys, you heard him. Now we have time to talk about everything.
Hello and welcome to the Citizen 2953 cosplay. All right.
I want to see who the winner is.
That's sick.
Is that the winner?
Receive your trophy.
That's one of them.
Yeah.
So someone else had an Artemis armor as well.
That looks cool. That looks great.
Congratulations. I'm going to have you stand right here. So,
Costume this year goes back to...
I can get up there if you want.
I was going to leave you along. All right, right here. Okay, right.
Is the green,
don't need to get
is
off
the
stage,
green
right
a
here's
cosplay,
fine. Okay. And
guys?
second place winner, Forrest. Who we got?
Step back, right here.
For second place, went with Hydrosa.
Forrest, who we got? All right, I'm going to have you. So, as a little
Like the
token of
numbers.
appreciation, we're also going to give everybody here on stage with us today
Like the
a
guy's
free ship
rad
that I cannot
fucking
announce
glasses.
until the next panel. So, if you want to know what that ship is, stay tuned for the next panel and you'll find out. But thank you all for being here.
Cool.
Woo! All right, guys, get your wallets out for this next one. You're gonna want to hop on board the pledge store.
No.
I'm down.
When he comes back, it'll be like more community booth stuff, so I can buy.
A lot of things in it, all at once. What was your favorite thing you've seen so far?
Fucking Among Us?
Space Cows.
Among Us.
Server meshing! No, that story Chris told is the absolute truth. 3 weeks ago, we're just having a meeting, just general, like, hey, what are you just checking in on them? We're doing a show this month. And Paul shows and goes, I have this video to show. I think I know how to show server meshing. And we watched it, and we're just like, and Chris challenged him right there. I said, hey, if you were brave at all, you do it live on stage. And then challenge him again to add 2 people, and challenge him again to add 6 people. And yeah, that's what we do. If you can do it live, you can do it live. What's the thing you're most looking forward to? Pyro? Just wait. Remember, there's a day 2. Also, you may have missed it during Chris's announcement. The Pyro Playground, which we're about to go to Dan Halbrecht, he's going to show us, is actually going to be available in the new Star Citizen preview channel. You can learn all about the preview channel and how that's going to work up on the RobertSpaceIndustries.com website. There's going to be a selection. There's going to be a lottery of people who got the digital goodies pack.
We get like a free
CitizenCon,
pin or
those people in our concierge, and of course, our selection of our most devoted testers. And then we'll be able to play in the preview channel throughout the remainder of this year before it goes to PhD and then eventually it's live release. So with that, let's go to the Pyro Playground. Dan, take it away, man.
The preview
Thanks,
channel.
Jared. Good to see you. Glad to see you back out from backstage. Welcome back, everyone, to CitizenCon 2953. We're back on the show floor. Specifically, we are at the Pyro Playground. Easily the key feature of the show floor. I want to give a quick shout out to our 2 sponsors who helped make Pyro Playground and Checkmate Station possible. Shout out to Celix Gaming and Asus Republic Gamers. You guys literally helped make the show happen. You helped make the Pyro Playground happen. If you look behind me, you see all these amazing gamers who are experiencing Pyro for the very first time. It's one of the key features of CitizenCon this year. I'm so excited to bring Pyro to the hands of everyone who's here. Hopefully, you guys get a chance to check out the Pyro Playground later today. I want to talk a little bit about what made Pyro so spectacular to bring here. And to help me do that, we got Michael Smith. You guys may know him as Bayor, head of the player experience team, talking a little bit about what it was like to bring Pyro here. How's it going, Bayor? Pretty good, pretty good. Now, Bayor, really quick question. What were your expectations bringing Pyro into players' hands the first time? I mean, it must have been a very kind of nerve-wracking thing. There's a lot of anticipation for something like that. So what was your expectations bringing it here today?
Well, honestly, I didn't really have a lot of expectations because Pyro's an entire system. So it was just, let's get it out there, let's see what happens, and see how much we can get done, content we can get out. But yeah, I have no expectations to get out of the station.
We are on our way.
Oh, what I'm leaving behind from my life?
Yeah, this goes on for a while.
You're going to need, and then right in the cockpit, we've had a 2-pilot cockpit.
What is this?
Oh yeah, this is the start of it.
Already have, and some cool stuff.
John Cruise. Benjo.
Hi everyone. Have you all had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 45 minutes talking ship. We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen. Some cool stuff that you're not supposed to have seen, but you probably already have. And some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video.
Oh yeah, we skipped the trailer.
But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
It's a ship trailer.
It was up on their YouTube, so you might have already seen it.
I haven't watched anything.
Oh. I mean, it's just a jump town ship, basically. It has bombs.
As we move into the heart of the ship, this area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs.
Mom.
And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. It's
definitely
and
Crusader.
Then, right at the cockpit, we've had a 2-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons. We've got our rear-mounted remote turret.
This is the racing music, which
And then
is
underneath
funny.
is all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb
That looks
bays.
nice, yeah.
Bum, ba, bum, bum.
And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast.
But can you put
still
people
super aggressive?
in the empty bomb slots and drop them?
I was just fucking thinking that.
And then
you
here is
absolutely
one
probably
last
can.
Like,
look.
can I ride
Oh,
that thing
why not?
down there?
Okay, that was one last
Drop
look
me
at the
onto the
interior.
ground.
You can at least be dropped. I don't know if you read the bomb.
So
Sure,
a really cool
we'll drop,
cutaway
but
that
either
you
way, it'd
passed
be
on.
funny.
I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to
the
the
QR
right
code.
place.
Get your wallets.
So that is
You have
available in
people in
Alpha
the audience.
321, which went live Thursday. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current.
Damn, Turu.
Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So, we have a
World War
timeline
II.
here from the today all the way through to today in game.
Oh.
And throughout that time period, we have
Today to
our
today.
manufacturers in law, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in game. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see, there is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that. So,
Wow.
Sick.
the RSI Zeus.
Grandpa ship.
100 years from now.
In 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released, the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing, it really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity.
That's like the one
That
thing you
being
want.
said, there's always kind of been this demand
it falls
for
apart.
RSI to release the Zeus.
Like back then, you didn't
It's
need
kind of had this cult following
people
that's
in
grown up
space,
over
you
the
know?
years. I'm kind of very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe. Visually, is something that pays homage back to the original Zeus and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So,
Wow.
do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II? Okay then. No. Here it is.
Oh.
So, we are going to hand over
Man's
to
evenly dangerous
Elwin
ship.
and Mark to
No, it
go
looks
through
cool. It
this.
looks cool. I want
And,
to show
Yeah,
it.
I like
see
it.
there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them a welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
Hi there, everyone. My name is Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
Fix your mic, man. Fix your mic.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the Essential. It's the long-range exploration version of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe.
Okay.
Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper.
Sci-Fi!
Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime. This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original design with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design with tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation.
And it's actually not a very big ship.
So that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant.
Like it's the length of the Spirit.
The rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on our planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout,
I will say
it's a ship designed for 3 crew.
This ship makes the Constellation completely pointless.
2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elwa mentioned earlier is a size 3
We need to redesign the
turret.
Constellation.
Oh yeah.
Now the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine in order to embed an EMP and a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
Look at the interior of the Mark. You see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Lets you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking your target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue, so you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you. It has less SU than the ES, it has 16 SU, and it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like
being a bounty hunter, like how does bounty hunting work with real players though?
So
if you get them
put
all,
the pressure on the target as you're chasing them.
You go in the ice tube.
Drive a design to
Well, they
stop the
said
target
that
escaping
basically you would
once you've caught up with them.
You would the player getting captured would respawn into prison or whatever, and their model would be replaced by an
NPC. Lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job. And we've covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you see, there is an absolute massive rear compared to the others. The habitation
What's the
area
point of
is
this
massively
ship?
pushed, so that
Is
we
it
don't get more
exploration?
space, but we can get
It's
way
like the
more
new
cargo in. It actually has 4 times
mid-range,
the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features
which is why I say that
2
they're
shield
like a
generators,
Constellation killer,
and like
because
I
they're
mentioned, it has
same
a size
size,
3 tractor beam to
cheaper
make
price,
it much easier to get those cargo
more stuff.
containers in and out as you actually
I think
play.
I had less guns.
What do you think?
True. I think the one less turret.
So,
but I like variety.
Last year,
so
we introduced the Spirit.
Yeah.
And if anyone that may be playing on live for the last couple of days might have seen the new ship added to the verse, the A1. We hope to follow a similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then by this time, ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
It ain't much, it's just untextured, but
All right.
The fact that they're at white box
As you guys
already
have
is
seen
good.
with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous. But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this stage, with the Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here.
Check out this,
the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in
pyro,
cargo,
like,
interacting with
landing
doors,
pad,
getting in and out of
settlement
beds,
area.
maybe in and
Looks
out of
like Star
toilets.
Wars.
Yeah.
And just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder. And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in and out a little easier. So with white box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
Cool.
So that was the RSI Zeus, the 3 variants. Obviously, the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the ship for quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit and talk about a much newer ship. We're going to talk about a cutter. Good little ship. So, obviously, last year at IE, we unveiled the cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it. In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good guarded secret that no one managed to figure out. No one. It was always meant to be a family of 3.
I mean, it's cheap, so $45 or something.
Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that
really
you're
good
already
starter
enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family. The Scout.
What?
Different paint job.
It has like red bits instead of yellow.
Yeah,
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out.
I just love it. It's like
when the
it's
original
so
Scout was, when the original Cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided
like
to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system.
No, that's the Nomad. The little, like,
and you'll
back.
see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship.
I'm not allowing anyone with these
In
to land
addition
on
to
my
that,
fucking Kraken.
we have a series of exterior bottom modifications.
But the big
to
thing
just
is
push
the
that
scanner.
flavor a little bit further.
And
you'll see here the
scanning
transition
gameplay.
between the default
That
and the
helped
Scout,
me
so you can
realize
clearly
what
see the
difference
differences.
was. Bigger
Yeah.
engine and scanner. Cool.
Yes. And I'll talk about that in a second. Because, yeah, no one knows what scanning... like, when we first saw this, it's like, who cares? Like, scanning gameplay's not in yet. But... we'll talk about it.
It's got a hat.
Cute.
On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased
No
the
chairs
space in
in
the
Drake.
rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay.
What are your little
Now,
virtual
expanding the
legs
rear
getting
did
tired?
encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original Cutter.
Yep, cockpit.
From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve.
Cool.
We're really proud of what the team has done with this ship, and we hope you like the Scout as much as we do.
Now show the other one.
So, obviously, we've got to introduce the Scout. What are the main differences between the bits? It is a variant after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to accommodate the supply of that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler, as well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately, it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3. Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that.
Yes.
So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system.
Yeah.
Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but
it's
it'll
like
actually drop a marker
away.
allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found.
Ooh, that's cool.
Yes, finally.
That's really good.
So you would want a strong radar ship to like be part
You don't
of your
want to be
fleet?
jumping in blind.
Yep.
Yeah.
And as I said, it's going to give you way
cool.
more information than it did before.
So
Some
you will need that in
examples,
your fleet.
but not limited to this, are things like...
Well, not this
what
piece of
is
shit. I'm gonna have a character.
quantum drive.
Fucking character.
Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision
So you can
whether
detect
actually
pirates
want
from far
to
away
get
now.
to that location.
Yeah.
That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait
But
for
you
that.
can't use this gameplay.
Yeah, wait, what?
I've been marked.
That hardly means fucking anything.
And before we step off,
Well,
if
you
you
guys
haven't had a
already
chance
have.
to get one of these hats, this
Yeah.
one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team. And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it. Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great CitizenCon.
Small hit for you.
Drake,
John Crew is one of
took her
those
hat.
names. Oh, fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
You got it.
So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels and we didn't want to steal their glory daily. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present, let's talk about the future. So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog. So, each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle.
Square.
All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those grey ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So, we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's the wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives, some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game we have our hands on, and we we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both projects.
We're very busy people.
And to do all that, we need to do a few things. Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2023, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got 5 artists, or vehicle artists, 1 vehicle designer, 1 embedded QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios. What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of kind of talent that we can pick from. And it should really help us to deliver some more content to the game. And you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team. Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And
2 in
with
2012.
more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff,
Yeah, me
but
and
we get more
Dave were
experience,
working on
we get
them.
more knowledge, and that's, that allows
You can
us
tell
to
those
tackle our larger
super
and more
old
complex
ships
ships. You will notice
don't
there
look
in
too great.
2022 there was a little dip, and unfortunately, when that happens, that has kind of real consequences on
2022
what
dip.
we are able to do as a team. I think less people, so less power put on stuff, but also some of that knowledge leaves us. With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably most well known, is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
What is Star Atlas?
Are they implying something happened to the Bounty Merchantman?
Basically, what they're getting at is that they lost a lot of the core team that was working on the Merchantman, like last year.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those people went over to make Star Atlas, which was like NFT game.
Oh yeah.
So like the people who were like in charge of making the ship are just gone. So now they have to like retrain like all their new people, like bring them up to speed. Because the Banu Merchantman, it's a Banu ship, so like the whole design is like way different than anything else we have in the ship or in the game.
Fucking Star Atlas.
I've literally never heard of Star Atlas ever.
Yeah, me neither until recently. But now that they went from like 14 people last year to like 28 people now. So hopefully they have a whole dedicated team, working on like getting the ship out, because people have been waiting on this one for a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I've got one of these.
Because like normally how their design process goes is they'll kind of like batch ship manufacturers together. Like last year and early this year, we got tons of Drake ships because Drake has like that certain design style. So they could just like, okay, we'll put them all together.
You own this one, Lawman?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Whoa, this is a cool cockpit room.
That's my dramatic meditation chamber.
Yeah, you're gonna say well in there. It's gonna echo.
I love ships that look like you could just live in them, like I want to just like spend like a month in a ship and never have to like walk out,
Yeah. I want fucking VR in this game.
VR everything.
What are those? Yeah, it's so alien.
I like that. That's cool.
got this because I want to be able to like sell stuff as like a big, you know, cool luxury, you know,
orgy room.
I love this room.
Yeah, dude, this is where the boys are gonna be hanging out.
Yeah.
But
Sick. Green light.
Because we're gonna have the Kraken, right?
So fucking sick.
The idea is like we just load shit from the Kraken onto this and go sell that, and that way we don't let randos onto our aircraft carrier.
Hell yeah. Create a little city in space.
Cool. I like the little spa room, but they didn't show much else that was new.
Yeah, that's
that
like they said
that's where
they got to up to 2022.
Kind of
So
grey box, some areas were further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Hyperion Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop? And you know, the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, you know, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman. But with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team in 2022, we didn't just lose people. We lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to the point where, you know, we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that, you know, we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And I would absolutely love to be stood on stage going, yeah, look at the Merchantman, it's amazing, like, it's, you know, it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments, I do see all the notes about it, and, you know, I absolutely want to get this ship out and done. And, you know, I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah, to add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly.
That are half-baked.
Yeah, unlike the radar ship they just put into the game that doesn't have scanning.
Yeah.
How many of you have an Idris of some kind?
What?
Right. So
that crowd
we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the squadron, alongside Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid, you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that.
To say,
obviously the
when
bigger
the
ship
fuck is
players
Squadron coming?
And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have Vandal, Scythe, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that.
We're not that far. We're like 900 to 800 referrals.
Right. Next.
I'm buying 10 new accounts.
No
putting in a code.
kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year we changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IEE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute a video. It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
Okay.
Timer starts now.
What are those?
A little ATV, a little hover bike.
Yeah, those are the Origin X ones, I think.
Ursa rover?
Yeah, it looks like an Ursa.
MPUV. Without its
That's a new thing. That's like a bigger.
Wait, wasn't that just the Spirit? This is a Fury?
No, it's way bigger.
That's a way bigger Fury though. That's a cool idea.
Look at the little dude in the corner.
I didn't see the dude in the corner. Wait, come back. Not ready.
in the next 12 months.
Base.
I need to see the dude for scale on the Big Fury.
There it is.
Damn. That's fucking way big.
Yeah.
That's the boarding ship.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
That might be the Zeus that they just announced. That's their Retaliator base, the modular one.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but there was quite a big ship at the end of that video. And yeah, just to confirm, that is the Polaris.
Yeah.
So, we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it. So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on like, why are we doing an RSI ship? Like, what is with that?
I want bigger ships that aren't military though.
The thing about doing another RSI ship is that we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there. And our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for 6 months, a year, come back and do another one, something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them. And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. Okay. So first up we've got Polaris, next up we've got the Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out.
Which one was the Perseus?
Most of our large ships.
That's the battleship one. That one was really cool. I love that one.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today.
I want the Galaxy.
However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable
not just
joke
like
here.
it has guns and can shoot people.
One last thing
but
to show you
the
guys.
Perseus is different because it's like actual
let's have a look at
battle,
the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
Cool. I'll have to look more into it. I don't think
Yeah, it's like a World War II battleship but in space.
Oh, interesting. There you go, Polaris white box.
Dang. Yeah. Woo. All right, show the Kraken. The problem is Kraken probably won't be for a while because they don't have a family. It's just the one capital ship. Unless they add more.
It's getting surprising out. This CitizenCon. In fact, they're releasing it next month.
It's out. Flyable now.
I like the hangar. Nice big.
It's going so fast it's hard to process the size or anything.
Yeah. I like that. Well, because you could fit like
looks about like an 890 hangar.
Yeah, you could fit like I think medium and some large fighters in there. Like a Scorpius. Cargo. Those torpedoes.
God, I want to do something badass in this game. size 10s?
No, these are brand new. So I think the biggest guy is size 9 on the Retaliator and Eclipse.
See, but I hope. God, I hope they have good like anti-torpedo shit.
Oh, I mean, you could shoot those things down.
It is the lamest way to die.
Yeah, and also like that's something that the ship people put together. It's not like actual.
Oh, did you guys see that? That was amazing! Give it up for the ship team, everybody. That was amazing. We're back on the show floor for CitizenCon 2153 to show you more awesome
Yeah,
things
there's no
you
way
guys
that
might be missing if
those
you're
things
not
are
here at the
that
convention
powerful.
center. Come
But
follow
we'll
me
see.
a little bit. We're going to go on a little bit of a journey down just a leisurely Sunday road drive. And when I drive, I take my favorite vehicle for driving, the Drake Dragonfly. That's right, it is back from 2018 with a fresh new pyro paint job that you can see in the digital goodies pack if you purchase it now from the Robert Space Industries pledge store. Check
I
that
have
out.
that in-game.
JRDF did an amazing job of making the Dragonfly look super pyro.
Blah, 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 blah,
I got the goodies pack.
Show you guys. I'm sure it's something.
Hey, what's
Here we
this?
go.
Technology.
This is last one of day 1.
Last one of day 1, guys. You hear that? One more day to go.
Oh.
Shorter than I thought. You know, we're almost gonna be about 4 hours here.
How you doing, Los Angeles?
Los Angeles.
Los
Angeles. You're here.
Angeles.
Great to see you. Hi. My name's David, but everyone calls me Bone. Don't ask. Or maybe ask me
Hi,
later.
Bone.
Hey, Bone.
So my job is to oversee all the technical implementation of the UI across the company. And if I'm lucky, I get to do some programming from time to time. At previous CitizenCon, one in the flesh, in Manchester, I talked about UI tech with my friend and colleague, Zane BN. And we were making new tools and technology to help our developers to develop their UI. So that was a few years ago now, and now I'm really privileged to share with you how this technology has been utilized by our talented designers to help improve your experience in the verse. So, along with some of my UI friends that are hidden out the back there,
You need
I'd like to
new
show you
UI.
some of these
This is
improvements
big.
which are going to help you, the players, navigate the Star Citizen universe. So,
UI.
why are we doing this? Well, Star Citizen is big, really big. There's so many unique places, massive planets, moons, space stations, rest stops, you know, there's just loads of places to explore. We have a huge range of spaceships of all shapes and sizes, and there's an enormous amount of things to do and see and people to meet, and all this can be shared with friends online. And as we've seen today, as our amazing online technology grows,
It's a dramatic
where
walk.
it takes great leaps, and our online player count grows, the possibilities become almost endless. So how are we going to make sense of all this? Right. Well, one of the main ways we do this is with a user interface, or UI for short. Well, that's where we come in, fortunately. I had no idea. In the UI guys. And we do this in loads of ways that you see already, whether it's your vehicle MFDs, or the HUD, or the kiosks, where you get your spaceship, or you trade commodities, or buy weapons, and all manner of diegetic UIs that you see. Diegetic meaning like things in the world that you can interact with.
Wow, God,
But our
diabetes.
first real opportunity
I was gonna say, like,
is
who has
through the helmet
diabetes?
visor display. Now, the visor display gives you vital information about your status and the environment around you. But this display has gone through many iterations over the years, and it's been built upon and adapted.
I need 2013
I don't know if,
backers.
who remembers Arena Commander 1.0 that came out? That came out about a year after I started, which was primarily space combat and racing, so the visor was geared towards that. And then it evolved with our first ventures into the online universe, and as all the features get added and all these new things, the visor grows and we put things on it to show you, different statuses and like tells you all about what's going on. But with all this evolution, we sometimes lose focus. There's so much we need to know, and when we need to know it is important.
So how do we
Theaters of war.
zero in on what's important and at what time?
The UI
So
panel?
leaning on this technology that Zane and I and the UI
Yeah,
tech team
and then the Kraken
wrote
gets
2 years
announced
ago,
same panel.
trying to take a
Yeah.
smarter
Agree.
perspective and rework the visor for you. So I'm not going to tell you about that. I'm going to invite Simon Bursey onto the stage,
Jesus.
and he can tell you more about it.
I'll never tell.
Simon?
You won't get to know. Uh-uh.
You want this?
You want this?
Hey everybody. Okay, so Star Citizen, as you know, is a big project which has evolved over its lifetime. Early on in the project, we added the visor, which is the display you see on your helmet when you're walking around the universe in first person. Because the game is always expanding, we often add new gameplay features, and with those come new UI. The various teams slotted pieces into whatever place made sense at the time, but this eventually meant the view became very complex. As you can see, the current live UI can get very cluttered.
Sick
We have lots of
global chat.
information competing for your attention, so you don't always know where to look, and sometimes the overlaps can make things difficult to read. So, as you can probably tell, the UI team wanted to do a redesign. We wanted to improve the player's experience by presenting the important information in a
tighter
clear
in.
way. We also needed to create a new framework that supports all the existing features and allows us to add more in future. And finally, we wanted to bring the visuals up to the high standard we're setting for Squadron 42 and soon the Star Citizen persistent universe. So how do we go about that? I believe user interface should always be a collaboration with the teams who build the underlying features. So we worked closely with them on a new layout, keeping some pieces, combining others, and maybe getting rid of a few. Once we'd figured out the design, we built a new framework using our 3D UI system, and then we worked closely with the various game teams to take all that complex data that existed before and hook it up to the new user interface. When we designed player-facing UI, we often tried to start with the worst case first, so we can see everything we have to deal with. It was important for us to keep the central area as clear as possible to make it easier for you to see the underlying game. We designed a set of regions that attach to the different parts of the view, and with each of those, we have a set of widgets that can show, hide, and stack when you need them. So, I've told you about everything we wanted to achieve, but wouldn't it be great to see it in game? Does anybody here want to see a live demonstration?
No.
Good. I was hoping you'd say that, otherwise it would have been a very short demo.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're going to show you some of our new UI running live in the game. Everything you see is in real time, but I have to tell you we've created a special mission just for the show, which is a little different to what you see in the live game. Okay, so...
Is this going to be a Squadron 42 soft reveal?
I'm going to say Bones' name a lot, and the other guys too.
This is Orison.
It's probably
You
the
go
most
here.
times you'll hear that in any presentation. Okay, welcome to the Orison Providence platform. You may have spotted it earlier, but today is the first time we've shown the new visor we developed and tested in Squadron 42. But you'll be happy to know all the UI you see today is going to make its way to Star Citizen.
Look, it even includes the Windows UI
But
on top.
this is secret UEE Navy tech, so we'll give it a different look for the persistent universe. As you can see, the display is very clean by default. Many of the elements are contextual, meaning they appear when you need them to avoid cluttering the screen. We've also temporarily hidden a couple of things so we can focus on them later in this demo. Okay, Bone, let's move into the scene, please.
All right.
Okay, when we get a new mission objective, it appears in the top right of the screen. And you can see that our first mission is to repair a radiation leak. We've done a major overhaul of the augmented reality marker system, so we can follow the yellow on-screen marker to get to our objective. At the top of the screen, you'll also see the compass.
Almost full screen.
Okay, Bone, let's head towards the objective.
Yeah, this is a interesting cinematic ratio.
We were already happy with the way the player status widgets worked, showing you contextual information about your character and environment. So we've given them some visual polish and added a few new ones. The environmental radiation here is quite high, and over time, it will wear down our suit and damage the player.
So little radiation.
Looks like we can see the source of the radiation there. I think somebody's damaged the pipe, so how are we going to fix it?
I'm gonna build my base in a radiation
we
area.
could use the salvage and repair ship.
Suit hidden.
Luckily, UEE have some advanced portable tech. Bone, please equip the military multi-tool.
Me parking next to the
Squadron 42 has various modes.
resource pickup spot and turning off the radiation shield.
And repair while on foot.
Cranking my
okay,
quantum
Bone,
reactor
let's
on.
use the multi-tool to repair that pipe. Okay. Right, we can see at the bottom left of the screen, the radiation levels are decreasing. So let's head into the scene. Go on, Bone. Let's walk forward
Come
a bit.
on, Bone. Come on, Bone.
Okay. Now we fixed the damage, we need to find the enemies that caused it. While we're on the way, you'll notice that the on-foot emissions at the top of the screen. We're emitting infrared, electromagnetic radiation, and also sound. If any of these go higher than the background levels, it will be easier for the enemies to detect us. Let's take a look at the bad guys, Bone. As part of the emissions and radar tech, we also have the ability to scan while we're on foot. If we tap the button, we can do a quick scan to reveal everything, to reveal info about anything that's in our view currently. Okay, Bone, let's do a quick scan. This highlights whatever's in our line of sight.
That's crazy if it's in multiplayer.
You figure out their names. Yo,
There's also some risk and reward to the scanning system. By holding the button, we can charge our scanner, and this reveals enemies through walls using a more powerful wave. But it does cause a spike in our emissions, which makes us easier to detect. Okay, let's do a charge scan, please, Bone.
There's caveats.
Okay. We can also see the augmented reality box outs, which give us a summary of what we've detected. Okay, let's have a look at our weapons.
So you can do this in PvP?
Yeah, that's my thinking. Is like this makes sense in Squadron 42.
Okay, we wanted to help the players see their equipment during combat, so we
but
upgraded the weapons display.
The downside of like
as well as the
quick
ammo
scan,
in the gun and the spare mags in their pockets.
you can only see what's
we also
like
now show the players'
not behind
explosives
walls.
and med pens.
And when you lawn scan, you reveal your location too.
Okay, let's fight the bad guys.
Unless they're wearing a worse suit or some shit, I don't know. Or no suit at
There
all.
you can see our new explosives marker, designed to help you spot deadly grenades, mines, and missiles more easily.
Yeah, I think that's also the idea. Like, depends on their emissions as well, and how easy they can be scanned. So like if there's just a dude in a t-shirt and pants, probably not very scannable.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. Because I don't,
okay.
you know, you just deep scan every time you get into a ship to check if there's a stowaway or something, but...
Yeah. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to balance it.
Stealth suits and stuff.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, this feature was developed for Squadron 42, so it's like, okay, well, we don't have to think about PvP interactions just yet.
Yeah, I think if they balance it for like,
Success.
you know, the more expensive military-focused stuff can do this.
There's
but
no
like,
more hostiles
I don't want
nearby, so let's
everyone
take
to
a
do
moment
this
to
all
talk
the
about the
time.
Moby Glass.
Yeah.
The Moby Glass is the Star Citizen equivalent of your
Like knowing
smartphone.
somebody's
It has various
ability
apps
to do
that hook
something
into
is
the gameplay
important for
systems.
PvP.
Like all the UI we're showing you today, we wanted to redesign it with the player's usability in mind. To make it look good, and also lay the groundwork for future expansion. Let's bring up the Moby Glass, please, Bone.
This is it. Okay. Sure, that's pretty clean. I like it. It's an improvement. Anything's better than what they have.
We've redesigned the interface
Literally
to give a
anything
smoother
else.
user experience. We've overhauled the visuals, as you can see, to make it feel more three-dimensional and holographic. This is actually a sneak peek of the UEE military Moby Glass we've created for Squadron 42. This version has a focused selection of apps And we're going to expand on that when we bring the
reversions,
mobiGlas to the Star Citizen persistent universe. We'll also have more of a smartphone feel in the PU with a wider range of apps. Okay, let's briefly talk about this home screen.
More than just
it gives
this
us an overview of our health, the environment, and even our ship.
Yeah, that's cool.
We
Like
can also check our
customizable
mission
layout.
objective.
I can see them doing that.
Okay, so that's enough about the mobiGlas.
They spend all the time making it modular,
We've got some
right?
more really cool UI
Yeah.
just around the
Could easily
corner.
do a new
And to
version
tell you a
or
bit more
something.
about that is the very talented Zane Bien.
Because I think the current mobiGlas they have is still running on the old like Flash code. So
Yeah. That
so
and
garbage.
Star Map are so bad.
Throughout human history, as we have ventured towards the allure of the unknown, we have
he
used
picked this shirt.
cartography as a key component to help shape our understanding and make sense of the world around us. Without these systems in place to catalog our experiences and to chart our journeys, we are forever lost amidst our own environment, and we are just running around aimlessly. This is why it is super important that you, as citizens of our ever-growing, ever-evolving, persistent universe, are equipped with the tools necessary to make your ventures meaningful. So, with that said, I want to show you something that I think is extremely cool. So, Bone, our next objective is to go to the map kiosk and download a terminal.
Download a terminal? You wouldn't download a car.
Let's go ahead and activate it.
Turn off your flashlight.
What you see on screen, zoom out a bit, what you see on screen is a fully live 3D representation of the environment that we are in.
Bone, the flashlight.
Yeah. You can see callouts of the various default points of interest. You can pan the map around, you can rotate it, and you can even cycle the floors that you're on to isolate the visuals of the floor that you're on.
Yeah, but how is this part
our current
modular
objective,
now for
it's
different
much more
areas?
interesting if we can actually take this on the go. So let's download it to our data bank.
I don't know.
As you'll notice, we now have the representation of the environment
that is very cool.
in the upper left corner of our visor.
That's really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm guessing that if you were to take like a scan ship and scan something, like deep scan it from outside of it and then walk in, you'd probably
Now,
have to
the
do
thing
that
that's
too.
really interesting to note at this point is not all environments will have such a convenient kiosk available.
Yeah, this is what I'm
You
thinking.
may encounter rundown settlements, or you might come across a cave that no one else has ever set foot on before. What will happen in this instance is your radar will incrementally update your map, and it will incrementally reveal your environment and save that to your data bank. So you kind of reveal it incrementally.
There you go.
So this map, what
You
we see
create
in
the
the
map
upper
as
left
you wander.
corner of our visor is not really just a map. What it really is actually data. It's our radar. And we can see contacts on our radar as we scan. And it's basically what
imagine
we have
selling your
available
maps.
stored in our data bank. So because we have the location data saved to our data bank, we can obviously access that via our mobiGlas. So let's go ahead and pull it up in our mobiGlas, because this is going to get really interesting.
And notice that he's on the Kraken.
So, Bone, I would like you to cycle
It's
between the
Orison.
different floors for us. Please.
Nope. No, it's not.
So you can see this slurping
But-
transition between the different floors and marker
This doesn't
callouts
just
of our
happen.
objective and also where we
You
are.
need to do this for areas, which means
I would like
more
to
dev
talk a
time.
little bit
They
about
didn't
the
solve-
tech behind this. What you're seeing
Yes.
is
no
not a pre-baked asset. And I want to
Yeah, yeah,
reiterate that because all of our environments can be very dynamic, and they can change. They can take damage. Perhaps economic shifts might cause changes in the environment, and we can't export a totally custom assets.
This is what I was
So
saying.
what we've done is we collaborated with our graphics team to enable us to render the environment in this way. And what it is we're actually whitelisting objects that we render and excluding everything that we don't need to render. So in our level markup, we basically have the designers and artists mark up only the bits that are necessary for the map. This lets us have a very compelling visual, but without much of the cost.
There you go.
I knew that before they even explained it.
So
I'm not
just makes
satisfied
sense.
yet.
I think what we can do at this point, what
Basically,
I want
he
to show
said
you,
maps are generated
something
based
very
off of
interesting. So
the way that they're
you might
created.
look
So
around on this
there's no
map
extra
and
dev time there.
note down
Imagine if you had a real
certain
cinematic
areas
camera, leave
that
your player right now, and you
might
went up,
look
and that's your
interesting that we might wanna
POV of the
revisit
map.
later.
Except it's a stripped of like, you know, a
We
wall
can
hack.
see some
And the
doors
visuals are
on
simplified.
this map.
Yeah, and you can even see like the
And
trams, the city
these
trams
doors
are
very-
moving around.
are
Their
entities
labels
that are called
is
out
the
on the map,
issue, though.
and they may change state. So there
Well,
can be some doors which have a locked
That's
state.
just like developers
So
add that
check
into
They
the
will
code.
display red.
Yeah.
And
Those
doors
like
that are
label
open
individual
will be
rooms.
green. And there are other entity callouts that
Yeah.
can happen in our map.
Which means dev time.
So let's go ahead and find a location
that much.
to,
I mean,
to
it's-
put down
it's-
its hidden.
No, what, adding text to certain rooms? I don't even think
Well,
it's that. It's like when they make a room, they have to make it a space,
No,
right?
guys, no, you're not listening. All right, so listen. This is like obviously, somebody said selling maps and stuff, right? So like, say you're exploring a planet or a place or a thing. Unless all the areas are predefined and existing, then this can't do the same functionality. You can still have the map, but you won't
Either
have,
players can name it themselves, or they just won't have names.
We said that like even if the environment changes, like there's like environment changes like dynamically, the map will also update with it. So
yeah, and that's cool. But my thing is just like the labels and the functionality. So I guess it would just
Bye,
be this,
Blue.
but without. Bye blue.
Bye.
Without all of the functionality, there's like one little missing piece. But yeah, I mean in general, it's fucking awesome.
we'll see how it like works. Because I mean, it's a city, so obviously they probably put these in manually.
Maybe that one.
Yeah.
Maybe that door looks interesting. Press T. So,
Cool.
what we
If
can
you're my
do
word keyboard.
is set a marker, and we can customize. We can customize the details of that marker. Now, what you'll notice as well as we set markers, there's metadata that
Yeah, but
is
that's still
encoded
time,
into
Nexy.
each of these markers on top of the
For
customized
an entire
name that we
universe
can
of locations.
Specify. So we can mark as many markers as we want in this map. And these are all saved to our data bank. And we can eventually share these markers and even sell these markers on the market. So the thing about this, we can't
Find like a
really
really cool
talk about
rock to mine.
markers
Yeah,
without going
that's cool. Very nice.
without mentioning data running.
I'm just gonna lie.
Ooh, data running.
I'm just gonna lie.
So,
False
yeah,
information.
I like their
Super
thoughts
gold.
on data running.
So you might specialize in exploration.
New mineral super gold.
Whereas perhaps a
and
miner
quadrant
might specialize
XY
in
45Z
the equipment, and they make
6.
investments in their equipment. So you, as an explorer, might be in the
1
business
million
of going
credits.
around,
Actually, a pirate ambush bot.
exploring and finding locations that are very
Yeah,
valuable.
not only is it 1 million
to
credits,
other
it's a pirate
professions.
ambush bot.
Give me shit.
And the role of these markers are very important in coming up with the data and yeah, so it's very important. We can basically, when you name your markers, you can make it as maybe obvious, or you can leave it a mystery. So you'll
Or lie.
have
Yeah,
when you
or
sell it
lie.
on the market, you could get rated
There's gonna be a
for
lot
how
of that, I don't
accurate the
know.
data is.
You can get rated, he said, like Yelp. We have like
So
Yelp
the other thing
profiles.
is we have a mission objective as well.
So maybe we don't lie all the time.
It would be very nice to be able to route to that mission objective.
Is nothing.
How do we
Never
get there?
trust her again.
That is
Never
another
trust her with
purpose
shit.
of the map is basically navigating and letting us know the way towards that objective, towards a destination. So let's go ahead and plot a route to this objective.
And that shows up in the HUD now. Oh,
So,
God.
we can see
Finally,
a line being drawn
Starfare owners
from
can find their
where
privacy.
we are up the stairs to our destination and where we want to go. So you will no longer be lost amidst all of our super complex environments. And what's worth mentioning at this point, and what's really cool, is this under the hood is actually utilizing another piece of tech, AI pathfinding.
Server mesh.
And so
Oh.
what that allows us to do
You're
is
just fucking
leverage
wrong
other
all the
existing
time.
tech to basically
Our new tech Kraken.
it does all the heavy lifting. We just make it look
Just
pretty.
drops the ship then. That'd be sick.
So because of that, there are certain cases where the path might be blocked. It might have a locked door, or there might be a fire that is in our way. The AI pathfinding will account for that. It will go through doors. It will handle
Oh, they're using
elevators,
AI for this?
and it will handle
Canceled.
fires, locked doors, and it will just handle everything. So that is an example.
That's
of
not a wider commentary
sort
or
of a piece
anything.
of
I'm
tech
just.
that we've leveraged under the hood to help us achieve this goal.
Oh, like
Put another Jolly Rancher in your mouth. Cobra
new
boy.
AI. I got
Like,
you.
yeah. Equivalating it to like AI pathfinding to AI art.
One last thing we can do at the moment is we want to ensure that there are no more hostiles in our way as we make our way to our objective. So what we can do is we could send out a ping, Bone, if you send out a
Bone.
Send out the fucking ping, Bone.
So
Damn, that's
scanning
crazy.
will also be represented in the map in the same,
I hope that's
in
not
the
too
same
OP,
fashion
though.
as it is when you're in FPS.
Okay, that
As
doesn't
long
look
as
like
they
it's not
implement-
very
We
long.
know that there's no
So
more
that's fine.
hostiles.
implement
Let's go
counterplay,
ahead
it'll be
and
fine.
make our way to
Yeah,
our objective.
ooh.
Like jammers or
Jammer suit.
Yeah,
Holy
like-
shit,
In the
that'd be
upper left
sick.
corner,
They totally
we
can.
now have
That
the
would
route
be
line
fucking cool.
represented,
Something.
our destination, and the distance it takes to get there. As we traverse this path, the path automatically updates, and if you deviate from that path, it will recalculate the route you need to get to your destination.
There's gonna be a surprise at the end of this custom-made mission they made where this platform starts to fall.
This is some smart shit that like Google spent
Rejecting route.
millions on this, by the way, and like now it's just available.
So there's our
Yeah.
buddy.
This is like from
He's flying in.
GPS and
What was that?
AI learning.
So we'll make
I don't
our
know.
way
Wait,
up
what
to the
was
carrot
it?
here.
I missed
It's
it.
you, dude.
It's right there. It's right there. You see it. What's that?
Oh.
Not possible. You can't fly
You'll
as close
also
to the
notice
worst in
the
platforms.
pin that we've laid down, as well as our marker objective called out on the map. And as you'll notice, as we head up the stairs, the floor will dynamically change as we head
saw
up
that
the
coming.
stairs. if we can get past this first bit. If we don't trip up.
Tripping. Still in the game.
He didn't trip. He got blasted
So
by the
as
thruster
we
of the
make our
ship.
way into the Carrack, it's not just
mini-map.
environments or caves or cities.
Yeah.
We can
That's
represent
crazy.
the ship on our interior map. And it's totally seamless as
That's
we
wild.
transition between.
Yeah, it's
I was
cool.
watching
So let's
something
go ahead
about
and
the
pull up our
cargo
mobile
grid
glass again
in
and get a wider
inside
view
Star
of
Citizen.
our ship.
and the guy was talking about like how he watched or he read like an entire master's thesis on like
So we are now on the
some shit
technical
just to get
deck,
like cargo snapping.
but we can
Yeah.
also see the other floors. If you
This shit is
traverse
so
the floors,
beyond.
Bone, To demonstrate it.
This map system is incredible.
Here's our cartography deck.
Notice how he could still see the Orison map from inside here. So it's like it combines
Down
together.
one. And
That's just a testament to how like.
So you will have noticed from a previous presentation,
like robust they made this
that this
because it is just
was
like
very
rendering the
similar
world
looking, right?
simplified.
It's utilizing our tech. So not only will
Thank you,
this
Frodo.
benefit you as a player, but it
30
also
month
benefits
resub.
us as developers.
I am.
Because we generalize this system so that other developers can leverage our map to create compelling gameplay. So
Now just put this
other
map in the
teams can
Carrick's
leverage our tech,
like
and we
observation
leverage
deck.
the tech from other
True,
teams, and
fuck.
it's a circle
We're
of
supposed
life.
to be.
And I think that's just too cool for school.
Too cool for school.
It's making like a plan.
So
This guy looks like this. He's saying too cool for
we've
school.
been talking
man.
about environments, cities, representing ships on our map, maybe planet terrain.
What if we could map you?
These are like
your
organs. Our universe.
Everyone in
is
this
quite
room.
big, right?
A
Downloading
3D
you
scan
right
of your
now.
entire
Only a
nude
small
body.
fraction
You've been mapped.
And you
of
don't
what our
even know
universe
it.
is.
We can categorically,
What if-
algorithmically find out what you look like
What
naked.
if? What happens? Have we tried this? What happens if we just take your mouse wheel and just zoom out a little bit? Keep going. Keep zooming out all the way out. All the way out. Let's go. Let's go. So it's not just the interior map. It's not just the radar. It is the map. It is one single unified system, just across different scales.
Damn.
And I want, at this point,
New star map. This is the new star map.
we are above Crusader, and at this point, I want to invite Emily Hansen onto the stage to talk about the map as seen at this scale. Thank you very much, everybody.
I couldn't even really tell what this scale is.
I guess we'll
We're
find
about to find out.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Woo! New star map, baby.
Velma.
Stop.
She's a doctor.
Do you want to click on the marker?
But Velma's a good compliment.
There
As
it
you all
is.
suspected, this is the star map. Yeah!
Looks great.
Yeah, it does.
I'm so excited to be here today to reveal this to you all. I hope you're
Hopefully
excited
the lines
too.
mean something.
Hopefully
on
when I zoom in, it doesn't
Now-
like.
data.
I think we all know
I think it's
the
like
current star map needed
your
a bit
mouse
of
is over
work,
this indicator.
and we've done that. Now, mapping the universe is no easy task, but we've taken some big steps forward with this upgrade to make it so much easier for you to navigate the stars. Before we dive into the details, let's just take a second to admire Crusader's new look. Bone, why don't you take a look around?
Is it a
Much
new
like
look?
the
I mean,
interior map, the star
same
map
planet?
is holographic. And this lets us add some cool interference effects and details to our planet textures. You can also see our improved player marker and that we're currently at Orison. The player and location markers have merged at this scale because they're so close together. The player marker takes priority, which is why the marker displays the player icon and color. By smartly merging with bigger points of interest at larger scales, the player marker always remains visible to you. You'll always know where you are relative to points of interest near and far. So, is everyone ready to see more?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Let's take the step back button. That's the one
The
on the
star
right
map was
over
like one
here.
of the first things I hated to navigate when I
Oh,
was
it's
So you can
fucking
see, let's
awful.
take a look at Crusader and all
trying
of
to
its
zoom in
moves.
and trying to find the fuck where I am and trying to find where I want to go.
It's probably the biggest barrier to new players in the entire game.
Yeah, definitely was for me.
That looks nice.
Yeah, so here we
That's what it
are,
looks a lot
Crusader,
better,
its moons, orbits. You can also see that labels have received a major visual update. They're now fully 3D, and this gives them a really cool perspective. Most labels are aligned to the galactic plane, and they rotate with the map. Bone, give the map a spin.
Do it, Bone. Spin the map, Bone.
Bone?
Poor Bone.
Can you tilt past the horizon, please?
Good boy, Bone.
Yes, mother.
You're doing very good on the
When we do
y-axis,
this, the
Bone.
labels flip so you can always read them clearly.
Flipping tech. Wow.
Pick up the pistol, Bone.
Where is this going?
Put the gun in your mouth, Bone.
Labels for city markers outposts work a little bit differently. Bone, let's double click on Selin now to focus on it.
Poor Bone.
Whoa. Wait, how did that...
To focus on it.
Double clicked it.
Cool.
Surface labels face the camera and appear when they're in the central part of the planet, reducing on-screen clutter. Bone, want to show this in action?
Do it, Bone. Spin the planet, Bone.
Spin slower, Bone.
I like the text. It's very clean.
Markers on the far side of the planet fade out, so they don't take focus from the locations you currently care more about on the near side of the planet. Bone,
doesn't get
can you double click on
cluttered
one of the points of interest?
Click on the interest, Bone.
Yeah, can he click on this and it's like individually
As
see
we
the
selected this
3D
marker,
train of the
its
planet
label will
really
stay
up close?
visible at all angles. So far, we've showed you that you can use buttons and double-clicking to jump to objects you're interested in. But wouldn't it be nice if you could also freely zoom out and into locations? Shall we try it, Bone? Let's zoom out.
I'll
Until I can see
try.
Crusader.
It'd be nice if we had basic functionality that was never there before.
Right.
We wanted to ensure you have freedom to move around, but this
Zoom out, zoom
flexibility
in.
requires us to be really careful about how and when markers appear. Markers need to disappear when they get too small, but also stay visible when they're still relevant to your view. This isn't simple because objects in a solar system are vastly different sizes. Think about the size of a star versus a planet versus you, the player. You're
Or a soccer
kind
ball
of
under
small
a
compared to a
med gown.
star, right?
Rubbing
Our
around.
solution is a
Orbiting
technique
around your
we call
leg.
cosmetic scaling. This allows us to draw a marker at its real size when we are close to it and artificially increase its size as we zoom out until we reach the point where it collapses into larger points of interest in the hierarchy. You can see this in action here. There's no way Crusader and its moons are this size at this scale in reality. They've been scaled up massively so you can see them. Bone, let's zoom out a bit more so we can see the moons disappear. You can also start to see Crusader's orbit line around the sun here. Before we go back to before we move on to that, let's zoom back in so we can see everything come back as we get closer.
Zoom in, Bone. Now.
Faster.
Bone.
Faster.
More, Bone.
Correct the offset, Bone.
As well as zoom, you can also pan around the map unrestricted. Bone, feel free to have a quick look around.
There's a very dark narrative
As we draw
going
closer
on
to
now.
a marker, the cursor automatically magnetizes to it. This ensures you never
Good.
lose track of what you're trying to view when you zoom in. No more zooming in on empty space.
Yay.
That's
the
what
thing I
made it so hard
fucking
for new
hated.
players. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Being
zooming
like going
into-
through the planet, I'm like, oh, okay,
Let's
I
use
was
this
too far.
technique
Oh,
to take a
okay,
closer
I'm
look
too
at
far out.
Yayla.
Yayla.
I always said yellow.
Magnetic cursor does not require us to click on markers. Keep zooming in. Bone, can you keep zooming in?
Oh my god.
Bone!
Thank you. You can see that the surface markers appear without us needing to select Yayla itself. Imagine how much easier finding that outpost will be now.
Yay. I can finally do entry-level missions.
I can finally find Arctic Mining Area 197.
As you all know, isn't all there is though. we've got a pretty big universe out here. Do you want to see some more?
For me, this is honestly one of the more exciting
Let's
features
have a look at a
of everything I've
location
seen so
further
far.
afield. Can we just pan to Calliope, maybe? Bone, let's give that a try.
Fetch.
Oh,
Find
Bone.
it. You're not finding
What are
it
you
fast
doing?
enough. Bone! You might have to zoom out a little, Bone.
I think we're getting lost. Pretty sure we can all
Bone!
agree this might not be the best strategy. So, what can we do? Bone,
Zoom out.
let's try clicking on the middle button over here. This returns us to our previously selected marker. As I mentioned, we did not select Yela, so we've gone back to Selin. So, now we know where we are. That's a step in the right direction, but we're still not at Calliope. So, we need to find a different way. Bone, could you take a step? Could you use the step back button until we can see the whole solar system, please?
Hello.
There it is.
Cool.
It's the
Bone
solar
almost
system we've
clicked
been
that one
playing
more
in
time and
for the
did a
past 10 years.
massive early reveal.
I think Calliope is one of Microtech's moons. So if we double click on that bone, we should be able to see it.
So they still aren't showing the
there it is.
asteroid belt.
Bone, let's pan to it and then zoom in so we can see that magnetic cursor in action again.
Oh, Bone.
Can you zoom in, Bone? Thank you. It's so
There's
cool to see
tension,
more
and
about
it is
moons and
kind of making me a
planets and how
little
different they all
uncomfortable.
look. Okay, so this is great. But what if I hadn't already known
I'm
where
getting a
Calliope
little
was?
scared.
Surely
Listen,
there's a
he just makes the game. He
faster
doesn't
way.
play it.
We've got
Yeah.
you. We've provided a drop-down that lists the points of interest in the solar system. Bone, want to expand it now?
Bone!
Oh my god.
We're actively working on ways to improve the way this list is presented to you, to make it even easier to find what you're looking for. And yes, this will
Just
include
the low
search
drone in the background too.
functionality.
This is cool.
She said that you'll be able to search
But
for
for
locations.
now,
Thank
Bone,
God. Yeah.
let's use this to go
Awesome.
to Ariel.
Under to see.
Wow.
I absolutely love zooming around on this map. Bone, want to find Area 18 for me?
I was already hovering it.
Oh, but I could find it without clicking on the thing.
So, Area 18 is currently on the dark side of the planet, it seems. Of course, it's not just planets and moons. Bone, how about we take a look at Security Post Korea? It's quite a long way down, isn't it? This is where the upcoming search will really come in useful. Bone, want to zoom in a little and show off our holographic model of this station? Bone, can you also drop down again, please?
Bone, you shouldn't have fucking closed that yet. You
As you may have noticed, the recent list
He's
in the
fucking-
drop-down populates as you
He's
click on
going to
locations
die
in the list.
tonight. There's Bone on day 2,
Your
Chad.
most recent selections.
No
What
way.
happened to
You can use
Bone?
this
He
to
got the
quickly
name Bone
return
for
to
a
places
reason.
In case you want to check something else again. Bone, let's use this to go back to Ariel.
Would you kindly? They call me Bone because I have to.
Okay, so we've done a lot of exploring. I think it's time that we head back. We
Good
could
job,
do
Bone.
this by selecting Orison from the list, but we also have our own marker that we can take advantage of here. The eagle-eyed amongst you may have noticed that the player marker clamps to the edge of the map, keeping it visible to you no matter how far away you go. To get back to our position, we could double-click that marker, or we could click the first of the navigation buttons to zoom straight there. Now, I'm sure many of you have been wondering if we can go back to our carrot map from the star map, just like how we got here from the carrot map just a few minutes ago. So, let's see what happens when we focus on our player marker. Go ahead,
Do that
Bone.
thing, but in reverse.
That's sick. Love it.
Yeah.
That's what we were looking for.
Cool.
Love it.
All
It's
right.
not just a star map.
So
it's
yeah,
an
here's our
all
carrot
map.
again. Being able to simply zoom
get
between
lost
these
ever
map
again.
contexts lets you draw meaningful connections between what's on the ground and what's in the skies like never before. Bone, just for fun, let's zoom all the way back out so we can see the entire Stanton solar system. It's just so cool to watch the verse open up before our eyes.
Keep going.
Don't stop, Bone. Resist, Bone. Show us.
With all these new possibilities for moving around the star map, you should never find yourself lost again. The controls are so much smoother and easier to use than the star map you're all used to, as I hope Bone agrees. Knowing that what we've shown here today is just the beginning for the upgraded star map. You saw pinning in the local map, and we'll add this to the star map before you get it.
Show us the
Just
soccer
imagine
ball.
being able to mark something interesting you find out there in the verse and then sharing that location with friends, just like Zane said. Exploration
that fucking
is about to
soccer
get
ball,
a lot more
fucking
interesting.
die, Bone. You're gonna
And we're
fucking
doing
die.
everything we can to ensure the star map is your brightest window to the stars yet.
It sounded like a pitch, you know, like this would be the brightest. Blah blah blah.
And now, let's welcome our intrepid demo driver Bone back to the stage.
Is that him? Is that Bone?
That's Bone. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Holy fuck!
Oh!
That's fucking
Star
funny.
Citizen and Squadron 42. We know they're going to make a
Holy
huge
shit.
difference to the way you make your way around
They
the
caught me
universe.
so off guard.
Let's just quickly review what we've seen.
Thanks a lot.
We've rebuilt the visor display to give you a better understanding of the environment around you. With the new mini-map, with the integrated radar and ping, and it will help you find your way around.
Bone!
There's a new Mobiglass
Literally,
coming.
look at 'em.
Bone,
It's
keep
sleek,
talking.
new design. We're improving all the existing apps, and we're going to develop some new ones too along the way. So we've got a video now.
Oh, he's sassy. I can hear it.
And then there's our interior map technology, which will truly help you understand your surroundings. Better awareness of your surroundings and threats.
cool
Exploring new
looking.
and mapping new areas.
That's really
Pinning
fucking
locations
cool.
later and sharing these with your friends.
Yeah. I think that must be a Squadron 42 location because it looks nothing like what
Yeah.
we
That
have.
was great.
Yeah, Idris.
Ooh, Idris leak.
What? That ship exists?
That's nice.
I guess it is our first time ever seen like the inside of it though. Like all the levels.
Some more of Horizon.
It's pronounced Orson.
It better not
Of
cut to a
course,
human
our
skeleton
entirely new integrated
with, like,
star map.
a soccer ball lodged in
With
its
its new
stomach.
interface and let's
because
face it,
I'm
a
about to
much-needed
act the fuck
refresh
up.
to the user experience. No more getting
How do you
lost.
get up there?
A whole new perspective.
Can we
With all
like
these upcoming
GPS navigate
features-
ourselves to the soccer ball store?
Where will you explore today?
Uh,
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Don't leave me alone in that cargo hold.
Bye, Bone. Justice for Bone.
But so they said they made a
All right.
point about how
So-
like if you're discovering something for the first time or it's new, then you're generating the map. But it looks like everything's already kind of there.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's okay. I see what you mean now. What you're trying to say before. Yeah. The things are already.
This is different than what I was trying to say earlier.
Oh, okay. Well, you're generating the mini map, your star map, because like, you know, it's like Fog of War, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so. I guess all the points of interest are there, but then
Mm-hmm.
you have to go to them to have
Yeah.
your mini map.
So ideally, in the future, like obviously they're talking about how they want to improve planet generation, so where things will be more interesting. So hopefully, we'll get to the point where like planets actually have like unique, interesting features that we have to make into points of interest, not like, you know, them deciding
Like
on their own
particular
that this is.
caves or something.
I was
with
backstage
the
trying to
design
figure out how
or
to
something that
reprogram my
you
Alexa to
eventually
respond to
map
Bone.
out, Yeah.
That's cool.
Bone, add
provides,
Cheerios
like,
to the grocery list.
Mappers and explorers something to do. That's
Bone, rescue the hostages.
Okay.
They've had it. We don't have that in the.
Jared's just like
I'm gonna
us.
find you.
He's
Yeah.
on it. He's on it.
That's it for day 1.
I'm sure that was on the
What'd you
Reddit
think?
too. Like,
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
Bone MVP.
That is a heck of a day 1. You want to do it again tomorrow?
He kind of
We saw Stars
talks
and all the
about
amazing
like
improvements
what's
that are coming to
coming
Star
tomorrow.
Citizen and Squadron 42. We saw the next step in the evolution of resource management and the birth of multi-crew gameplay. We saw the ship, guys. And of course, come on, the star map, the interior map, everything. I often joke that we're just like you in many of the same ways. We want the same things, we need the same things. We have all collectively, all 1,300 of us working for Content Games, been like, when star map, when to see it? So good. So yeah, this wraps up day 1. I'm gonna say that Hall B is gonna be open for about another 2 hours. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the Pyro Playground and all that stuff, go ahead and do that tomorrow. Be sure you come back. We got character advancement. That's Ian Leyland, Sean Tracy, Forsteppen, and Andre Perez. I really want to tell you what you're going to see, but you're not going to want to miss it.
He's
Oh,
out
You thought
of
the opening
breath.
to day 1 was hot. Check out the opening to day 2. We got Light in the first person. We got our FPS crew. We're going to show
Slow
you all
down,
the things that
Jared.
we did to the FPS combat. We're gonna take a flight with Yogi, who
Jared,
doesn't love Yogi.
stop.
It's another live demo where they're going to show you the space flight.
Jared, the god's over, Jared.
think about your health.
They're leaving. A 2-part look at all the new locations that are coming, the Pyro system, the Stanton system, and
And what?
I've been here 9 years. I got to make it to 10. So yeah, everybody, from the bottom of my heart, and standing here in front of the 1,300 people who make this game possible, thank you for joining us for CitizenCon. Come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll see you then. Day 1 was great. You ain't seen nothing yet.
wear the drive jacket, Jared. Wear the drive jacket tomorrow, Jared.
I hope they bring back Bone. That's all I want.
So this day 1 was a lot of like tech stuff. Day 2,
Bone
you're
speaks
gonna
to me.
see gameplay, and it's gonna be awesome.
Hell yeah. I mean, I like that first day. I'd say that first day was better than the entirety of like maybe last year's CitizenCon.
Yeah, it's better than like any CitizenCon. Like this is like, whoa.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd say actually definitely. That was a lot of really cool stuff. And proving server meshing is just...
Of Sandy Gardner.
The Achilles heel the entire fucking game.
Eggs and
Oh yeah.
Eggs.
I think that's all the time we have. I'm gonna.
That's all the time we got.
Okay.
That guy's a streamer in there.
Character advancement.
Hey everyone,
Oh,
it's so good
he
to
is
see you all again
cooking.
in person.
If he's giggling,
Thanks for
that's
coming
a
out.
fucking I'm cooking
So I'm
under
Ian,
the
I'm
hood
art
giggle.
director for Star Citizen.
He's art
Jeez.
director,
We're
dude.
going to kick off the first ever day 2 of CitizenCon by talking about some of the awesome work done by the character team. All right. So first, let's talk about life in a frontier system like Pyro and how this influences the character designs. So we wanted to create something unique
I like
compared
the
to what we've
backpack
seen
vibe.
in Stanton already. We want to
Actually,
give
they
a
have
wider
cool-ass
visual
armor.
palette
What the fuck?
and a feeling of historical age between the different solar systems. So this chart describes the fashion pillars for humanity. We can see where
The
all suits,
fashion
armors,
pillars of humanity.
and fashion items should belong. In terms of material
Earth,
use,
frontier,
manufacturing
Terra.
technology, and novelty. So you can see Earth fashion on the left, Terra fashion on the right, and frontier fashion right in the middle with a little bit of overlap of Earth. So essentially,
Wait, what the fuck did those
frontier
things
fashion
mean?
is
Did anybody
function
understand?
over form.
It's just like where on the
They are
spectrum
repurposed
things
and
are for
repaired,
looks.
and generally are misfits rather than sets. Outfits are purposeful by having storage solutions. This implies survivability along the frontier. Okay, let's take a look at some of these assets in the game.
my room.
I wanted to get a big old potted plant.
Yeah, I want to get more greenery for my room too, in general.
Who fucking needs a real room anyway when you're just gonna be able
I'll
to
bring
play
the
this?
jungle to my room.
I really like their like the Kevlar straps they have just randomly for like non-undersuit armor.
Oh yeah.
Is my candle still burning, Abby?
Maybe. Oh no, I just put it out.
Okay, how is it developing in the litter? Too strong? Was it?
I would say it was actually really good overall. Like when I stepped outside my room, I came back in, that the scent was still in, and
okay.
I didn't notice like any major shifts in terms of like losing certain notes, I guess.
Okay,
yeah,
sweet.
It seemed fine. Other than I guess the edges are slightly like not fully melted.
That should.
Yeah.
As it gets deeper, the heat will rise and burn those ones. But yeah, it's possible that that container.
If that ever happens, you should just take like a heat gun and just even it out, and then let it sit, and then do it again.
Yeah, like these little. This is like.
I like this.
No, it was cool and it crackled nice.
Kevlar like pouches and fucking non-spacesuit armor. What is that dude wearing over there? Like, what is this? It looks like a little bot.
The stare.
Yeah, shady bitch.
You don't have any style.
This is the suit that they gave out the goodies pack. So I have it. I got it.
I like it.
Yeah, more fashion for me.
Yeah,
I still remember
is great.
I was doing that mission with Bed, and I was looting the bodies. Like, are you done? No, I'm trying to find more clothes to put. I need my transmog anymore.
God, I love that helmet. It's so Star Warsy.
Cool.
Okay, awesome. So hopefully you guys that played Pirate Playground, you will have seen a few of those assets being showcased. So as we saw from the video, pouches and storage are a key part of the Frontier aesthetic. This drives the feeling of survivability. But from here, we thought it'd be really cool to give the functionality, but also some customization options. So let's take a look at a video we just developed internally. And this is for modular storage items on the player.
No way.
Yes, I
No way.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Small, medium, large.
Me grab gunning the pouches off you.
That's so sick.
I love it. Oh my gosh. I feel like they're building up to like a game where we don't have to wear spacesuits and armor all the time. We can be like, you know, little dudes in like civilian clothes.
Yeah, I mean, you're not supposed to wear like maybe a flight suit, but you're supposed to wear like a fucking battle armor to chill in a pilot seat.
True. They just have to build the systems to discourage that. That's all.
Pretty cool, right? So I think this will provide loads of customization options in the future. We're super happy about that. So we also created some extreme weather costumes for Frontier locations, and these also follow the same mismatched and repurposed design aesthetics.
What's up, Percussion?
Summarize everything that they've shown so far.
Now we've also been focusing on achieving
there's a
higher
shit
visual
ton.
benchmark.
Yeah.
So this is all driven by our
We just
new
literally finished
Layer
day
Blend
1,
V2
so
shader
this is day 2.
and its texture library.
Was
And we're
Jared on
focused on more
stage?
consistent wearing
Yes.
between
Yes.
0
More
and
importantly,
100%
Bone was
value.
Bone was on stage.
So to showcase this,
Oh, also,
let's look at
Cutter
a
Scout,
quick example asset.
fully announced, blew everyone out of the water.
Maps, new maps,
There's destruction, whole mapping system.
water.
water simulation. Server meshing was demonstrated and working.
Look at that, it opens.
Whoa.
That's
The
cool.
helmet opens.
I like that. For my snacky time.
Yeah.
All right. So as we saw in the video, the
Hello, my
insides of
darling.
the helmets are looking fantastic. Now this is us getting them ready to animate with put on and take off.
Yes.
Animating that?
Yeah, so like it'll
cool.
open up and then you
So
take
in
it out. So it's not
summary,
just like
Frontier Fashion is expanding the visual design palette for humans, giving a more credible feeling of age and history when you travel
Balenciaga.
across multiple solar systems.
Human fashion. Balenciaga.
All right. Now let's talk about something
Can I
different.
get the Versace
Now we're going to talk
Kraken?
about some of the gangs in Star Citizen.
Gang live.
So Ninetales have been one of the main gangs in the game. So far, over 105 million have been taken out by you guys.
That's a big fucking gang.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, they gain at that point.
So
It's
you
like
guys have been busy. Great job.
civilization.
All right.
It's like taking them
So
out
it was
to
like,
dinner,
all
guys.
right, now we're going to need to introduce a few more factions to the game, okay? So the first faction we're going to talk about is Rough and Ready. So the aesthetic of the gang was to be subtle. They're understated in terms of clothing, and they almost blend into their environment. On closer inspection, you'll notice their tattoos. These signify rank and progression within the gang. Let's take a look at a quick video.
You guys walk.
Sea nuts?
Sea nuts.
Noodles?
Sea nuts noodles.
Noodle bar. I miss you, Losty. I love you.
Delta Loda.
Burn before betrayal. I love that.
Doing poggies. I'm doing a little bit of poggies, yeah. There's some really cool stuff.
I think they look absolutely fantastic. Okay. So the Rough and Ready can be found in some of the space stations around Pyro. Now the tattoos, like I said, the tattoos form a progressive design. This illustrates the hierarchy within the gang. As a player, you'll be able to earn these tattoos and apply them to your character.
Hell yeah.
Sick.
I want to join a gang.
Okay, cool. The next gang we're going to talk about is Headhunters. So this gang is also located in Pyro, but offers a completely different frontier aesthetic. More of a wasteland vibe with lots of personality, and this will translate into the behavior types. Now this gang is currently in production, but let's take a quick sneak peek.
What were we saying, Mickey?
I love this like Mad Max style.
All shiny and chrome.
these.
Yeah.
So we're gonna become like a pirate group from Pyro Hits?
Maybe.
This guy goes to emo night.
Each one of us is gonna be
we have to
gang.
We have to pick our gang.
But what if we just all be different gangs and we just come together?
Oh, I like the mohawk on the helmet.
I like how they kind of implied, like at the
Bots are
start,
flirting.
like Pyro's not just pirate games,
Thank you,
but also
Nasty,
just
for
general
10
like
months.
frontier living. So
Wow, 10 months.
like self-sufficient
Time
people
flies.
living off the grid and stuff.
I like these guys. I don't know if they're like. I kind of want a more like a militaristic group. Just wait until you see the babes.
I want to see
I'm back
like
in.
a high class like criminal group. You know, like the guys that dress in like suits and ties, but like corporate espionage.
Mining
Okay,
related crimes?
so cosplay competition next year. I can't wait to see what you guys come up with.
Minecraft
All right.
griefers.
All right. So they're looking awesome. Now the last gang we want to talk about is Dusters.
Oh, last gang.
So Dusters are a criminal gang specializing in mining-related
As
crimes.
opposed to other gangs.
Now internally, I love the original
The other
Desert
ones
Nomad
aren't
armor.
criminal.
You can see him here, right?
These guys
Now,
are.
I wanted to use it as a starting point to establish the Dusters
I love that
design
armor.
language. So here we can see.
Ooh, that legendary one.
Whoa.
That was pretty cool.
I like the uncommon and the legendary.
So here we can see the Dusters gang
Epic.
lineup, showing armor leveling and
I'm a common
rarity.
enjoyer.
So as a player, you'll have
Yeah.
horizontal.
That guy looks at me and he says,
This will
"Prostegma."
define your role and playstyle. Then you'll have vertical
right back.
progression. This is your progression within that role and playstyle.
That's big.
For example,
Progression.
a common bounty hunter
Huge.
armor set will be weaker than a legendary, and as armor progresses in strength, it's harder to acquire. So harder missions, rarer drops, higher reputation. Now, as we're talking a little bit about armor sets,
That's like Tarkov.
let's recap a little.
Yippee.
So the
So it's
goal
not just
is that
light,
players
medium,
should
heavy armor anymore.
consider which
Yeah,
armor
that's
to
cool.
equip, based on the role they wish to fill and the scenario they're heading into. There will be also greater differences between the current armor types. So light, medium, and heavy, and this will be in protection and mobility. New armor categories will be combat, specialist,
Whoa.
utility, and support.
Yeah. I like that.
And these will define the type of items that are quickly available on the slots of the suit. There will also be additional functionality to assist in your chosen role. A matrix of armor type versus category will provide a variety of roles, with each providing best-in-class benefits. There will also be hindrances to out-of-role gameplay. For example, if you're wearing a heavy armor set and you're trying to fly a little snub fighter, you'll have restricted visibility
I like that
and
part
less
a lot.
vehicle control.
Yeah, that's huge.
Like, you should actually be using a flight suit and other things like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, heavy armor in a fucking pilot seat
So
is
in this
weird.
scenario, like a flight suit armor type with resistance to milder G-forces would be preferred. Okay. So as we saw in Ali's presentation yesterday, hygiene simulates
Me when
and
I'm
tracks
flying
the
through the fucking
accumulated
ravine.
effects of a character going unwashed for any length of time. Poor hygiene can lead to disease,
Hygiene.
lowered health,
Bed.
and snarky comments.
Also, you missed them talking about here.
Hygiene decays faster.
Missed. There's going to be greater differences for light, heavy, light, medium, and heavy armors. There's going to be like things in between those, as well as specialist utility roles, as well as attachments to like further diversify the types of things. So your armor is going to be a big thing, and it's also going to be like there's like rarities and value associated.
Yeah, that's cool.
So you have horizontal and vertical progression with armor and equipment.
Comes dirty, or wears dirty clothing or armor, and visual effects are going to be displayed on the character's skin, such as blood, sweat, and dirt. Certain usables, such as a shower, will reset the character's hygiene and clean away all of those dirt effects. So let's keep clean. Yeah.
My character will never shower once.
Jeez.
I kind of like this because
so
there's so many ships with a shower that is just so useless.
And
or like toilet.
Let's get back to a video showcasing.
Also, like
the
NPCs will treat you differently too, so you're gonna have to if you want to like, land in the city and interact with.
Justice.
More of the dusters.
Cool. Wait, his little ears are out.
Yeah, his ears. He's got a hair, he's... His role within the game is the listener or something, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I like them.
Okay.
I love the little feathers on the shoulders.
Cool look.
Awesome. So you'll be able to find the dusters scattered around various derelict settlements and wrecks in Stanton, and the dusters will be available Q4 this year.
See them this year, Pog.
And with that, I'll hand you over to Sean Tracy. You guys have been awesome. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Hello, everyone. All right, so I'm Sean Tracy. I'm the Senior Director of Tools and Tech Content here at Cloud Imperium Games in Los Angeles. So today I want to talk about StarCloth. And StarCloth was initially unveiled at a previous CitizenCon kind of in an early stage. So it's now rolled into full production, and it's used in both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. So it's going to be seen on more and more assets like some of the great art that you just saw. So what's really cool about it is that it's unified with the physical world, whereas before it wasn't unified and was based completely on character movement. Now, it's faster than the previous cloth setups, and in the end, it just looks a whole lot better. So today, I'm going to cover some of the tech, the pipeline, and we'll see some results. So let's get and see it in action.
Why'd they do a whole cloth thing when they're showing cloth again?
This comes together, but better than yesterday's.
Cloth is hard. Guys have to run upstairs. They have to crouch, they have to prone. It's got to collide with the environment. And even more difficult, it needs to hold up in high-end cinematics. Cut that one just before some good spoilers, so yeah. All right, so how's it all work? Well, cloth uses two meshes, a simulation mesh or cage, and the render mesh itself. So vertex colors indicate how it's constrained to that cage, and thus the simulation. So for example, black vertex colors indicate a full constraint. Basically, it follows the skinning. White vertex colors indicate unconstrained vertices. So the movement is determined entirely by the simulation. And then we can do a blend of gray values that is used for fine transitions and blending and fall off in between the fully skinned and fully simulated assets. So in the end, these meshes are sent to the engine where we bind the cage to the render mesh, and then tech artists can leverage some of the runtime tools. You can see up on the image that the sim cage mesh has about 5,000 triangles, whereas the actual render mesh is about 45,000 triangles. 45. So it's obviously much more efficient to simulate the sim cage mesh versus just the render mesh itself.
First it was squares and balls, and now it's triangles.
So part of the technology is the runtime iteration support, which you can see in the image above me here. That's with all the red spheres. Here we're actually painting the collision radius of every single one of the vertices, and it allows us to fine-tune the simulation without having to add arbitrary collision meshes, though we can. We paint a variety of properties, so some of these other properties are mass or displacement. In the top right, you can see an example of the old legacy implementation using pendulums. And this uses joint chains and collisions. But assets with multiple layers, like the one that you can see there, or ones like skirts or gowns, they were really, really difficult to do with pendulum simulation, but they are solved with StarCloth. So I mentioned it's completely unified with the physical world. And what that really means is that wind, impacts, object collisions, thruster backwash, all these kind of things actually react to the cloth reacts to these things, and so much more. So it's not just character movement. Now, it's a hyper-efficient simulation, and it's several orders of magnitude faster than the legacy implementation that we used before, and has a lot of easy-to-control parameters for tech art, which are compression, stretching, and bending. So as mentioned yesterday by Chris Rain, our senior lead physics programmer, we support soft-body tapered capsules, which are twice as fast as our ragdoll capsules. It's also key to solving one of the most important aspects of plausible cloth simulation, and that's mitigating the tunneling or the clipping that happens through a character. So it's very, very difficult to solve with pendulums. So with all this tech in mind, we can do really complicated assets like the duster and the one I want to show you now. So here you're seeing about 5 different layers of cloth going on and self-colliding between each other.
Just to walk around a planet.
This looks way better than what they've
Fog,
shown
it looks cool
so far.
though.
Yeah.
It's reacting to the planet wind, which is always changing.
Think about the machinima guys.
On the front, there's a big leather apron. So this one's actually a lot heavier, and it moves a lot differently than the cloth on the back.
Yeah, baby face.
That's great.
So he's walking into the wind here. And in the end, as I mentioned, it just looks a whole lot better.
Very cool.
So with that, I want to hand you off to my friend, Andre Piers, who's going to talk about hair.
Again?
Hair.
Hi, everyone.
There's no clothing in here.
We're going to talk about strands again of hair.
How many of you
This
are actually
comes together
excited that we're getting
much
new
better
hair into the verse?
than the last one did.
That's good.
All right.
Puts my
He does
hands
get a
out
little
hair.
techie though, so.
I'm Andre. I'm the lead artist in our recently formed hair department. We branched out from the character art team and created this department. And it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you and tell you that we're damn proud of what we achieved. It's been a long road, but definitely worth it, okay? Now, we're going to start by just looking at the most impactful changes that we have in our workflow, okay? Bit of a technicality part. Then you're going to get to look at the benchmark assets we have created, okay? And from there, we're going to take a glimpse into the future of what hair could be with a more diverse hairstyle, where we're trying to run away a little bit from the military look that was driven mostly by what Squadron 42 was, so because we did a lot of work with that as well. And yeah, from there, as a last note, I'll have a special announcement for you guys, okay? Don't want to spoil it, but you stick around, you're going to love what we have, okay?
Oh, guys.
So, first thing I wanted to note, very simply, okay? Hair for games is hard. It's really hard. Oh, by the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets in the persistent universe?
Nice.
This looks so
Fully
nice.
rendered in our
Sweet.
engine, okay? Game-ready, performant, ready to be shipped, okay? So, hair is really hard, like I was saying. It is a AAA challenge, basically. You see games that get it, games that don't. Some of them get it more or less. Either way, for us, the challenge is the same. We're not different, and the challenge is real. With the scope of Star Citizen, like day-night cycles, all these light shafts, all this MMO, people running around with the hairs, a lot of motion, a lot of fast-paced movement. Yeah, it is hard. But the best thing is, we have arrived, okay? It is, yeah, clap. It is, it doesn't end here, okay? Yeah. It does not end here, okay? It's the nature of CIG. We just keep pushing the boundaries. But like I said, we're really proud of what we're showing you here today. So let's dive in what we made all this possible, okay? On a high note, on a high level, basically, a successful hair requires 3 fundamental elements, okay? There's the texture, there's the placement, and there's also the shader. If one of these elements fails, all of them do, okay? So it's basically, you can have a great texture, great placement. If your shader is wrong, no go, really. And the same if the texture fails or if the placement fails. So really vital, really important that everything works together. But the good thing is, by breaking down the hair into these 3 parts, it also allows us to actually go deep into each of them and push the quality up. Or like Chris Roberts would say, bring the high fidelity, right? So, on the texture end, there was a lot of changes. What you see on the top there, the common approach of a AAA game would be to have true black, true white on a transparency map, a bit of taper on the tips and roots, and call it a day. That's what happens in 99% of the games. Now at CIG, we went a bit further than that. We tested all the thicknesses that were actually
once again
reasonable to test, of course.
Yeah, it's just
and we came to a realization.
Look what we did.
The hair doesn't need to be thin enough.
Oh, yeah.
It just needs to look thin. We
Reasonable
do need it to
people
be
would have stopped
thicker
there.
enough, thicker than real life hair, because if you take one of your hairs, you see it's really thin, right? So it does need to be renderable. That means if it's really thin, it would be sub-pixel rendered at some point. With the motion and all that, we will get a lot of artifacts. And so that would be a no-go. We do need it to be thicker than in real life. But can we make it look thin? That was the question. So we came to the realization that from hair, or from scalp to hair, and from hair to the background, so these 2 points, the transition points, are the most important ones for the hair. So we aggressively tapered the tips, which is what you see over there, and added a gradient to it. So no longer true black and true white. Now, this is a lot of technicality. You will see practical examples of this, but that allowed us to have smooth transitions and basically achieve the result we expected. On the placement side, we came up with hair libraries, basically. Now, I could be here all day talking about hair libraries, okay? Because I'm a very technical person, and if you see me around the venue, feel free, I'm Andre. You can just come and talk to me about this. I'm not going to bother you all that for 1 hour about this, but I'm going to give you a very quick example that you all can relate. So imagine in real life, you have a construction business, and you could make 1 wall, 1 roof, one floor, and 1 window. You make it all work together, and from there, you're not only building your house, you're actually building the whole town, and then the whole state, and then eventually the old universe, right? That's what air libraries are. Obviously, the result, if you could do that, it would be much cheaper, much faster, and above all, you wouldn't have a fruit salad of assets, which was what we had in the hair not too long ago. And by fruit salad, I mean several artists working through the years, each one of them applying their own workflow. Everybody's at different levels of quality, of course, different minds, different ways of seeing the same problem. So at the end of the day, fruit salad, right? And we wanted uniform quality. So for that, air libraries are a great solution. We also decreased the time of production of hairs. So it was taking us 20 to 40 days to create 1 hairstyle per artist, okay? Right now, it's going from like 3 to 5, 7 days per hairstyle, which is great news, okay? So yeah, that was a major achievement. Cool. So hair libraries.
He heard you.
We love it. It's not just picking up a texture and putting it there. If you do that, like you need to actually see the scope. Gladly, we have some of the best artists in the world on hair working with us, so we managed to achieve these at the scope that we wanted. Now, on the shader side, there was plenty of changes as well. Some of them are very techy, very, very cool as well. I'm going to run through fast through some of them so you guys can understand the scope of what we're dealing with. But let's just understand, like, at bake time, so bake time is prior to runtime. Runtime is where the game runs. Bake time, we're preparing the asset to actually put it in the engine. At bake time, we calculate the custom normal and we store it per vertex. So each vertex gets a custom normal. That makes, in a practical sense, for those who are not too technical, it basically makes the card, the air card, not look like a card. So the normals is help with the way the light reflects. We kind of do more smoke and mirrors on it and make it look not like a card by just baking it that way.
Okay, I believe him. Let's go.
On the ambient occlusion,
I'm not convinced yet.
any occlusions onto the color channels of the vertices as well.
That's
Now,
hair.
each vertex on a mesh in any game has
is it
a color
though?
to it, okay? You might use it or not. Imagine in a car, you have a trunk. You can use it or not. It's up to you.
That's
You don't-
that's
it's
hair.
not
The
silly to
length
use
of
it
the
however you
card,
want. Of course, if you
gradient.
have a luggage,
You
put it
got
there, or you can
the
actually wear it. Now, we decided to use
custom.
it because it was free.
Yeah, but look at custom normal. Don't want to get to cut like that.
Fuck.
These two occlusions work this way.
I mean,
light hair is like a blonde hair.
this
obviously
looks
it's
like a
more
Ghost
shadowing,
Hunters
then it's dark
episode.
hair, right?
Ghost
And so we
Adventures.
score two. The length of the card is now baked onto the last one. And
He's
that gives
almost
us
done
a
with the
metric
tech
of where
stuff.
cards
He'll
start
show
and
the
ends and allows
practical
a lot of cool things you're going to see on the videos I'm about to
applications
show. So, one last thing before we can start looking at videos.
Pulling hair.
And this is really creative. Total credit for the people, for the tools programmers. I personally had nothing to do with this. This was already at CIG when I joined. It's absolutely amazing. So, we have an hairstyle that was ready, that you can see over there. And we have a hair cap. An hair cap is basically a mesh on top of the character's head, which is invisible, transparent. It is just there. Sometimes we use it for shadowing. That thing has an UV. And so we project the hair, or where the hair starts, onto that UV, and gives us that image that you see on the middle, right?
Okay.
And so we now have a 2D space that relates to a 3D location. Meaning
Yes.
that if I want to have hair like
Yes.
mine, which is white on the sides and dark on the top,
Praise
I
this
could just
fucking
paint
hair.
this spot and get it white on one side and then dark on the top.
I mean, it is really good. It
An
looks
insane
fucking
advancement
awesome.
because
And
cards normally are stacked on top of each other. So
Oh, you
when an
haven't
artist
seen
is placing
anything
cards,
yet.
if you paint one card to
I'm
make
glad
it
he's
white
so
here, well, it's going to be
detailed.
stacked
It
on
needs
top
to be
of the
this
other. You're
detailed,
going to
but-
get spots all over the place
Well, we can skip
and no
ahead.
control
We
over it.
fucking-
So this
Shut
allows
up.
us to give control.
Shut up.
What you see on the last image is the possible results.
Like 10
For
more
example,
seconds and
now,
he'll get to the
I
good
can
stuff.
paint one
Bone,
side of
tell me about the
of
hair.
my 2D representation of my 3D
Yeah, we need
space
Bone in here.
and get this possible
I miss
result,
Bone.
which is pretty amazing. So,
Cool.
Okay, now show us the videos.
next video,
Too
we're
small
going to take a
for
look
me.
at
Yeah,
how to
yeah,
tools,
yeah,
okay? This is
yeah.
not the way it's going to be exposed to you guys in the character customizer. You'll know more about that later, okay? This is the tools we use to, we are able to actually create the hairstyles. So let's take a look at this video.
Yay.
Melanin value. Cool. Like
Cool. Fuck yeah.
You have the full range, so you can go for full white. These are melanin ranges, so realistic ranges. Fully white up to black. Obviously, you can go redhead as well.
Me waiting for Squadron 42.
You also have the dye feature, where you can see all the things we talked about implemented.
With my hair
You can go
color.
a bit more wild on this.
Ooh, girl, you gotta get those. I don't know. Gotta get those roots.
Whoa, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Dude, it'd be cool if they could do that like in real time though. Think about like
And
go
this
to
is
like a
why
hairdresser or
important, the
something.
length of the card
Yeah.
is stored in those vertex.
You spray painting your friend's
And
hair.
obviously you can fade it as
Stays.
well as much as you do. So all the possible combinations between the realistic melanin ranges and the dye layer, okay? This is how the occlusion is working, so you can see these shadowings, creating more negative spaces, more structure to the hair. And if you look at the temporal line here, you can see how this pixel depth of set helps us with the transitions as well.
Yeah, the hair
Cool.
looks just way more realistic than we have now. It's crazy.
By the way, did I tell you these are actually game-ready assets, ready to go to PU?
That's really
Put them in.
Yeah, you can't just say that and then
now
not
that
put
we
Sorry,
understand
we'll
a
put
bit
that in
better
3.33.
how the hair is
Yeah.
working, that's why the boring part that I told you just before, you can examine these images with a bit more of an informed opinion. That is basically the example. Now, that's all very exciting, but we want to show you hairstyles that are actually...
Here's my question. They showed that whole thing about the hair physics. This hair going back behind the ears, part of the hairstyle, but surely the instant you do anything in the game, that's going to be undone. So it staying there is kind of unrealistic.
I feel like they might have like a hook point or something, like a constraint. So like only maybe the bottom of the hair moves, or I don't know. There's like certain limitations or.
I mean, earlier
Who
they were
knows?
demonstrating like the whole strand was being manipulated, right? So
They did say that the hair physics was still, early prototype. So I'm sure they got to figure
Sure.
out like, okay, what's the
Yeah.
how's it gonna look when you're trying to like actually like, use certain hairstyles and stuff.
Yeah.
In Star Engine and working. So that's the video we're going to take a look next, okay?
Cool, cool. I like it. This is the new faces too, right?
Yeah, the face and stuff, it look way better.
That looks really good.
Yeah, I always felt like hair was like the one thing that was super lacking. Like it always stood out so much, like how weird it looks. But this looks so good.
I saw more hairstyles too. It wasn't really.
That's good volume on that.
So angelic.
New mohawk.
Yeah, that looks great. Probably the
Look at the
mohawk I'll
scar.
use. Yeah, the scars look great.
Not just like on his face, but like on his scalp too. Like takes away the from the hair. I wonder if that's like dynamic.
Space Karen.
Space Karen. Always like the undercuts.
Yeah. The way that the skin shows through on the shaved portion is good.
You skip like 3 hours ahead and it's still this like spinning head there.
Ain't no way that guy has this full ass head of hair.
It's
Old
the future,
man.
dude. Ooh. I added a guitar to the song in the background.
So you're like, ooh, hair. Like, ooh, guitar. What kind of grooving?
She matched her eyeshadow with it too.
Great, guys. So I can see by your feedback that you really enjoyed the dye, so I'm going to try and direct things that way next time.
Thank you, Jordan.
Pretty cool.
My hair.
Yeah, yeah,
then,
these are
hair's
game
cool,
ready assets
man.
as well.
Get
Now,
over
like I
it. Hair's
promised
cool.
you,
Yeah.
we're trying to make this diverse and get away a little bit from this type of hairstyles you just see now, which is a bit more military. And for that, we'll have the next video. Now, it's important for you to understand if there's any 3D
Just
artists,
want every character to be bald or
artists
something.
out there, you will know. Some of the hairstyles you're going to see next are some of the hardest things you can do in hair for games.
Wow.
In a practical sense, if you can do what is going to
No
be shown
fucking
next
way.
and render it at 60 frames per second on an MMO, you can do pretty much anything. Okay?
Anything?
It's our glimpse into the future of what type of diversity we want to achieve. We're not only going for this style, but just showing you that if this style is one of the directions, then the full range will come. I hope you enjoy.
You can do anything. Looks pretty good.
Hopefully they can finally get Shipachenko's hair and like the lady that the lady that's like in the back alleys of Area 18 who has like the hood. She's the mission giver. She was supposed to have like this really elaborate like braid hairstyle. But they just put a hood over her head and called it good. So
easy. How the fuck you even make that?
Yeah, that's incredible. Like It's not just like 3D tubes of like normal maps and stuff. Like actually have like strands and it's insane.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, like I've been saying, these pictures you see here, they are all rendered as you see in real time, depending on the light conditions and stuff, but there's no tricks here. This is actually how it looks. And that's why we're really proud. Like I said, it doesn't end up here, okay? We're pushing this forward. This is just to replace the stuff that was there. I'm pretty sure you guys were tired. Nobody at CIG was happy with what we had. I can assure you that. Yeah. Especially as an artist, right? So, but we finally arrived. Now, we've seen all this. What does this mean in a practical sense for you guys? It's the question you may have. Well, let me tell you really fast. We made over 75 hairstyles since like 6 months ago. On the last 6 months, we made 75 hairstyles. That is a lot. That was possible with all the changes we made. Yeah. Yeah. That is a great achievement. Now, we cannot hand them all to you right now. It's very simple. It's very simple. It doesn't end up here at the artist's end, okay? After this, there's a tech hard pass where they need to skin it. They need to make it work with hats, with goggles, with everything that needs to work, right? So it's a process that takes time, but we wanted to have a certain amount, a quantity that would be enough to replace all the stuff that it's there, give you enough variety for you to start, and that's what we're going to see next. Now, it also tells you when are you getting it. So, as a last note, I'll leave you with this video, and next, Forrest will come here to talk about this stuff. So, let's take a look at this, guys.
First batch.
Into the PU.
Okay.
These are mostly like replacements for the current ones, but some lawn hairs in there too, which is nice.
Women!
They got rid of the little big mohawk though.
For now.
Major hair update.
Hair update.
This year.
I won't see your big mohawk poking through the cockpit anymore, man.
So before the year ends, you're all gonna get to enjoy these hairstyles. It was a pleasure to be here with you today, guys, and see you in the bus.
He was so passionate.
Dude, there's only like 2 months left of this year, so like
Another round of applause for getting new character to the game.
Yeah.
I can't wait to put new hair on my character, I'll tell you that.
Very soon.
And for Ian and his awesome character team and the amazing characters they showed us earlier. Absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna run through this, we don't have a lot of time. I'm gonna talk to you about character heads. We've talked about hair. We have talked about outfits. I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the heads and our pipeline of getting us from the actors that we hire to do the photogrammetry all the way to the game characters. So we have a DNA pool, expansion, and customization I'm going to be taking you through. We made a data-driven pipeline for adding new heads. So what is a DNA pool? DNA pool is just a bunch of heads that we put in the game. That way you can modify the ears, the nose, the chin, the mouth, and you can interpolate between all the different heads. A DNA pool. We want to expand the pool and allow for more selection and range. So we scan 60 new heads for our DNA pool. 60 new heads.
You're going to go scan my head.
Buy one, get another one free.
We also added customizable facial features, skin tones, complexion,
I want to go scan my
makeup
face
layer
and put it in
on
the
top, revisited the eyes. These characters look new and they look great.
Wait. Come on. Say something.
Right. So our current pool, there's the 18 heads right there. But that wasn't enough. We need more.
More.
That is our new
More heads.
Dang. Dude.
That's a lot of heads.
Please scan my head. Oh, wait, you have to shave. Damn it. No, wait, the guy, one guy at the bottom has little
very exciting
chin stuff.
Right now in the Wii U, when you're playing,
Look at
see that center row?
smiling.
You get 9 females and 9 males.
And this dude.
And now we're going to be getting all these characters. It's for Squadron and the Persistent Universe. How do we do it? Well, we partnered with Clear Angle over in Pinewood, London.
God, I want to get scanned.
And they have this thing called the Clear Angle Dorothy Scanner. The scanner improvements allows us to get shoots done in 4 weeks of sessions. Custom coded flash that just kind of does it automatically, all calibrated in seconds. To give you an idea, our old process for doing this took hours to calibrate. This thing does it in seconds. Talk about state of the art. Average of 4 scan actors per day now. We used to be doing 1. What this means to you is we can get you characters faster. We can get you new heads faster. Polarized image data resulted in improved spec, blah, blah, blah. Those are awesome texture maps that we can put on the head. That way we can render them, make them look really good. Photogrammetry captured in raw images at 8K texture map resolutions.
Jump scare.
Hyper accurate scan results.
I don't want to be seen that close.
Now, close your eyes if you're a little
What would you
sensitive to
do
light.
if they invited you to the studio to have your own head scanned?
This is the process we use to get the pictures, to build the
My
photogrammetry, to calibrate the cameras.
Oh.
Wait, that's not what it was.
I don't think that's what she looks like too much.
I think that's a
All
different
right.
person.
I
but
know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. It's
So,
definitely see the
there we
transition.
so we got some characters here on the screen. Those
Look
are
at
all
those.
built
I like the
using all
details.
these things that I briefly mentioned.
Yeah, that looks really good.
I want to talk to you a
The
little
lady
bit
in the
about
right.
skin tone, though.
They actually
Skin
look
tone's
like
tricky.
main characters.
Because
from
we
the
want to
Squadron
apply
42
it.
now.
We want to be able to
Or, like,
customize it. We want you to have the ability to
It
do
has to be so
whatever
strange
you
seeing your
want.
face.
So what
Knowing
you
what
see
you
is
really
some
look
really
like,
weird
and then
looking
like what they
characters.
did to you on this
We see a head
presentation.
with
What
some
have they
yellow.
done?
Yellow's good in this case. What we're trying to do is we're trying to find the average skin color. Once we find the average skin color, we can figure out what that skin tone is, and then we can apply it. The blue means it's further away from the average skin tone. So when you apply your
Xylo.
skin tone, it has less influence, keeping those high
catching up.
details, keeping the color, the blemishes, the imperfections. That middle one, that whitehead, that's where we get once we've extracted the data. It's now ready to apply the skin tone, which you see at the end.
Xylo.
Dude, that's
Yeah. I said you. Can I scan my head, Xylo? Please. This would be so funny.
We get an official Lawman head and Star
Yeah.
Citizen.
Although, man, it really feels like once it's like put in like this, like that fucking. You just see every
Holy
imperfection.
fuck.
You see every
You just get
imperfection.
roasted.
Yeah, you would get
All right,
roasted.
so here's
dude.
a little more detail what I'm
Bro,
talking
your raw
about.
face looks
we
so
knew that we were
bad.
going to get a pull for these heads, this pool of all these different awesome shapes, noses, ears,
Is that a blemish,
lips.
bro, in your forehead?
But now, with what we're doing currently, you can see that we have calibrated all of our source photos of our actors. And with that, we could figure out exactly what they're supposed to look like. And then once I extract and do the average thing, I'm able to get a value. And that value translates into a
I like
skin
how they're all
tone.
peeping
And that
and
skin
covering their
tone
mouth.
translates into a chart that you can customize your character with. And what's great about this is as we grow our pool and we get more heads, we get more skin tones. So our skin tones aren't based on, you know, whatever it should be. What should it be? What does it look like? These are real data. These are real data that we get from these incredible clear angle scans and the incredible tech that is written by our staff. And the skin tone will grow along with our head data and along with our heads. And there's an example of me just
Our
applying
heads will
it and
grow.
showing that in practice. And now here's another look.
Nice.
Here's a couple more characters that I put
love the
together
guy on the
with
left.
this stuff.
Dude,
He
the
looks
guy in
like-
the middle looks fucking awesome.
Yeah. The guy on the left looks
And
like
here's
a
what's
like a
great about
70s
that.
like
Looks
action.
like
I
poop.
did that with our brand new character creator, character customizer for Squadron 42. Every head you see in here, which will also be applied to the persistent universe, so all heads are in the verse.
The way he talks about it is it's like I get it, but
And
it's so
as you can see
dystopian.
right here, here's a little
These
scene I put
heads.
together
These heads,
using
man.
the outfits,
We've collected these
using
heads
the
for
hair,
you.
using the skin, using the heads.
These are
And
your
I did that all
heads.
with
These
the
are your
character
heads.
creator. And here to show you that, it's a live demo of the character
Captured
creator.
forever
I'm gonna put that
in our
my good
machines.
friend
On top of that, we
Tracy.
got.
We have infinite data of all their heads. We've got it.
Thanks, buddy.
We got Tracy's head.
It's awesome.
Why do you think the new
All
game
right,
is
so
called
what's this all
Headhunters?
mean to you guys? Let's show ya. Time for live demo. All right. So I want to
It's like
welcome
Tim and Eric
you
sketch when
to
he
the
gets spit out.
Biotic Corp Calliope machine.
Oh yeah, this is
All
it.
right, so here you can see we've got the whoa.
Oh, my ear.
I'm getting-
Yeah.
Sound.
You can see we've got 2 body types that I can select from at any point in time.
Oh.
Wow. So we're gonna start in right away.
I think
Now
I'm.
you might recall how
They're
the
scanning our
character
head.
currently works.
I'm partially deaf. I
We
don't
would
hear
have
it.
a whole bunch of source heads from our DNA pool. We would select one of the facial shapes, and then we'd blend it
My
up
tinnitus.
or
Like
down,
force activated.
depending on how much you wanted that certain facial shape. Now, this was
think it's
pretty
done now.
good, but it's
Yeah,
not
it's
the
okay
most
now.
intuitive of systems.
just scared it's gonna
So
happen again. I
instead, what
can't-
we
I
wanted to
can't
come up
relax
with
now.
was a much more intuitive way to control this. And what we've now introduced is sculpting
You can bridge this
mode.
one.
Whoa.
That's good.
Mario.
Zoe. Yeah.
So
Mario.
it's quite interesting to know
nose,
what's
pull
going
his
on behind the
nose.
scenes, and this wasn't an easy problem to solve, but our animation programmers and tech artists and everybody came together, and they figured out a way to basically make it so that from the DNA pool, we are making a selection based on what you want out of it. So it's going on between all the different options. Now, I'm going to start making some changes here right away. So I want to wind up the nose. You can see that it's all very
we need sound
intuitive,
design
it's
on
fast
this.
to use.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make the
Like,
lips a little bit bigger here. There we go, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. I'm gonna adjust the brow here, maybe make a little bit of a heavier brow.
Let's play the Mario 64 like opening.
Now we can adjust
music.
the eye shape. We can go more almond eyes. We can go more oval. We can have a heavy lid. You know, I can find a whole bunch of different options within here. So here, we're starting to look pretty good. I want to give him a little bit more of a hero chin.
Hero chin.
There we go. I'm liking that.
Oh, yes.
That's cool. All right, so not to spend too much time on that, I want to show you some of the other features. And speaking of features, we go to our skin tone. So finally, you're not just selecting a preset skin tone. You can move through the whole gamut of the lookup table, and this is melanin and hemoglobin at the same time.
Melanin and hemoglobin.
Hell yeah.
But where's purple?
So at the very top of it, I've got a texture slider.
Aliens,
So instead of the whole head sort of selection,
Whoa.
we can go
Whoa.
between all the different textures. Now,
Was there
like
purple
Forrest
before?
mentioned, we're going to
No
have
way.
30 of
I
these
would
for
remember that.
one body type and 30 for the other body type. So here, I'm kind of liking...
But I mean purple for me.
What am I like? Oh, I like... Yeah.
I wish I was.
I like this one. So here, and I'm just going to set a skin tone that I kind of like. Something like that. That's cool. All right. So the next step in our skin tone is the complexion. And complexion, we've added freckles.
Standing applause.
So here I'm just blending in
Standing
and I'm
ovation.
blending out the amount of freckles. Now I've
Love some
cranked it all the way to the
frecks,
top just so you guys
frecks.
can see it. But for my character here, I'm going to keep it kind of subtle, like this, with quite a few of them, something like that. We've also got sunspots. Now this is a little more weathered skin. We'll give this sort of look. And we've got a whole bunch of different blemish masks planned for you guys, whether that's sunspots or liver spots or anything to that effect. Now I'm going to give this guy kind of a weathered look because I think the skin tone looks pretty cool like that. Yeah, I'm digging that. All right, so next up, eyes. So no longer do we have the green and the brown, just the full selection. You've got a full RGB chart of what you want to select. So if you want to have bright green eyes, if you want to have hazel eyes, if you want to have blue eyes, if you want to have any of these eyes, this is all very, very nice. So again,
They're
we can go
all
with deep browns.
yours.
We can
We've
go with sort of
stolen
steel
their
blue, kind
eyes.
of
We
digging for the
took
same
their
time.
eyes and put them in the game for you.
Yellow eyes.
Oh, well, we'll get into some funky colors, don't you worry. All right, so one of the other things we've added, and it was mentioned before, we've added a makeup layer. And with the makeup layer, we're totally inclusive. Any of the body types can have makeup. Now, I don't want to spend too long on it here because we're going to get into it in a couple minutes. But I just want to show you sort of blending that in, blending that out for this particular body type. So next, as Andre talked about, we have all the hairstyles that you could want. So I'm just going to pick a couple different ones. There's a reality for some of us and another reality for another one of us. There it is.
Oh.
That's what I want my reality to be here.
Nice one,
Something like this.
man.
I'm digging the mohawk, though, for this one. He's got a bit of a Mr. T look to him. I kind of like this. Yeah, I pity the fool. All right.
Oh, boy.
He's having fun.
Yeah.
So it might go
Hi,
without
Lost.
saying
Hi,
that we've got
Losty.
beards now. So
Lost.
if you want to select a full beard, you can select
know
a full
that'd be
beard.
no
If you want just
anywhere.
mutton chops, you got your mutton chops. You want your handlebar, you got your handlebar. All right. So we've got all the different beard types that you could want, and we're going to add as many as you guys really want. So I'm kind of digging the full beard for this guy. Yeah, I'm digging the full beard for this guy. Even further to that, we've got eyebrow selection, which is, I mean, you could go with no eyebrows. That's a very real. You could have bushy ones. You can have a little bit more, normal, kind of straightforward ones. But it was mentioned before during the hair and with Forrest's discussion that we've got the hair dye as well. So with the hair dye, you can affect all the hair at once. And right now, I've got all selected, so I can go through the gamut of all the different
I want to
hair
see a video from the McElroy
melanin that
brothers
you can
doing
set.
this. The Monster Factory stuff.
So here, I'm just going to darken it up a little bit. And if I wanted to dye the facial hair, I could just dye the facial hair all by itself. Setting a dye color here. Something like that. But in the end, I'm really digging the jet black on this particular one. So I'm going to frost these tips a little bit. I think that's going to look kind of cool. Let's set a bit of a blonde here. Turn up the dye amount. And then what's really cool about this, and I'll show this in a minute, is that we can actually control the fall off of it. So again, if I just want this on the tips, I can just blend it right about here.
It's really cool.
So there we go.
Yeah, looks great.
He looks a lot different than how that started, and I think that's actually pretty fun. Now, there's a lot of stuff in here, and I can't wait for you guys to explore it and spend as much time as you want customizing and expressing yourself
I'll be
as
spending
a
a few hours
So
on
once
this
you're
for
done,
sure.
you've got to sign off a personal declaration
Hopefully
that
we
the
can
physical
save
appearances that the
presets.
Calliope process has allegedly
Yeah.
caused are okay with you.
He said in a Spectrum post you will be able to save.
Let's go to
and
our next body
export
type.
and even share.
Good.
All right.
Everyone just
So
feels like
I'm
a
going to go
clone
to
of
town here
some-
real fast. Right?
Yeah,
right
people are
away.
gonna like recreate
Yeah,
celebrities and share
you
them
might
with each
think
other.
it looks a little off or so, but I don't know. We're going to get there. Let's make some changes here. Gonna adjust the bridge of the nose, maybe a little bit of the cheekbones here.
Wow.
That's maybe a little extreme. Let's go back here. Something like that.
Make it extreme.
And I'll make the lips a little bit smaller here. And I'm going to lengthen that chin for a little more of a triangle kind of face here. So you can see, you can tweak to your heart's content. You can spend a lot of time doing this. And I don't really like the brows. I like a little bit softer of a brow for this particular character. Well, that's looking pretty good to me, actually.
He's crafting a
So
human.
next, just like we did before, we go
I've
into
made
features.
one.
We can do the skin tone.
It's all the
I'm going to
heads
select a
they
certain texture here,
stand.
just because we got to get going on time here. Let's go. Something around here is looking pretty good to me. Cool. All right, we go into the complexion the same way that we did before. So we start with the freckles. And I kind of like a real freckled appearance on this particular character. And I'm going to turn down the
freckles on this one,
sunspots.
and then freckles
So
on this
we
one.
move forward to the eye color again.
It is like
a little pretty.
Ooh, I'm really digging
off
the
canny
green.
because the humans do look really
Yeah.
real in this.
I like the green kind of look.
Maybe
And
that's
we
why
get
it
to the
feels
makeup. Now,
strange.
this is where I want to spend more time. Now, I'm arguably not very good at this, but I will do my absolute best to show you guys
Whoops,
how,
sorry.
how you can use it. So
we didn't
first
hear that.
is the eyeliner.
No.
So the eyeliner, we can do any color. You can go as crazy or as chill as you want to go with this. But for this particular, I'm going to go quite dark here, just in the dark sort of fuchsias and purples. Here, we'll do in the inner lid eyeshadow. And that, I'm kind of keeping the same theme, I think. Yeah, and then we're going to do the same thing with the broad eyeshadow. So again, we can go as crazy
makeup.
or as calm as you want.
This looks good.
So what I've had good success in doing is kind of having it cranked, and then I just pull it back to a little more of a natural blend, something to this effect here. Next is the lips. We can do the exact same stuff on the lips. Now what we have is a whole bunch of different
Should've
makeup
swapped somebody
masks,
else in
and you've got
this.
3 different categories within those masks. So basically 3 different colors that are affecting different areas of it. Now for the lips, we can go with the same sort of theme if we wanted, and I think I'm actually kind of digging that. Let's go on the lip liner, a little darker.
Having fun.
And then lips
Can't
are a
fault
lot
him.
more glossy, so we can increase the gloss there, so that looks a little more like a lip gloss. Yeah, that looks pretty cool there. And then, like I was doing before, I kind of just pull it back a little bit. And there we are. So next, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. I have no business doing that, that's for sure.
Okay, okay.
the same thing on the hair.
Okay, let's see if
Again,
that's it.
we've got a whole
Yeah,
bunch
yeah.
of different hairstyles. These will all be
Always
shared
different.
between the 2 body types, but for this particular demo, we've got the ponytail, we've got the slick back kind of look.
Clip it through the ear though.
Yeah, I'm not finding one I'm really digging yet. Ah, yes. Yes, now we're talking. All right, so cool. Now, again, we're fully inclusive here, guys. So if you want facial hair on any body type, you got facial hair on any body type. That is up to you guys. So on the eyebrows, I'm just going to leave them because we can't really see them anyways. But for the hair, I really like dyeing this hair a certain color, sort of, you know, something in the darker range. I'm going to turn that down. I like the nice jet black. Look at the makeup bounce out. That looks cool. I'm going to turn up the dye, though, and I'm going to try to carry my same theme forward here. There we go. And then I'm going to give it a bit of a fall off.
Great heavens.
He's not a stylist.
Yeah. So it's just on the tips
Oh, that's
there.
cute, though.
So let's see that in action.
That's cute. I like the hair.
Wait, I might actually do that. That's a good idea. Not with that
All right.
hairstyle though, but
So now,
I like the color.
you know, at first, we weren't sure about that character, right? But in the end, I think she turned out, definitely. So you go to a review,
Well,
sign off your
definitely
declaration
maybe.
again.
Definitely maybe.
and
Yeah,
head to
we'll
game.
talk about it.
So, I'm really lucky to be able to sit in front of this. And again, it was a huge
Bone
amount of
would
work
have done
from
a
tech
better
art,
job.
engineering, designers, and specifically the squadron feature team that has done all this work. And one of the cool things to note is that we
That is
use
cool,
this now
though.
internally
I-
as a
I
tool.
love
That's why it's me up
in-depth
here
character
demoing this.
creators.
This is our tool internally for creating all these heads, for creating all the NPCs in the verse. Because as Chris put it one time, he doesn't want his NPCs to look lame. He wants them to look cool. And this gives you
Yeah.
cool looking characters. Thanks a lot, guys.
Did he just call us an NPC? Yeah, what's this guy doing?
No fucking way.
No way.
How did they go back in time?
We're behind on schedule.
You fucking manifested this, dude.
Take it away. I'll be here.
You
I'm busy.
manifested this.
I wanted it, and oh
It was
my.
so bad. That's why is he smiling at us like that? And you look, oh, I see.
How the
Hello,
fuck did
everyone.
I
I
know?
get it now. That is funny.
You know,
It
it's
is
a,
one of us.
Fuck.
am I too early? No.
Good
It's a real
God.
pleasure to be
I
here.
love
At
that.
I'm surprised they didn't get banned on
so much
Twitch.
fun.
That
Thank
was
you all.
quite the show.
But my name is Jens. I'm here from Manchester. I'm going to talk to you about some improvements to Play to Wrestle. So we're going to start in Zero G, where we've been rebuilding the EVA experience from ground up.
Oh, I
yeah.
hope they show
The
push
first
and
thing you
pull.
see is that we made the exit from gravity less disorientating.
I hope they do it with that ball.
Oh, we're
Happy
going to face
cheers.
plant. We
Oh,
made
that
it.
was so fucking smooth.
All right,
Yeah.
so we made
No
the
more, like,
re-entry
spinning out of control
much
when you
more
get inside.
forgiving.
yes,
so
HUD
this
is doing stuff too.
EVA has a new prone lateral pose, and this is really important to us because it allows us to get close to surfaces,
Yeah.
and it allows us to
That's
walk
cool.
across them.
This is the push
So you
and
can
pull.
see that in this video here.
Me in the bathtub.
Me on my
Okay,
way
and
to
as
your
we get to
fucking
the end, we're
power
gonna drop
supply.
off. Okay, here we go. Into that, and this
The fuck are
smaller
you gonna do with the
profile,
power
let's
supply?
get into
What does that
we get
mean?
into before, or not easily with the old EVA. We're gonna traverse through here, thread the needle, and also the collision is much more forgiving. We're gonna slide off at slower speeds, so we're not
Nice.
gonna be
That's good,
spinning
yeah.
away.
So you're not just standing and
Okay,
fucking
big
like
reveal.
A pose,
Love this station. This
floating
is
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah,
Oh
spin
my
the fuck
God.
out
And
of
we're also
control
adding
randomly. I
That's
don't know.
so sick.
in
Oh.
the
It was always
interior,
so-
not
it-
everything.
This is
is
gonna make
already-
yeah, like
Do
going
interact
onto
This
a
is already
ship
better.
you've disabled.
and
Yeah.
walk between
It's
the
gonna
grips to
look
get
and feel
better
so
control.
fucking cool.
Now,
Yeah.
Oh, hard cut.
thank you very much. So now prone has long been a problem motion set for us, right? But
I hope we can like push and pull
taking
inside
these
of
EVA posing solutions, we
ships with their
thought
gravity disabled too.
we can now rotate around the camera without any
Sure.
lateral translation. So we're not rotating around the hips anymore. And it allows you to aim much better. We're also not moving the body, so we don't need to worry about the external collisions anymore.
Oh,
Right?
That's
We're not going to
sick.
get pushed around.
that is fucking insane.
I like that a lot, yeah.
'Cause I mean, like Arma's tried to do a similar
Of
thing
course,
for a long
prone
time.
isn't all
and they
about
had
looking
to go
around. We
400
want to traverse as well.
keybinds
So
to
we're
do
going to
the
head
same
down
shit.
this vent. And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be able to push around the corners, going to go run tight bends, and we're going to be able to
So
reliably
cool.
go up and down
Mhm.
slopes.
It's like you don't even.
And this is where prone led the way. So we then took
think of other
this and
games
we
that
put
add
it
this.
into the EVA. So if I
Yeah,
turn
no,
off
like the
gravity
little
here,
details,
which
like-
I'm not going to do,
like
but
this
if I
is-
did,
it's fantastic.
the EVA would have been able to traverse the exact same place. And
Oh
by
my
having
God.
these motion
That's
sets so
insane
similar,
from
we can
live.
exchange success between
Trying to
them.
move like
And
this
this
in live
could
while
then be done to
prone
other
and crouched.
horizontal
Constantly
sets, like
stuck and shit.
prone-like
Yeah.
sets, for example. Like the water world showed it last yesterday. We might be able to take you swimming there one day. So.
Woo!
Yippee.
Okay,
Maybe.
we're gonna move from the horizontal to the vertical. So with ladders, we put in some new subtle and significant improvements. So we got midpoint markups that lets you enter the ladder at anywhere.
What?
We're gonna
I'm
let you
loving their
look
commitment
around
on, like,
so you
making
can
movement feel
do
good.
360.
Bro, what? That looks sick. Fucking
We're gonna let you
Assassin's
lean
Creed
on the
ass.
ladders so that you can avoid
Yeah.
obstacles or peek around corners. And this all got a full new animation set. It looks amazing.
Dude, holy
especially
shit.
with all this beautiful
That's
star
really good.
cloth. You know, you got both the hood and the cape there. It looks amazing.
This whole panel is just mind blowing.
Okay, so with combat, we wanted to add more speed to the encounters. So what we've done is we've removed the weapon penalty, so you can move at the same speed with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we've got more things like this to come.
Ooh.
Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So, sliding. So, with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting. So that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding. That's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this, my heart rate is just pumping, 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 right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport. Okay, so another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity
within range
as soon as possible. And that's true for all our motion sets. We're going to go through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked, so if I was to slide from one end of the stage to the other, I would be sliding this way, but I'd be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS, I can lean.
Animations, man.
I could go back to sprint right away, so I could do back-to-back slides, like we saw in the last video. Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazards. Now, you saw this yesterday in the UI demo.
Yeah.
It's like COD, you just dive forward and it's just like your gun never moves.
Yeah, it looks weird.
Bone?
Agreed.
Can you press the button? That's it. Okay, radiation. Right, so radiation, for that, it's a new addition to this active status system.
Pause so I go grab
and we need to look at the bottom left here. So in the middle, you got the amount of radiation that
I'm just gonna grab. You fill me in what happens.
Well, no, I couldn't hear you, but okay. Yeah, we'll pause.
I mean, it's kind of like, it's like boom, 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 back to back. It's gonna miss so much.
What do they do to this Pico, man? Bone, put server meshing in the game. Bone.
Bone. I want the hairstyles. I want this movement. I want server meshing. And I want everything that was announced today in the game now.
Put it in the game, Bone. Bet my hair looks amazing sliding. Yeah, I mean, I guess the hair, the clothing, the cloth physics and all that with the sliding, pretty cool. I want hair long enough to need server meshing to display properly. Fucking like planetary hair.
Your hair just extends from one server to another.
Yeah, half your hair is like in the other server still.
But the server still knows it's there.
Mm-hmm. Because of the replication layer.
Exactly.
I'm back.
We'll go back.
Hello.
On your body. If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super quick. So yeah, that's not great.
Fucking dies.
Okay, so we're gonna see some more radiation in the next section. So I would like to welcome Inesh up on the stage. Thank you very much, everyone.
why are we showing that? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Inês, and I'm a gameplay programmer here at CIG. And I'm here today to tell you all about... Thank you. And I'm here today to tell you all about the features we've been working on to improve the player interaction experience with the physical objects in the world. So let me start by telling you what we've made to make it easy for you to identify and interact with these objects in the world. We have introduced in the new interaction prompts, which are AR cards that appear over the objects as the player gets near them. These, combining with scanning, will help the player to easily identify the interactable objects in the scene. So we have improved the algorithm that our interaction system uses to determine the current item in focus. So you'll have a smarter detection and selection as you move around and look around the scene. So the prompts will show you the active interaction and the key bind that you can use to quickly trigger it, like you see on the pictures. So we are trying to minimize the friction of the player to interacting with these objects. You no longer have to go into interaction mode to bring up the cursor, then drag it over, and to select using the inner thoughts. So we're removing that.
Yippee!
It's huge.
So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply hold F, and this will bring you the new interaction wheel. So this is our new interaction wheel. It will be focusing on the item. And you can see that up to 2 of the interactions have a star icon. So this is related to another system that you are bringing to you that we call in the default item actions. So this allows us to have a primary interaction, that's the one that shows on the prompt, and a secondary interaction. So these are default actions that you can easily trigger using shortcuts. So these actions will change based on the combination of the item, the player, and the environment state. And although designers do choose the default actions that we bring to you, you are fully able to customize them to fit your preferences and playing style. So let's take a look at this in action. Here you can see the prompts that change depending on your focus. So let's bring up the wheel. And I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around. So I'm changing that to my primary. And you'll see that does not affect only the item they're interacting with, but any item that falls into the same category.
Woo!
Okay.
Okay, so it's essentially favorites for different types of
So I've
items.
shown you some features that improve. Thank you. So I've shown you features that improve the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects in the world. But the other part of our focus was to bridge the disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world.
Fog.
Cool.
Yeah.
More immersion.
Fuck yeah.
So our main goal was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action. And pressing buttons has never been so satisfying and fun.
Slaps hand. Boop.
I just kind of like go.
Oh, boop. Now, if I can do that to players, that'd be cool. A little boop on the nose.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's gonna be mine for every door. Every door, always.
And
I like it. I like the variants.
Okay, so let's continue with this theme of tactile experiences. The next thing I want to talk to you about are usable interactables. So usables are objects that have existed in our game for a very long time. And designers have had a variety of tools to build these really interesting and complex sequences for the AI. But up until now, what we could do for the player was very limited. So this past year, we've been building up our tools that provided for designers, that designers could build these really interactive experiences but for the player. And the advantage of using the usable system is that anything that the player will be able to do, the AI will also be able to do. So let's have a look of a simple demo that one of our designers put together to see what we can now achieve.
Cute little hoodie.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I like it.
Scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system. So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other objects in the world in specific ways. So this is what is happening here. As the player is turning the valve, is controlling the flow of the water that's coming from the pipes. And what should happen when the player is no longer in control? Do we want to keep the state, revert back to the initial one, or maybe trigger something else altogether? Well, it's up to designers to define the type of experience they want to bring to you. So let's finally turn off that valve, rush over before that broken valve starts turning off, and then see another small example. Oh.
Breathe.
So
Breathe.
yeah, you'll see another small example where you won't be able to open the door by a press of a button, but you have to manually interact with that pump and manually open it. So you'll have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that we can now have with these objects. We had really nice results for Squadron, for the mess hall line.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see what the PU designers will create and bring up to your hands. Next. Okay. Let's quickly talk about kiosks and terminals. And let's be honest, it's really hard to interact and get a good view of these ones. So we made a small little changes to make it easier for you. We've created a new focus mode that will walk the player to perfectly align with the kiosks. So we can better perfectly frame the screen on the viewport. At this point, the interactive screen will steal the input focus until you actively chooses to leave. So let's take a look at this in action. And look at that. When you trigger it, I'm like, yeah, so this is a very small quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with its kiosks.
Okay. Yeah,
and find very small improvement. And look at that. When
It's
you
like
trigger it, I'm like,
Oblivion mode on the kiosks.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of.
Yeah, so this is a very small
Bethesda-like.
quality of life improvement, but it will make it much easier for you to interact with its kiosks. And finally, let's talk about looting. This is our new looting screen.
Oh.
It's not replacing the inventory, but it will be used when you're looting a body or any other lootable that you find in the world. It was specifically designed to improve this experience. So since looting is a common action during FPS combat, especially if you haven't fully prepared ahead, we wanted to make it as easier and quick as possible, so you could spend the minimum amount of time to grab any items you need from your target. So it displays the current loadout and a simplified version of the inventory. Looting favors speediness, while the inventory is there so you can fully manage your loadout. So we're still actively working on it, and this is especially on the UI and art, but I want to give you a little sneak peek how this all works.
Okay. Poor guy.
Okay.
Didn't even stand a chance.
So you see the player loadout is on items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press.
Oh.
Yeah, it'll be so much easier.
Thank
So
goodness.
yeah, you can quickly press to just equip or swap. You can even
That's
use your mouse wheel if
super
you want
nice.
to change the target.
Yeah.
You can drop anything, store anything, just really quick actions.
when do we get
As a new player, trying to
You'll
loot
see in a
stuff is
minute that
very
you also can
clunky
trigger
for me.
ammo
Took a
repooling.
little
So this will grab all available ammo, either from your target or from your inventory, and will fill up the magazines in your loadout and get rid of any empty magazines.
That's good.
So yeah, looking really good. Yeah, so it's looking really good, and I can't wait to see the final art. So that's all from me, so thank you so much for listening, and I hope you have a great time!
What was the knife thing?
Yeah, just... We'll never know.
Right, hello everyone. For those who
That's
cannot
for
remember,
next
my name's Jan,
CitizenCon.
and I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weapon wear. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our team do it of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it, and then you're going to reach maximum efficiency.
Didn't even have a knife?
Check this one out. So he's so fast you can barely see him do it, and then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him.
Stick it up his ass.
So by using the environment, we can make
we
can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out.
Don't do that, guys.
Okay, so in that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first. One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
Bounty hunting, finally.
Yeah, that's like...
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead.
Hitman now.
And that way, it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further. And we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So you get the name, and you maybe get the race, and maybe the faction. And you can use this information to figure out where is the weak link, which enemies can I take down without being discovered. There's a risk here, okay? So there's a charge up time, means you can't do it all the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, cool. So let's move on to some talk about weapon wear. So here we're going to see a simulation of a weapon getting more and more worn over time. We're going to expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your health.
If you don't mind.
Bada bing, bada boom. Good?
Yeah. Thank you.
Helmets. in actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more warning it's going to get. And this is going to affect its efficiency, it's going to affect its reliability, and it's going to reduce its resale value.
Cool. I like that.
Each
Hopefully it's,
item
like,
is going to wear it at its
contextual.
own rate and persist at its own rate. So you could have a worn rifle with a pristine scope or a pristine rifle with a worn scope. Check this one out. There you go. So the geometry isn't the only thing that's going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window. And you can see the visual effects. It's belching out smoke here because it's very worn, right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
Okay, on to some
I like that
consequences.
in,
So just, it's
other,
not all
like,
visual, so
more
we're going to
realistic
start with
games.
misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it.
Yeah,
It's telling us to
we
fix it,
know
we're
what's
hitting the
happening,
button,
right?
we hit the button, our enemy's firing on us. So you've got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun, you could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this
that
section
D20.
with the
There's a
features that's
subscriber item.
tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage.
Yeah, contextual.
It's going to accumulate dirt, and that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other
And the naughtier
biome
it
accumulations, like frost.
In fact, your
So let's
gun
take a
will
look at
talk
this
to you.
one as well. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, so in the future it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Ogres. I like that. Good stuff.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS game designer. I'm here to share some of the new interesting FPS things we're going to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. As you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil.
Ooh.
So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and the location of things. So this is the old PA SMG. This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now. So recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create weapon variety in just far new, more and interesting ways. Cool. Okay. Thank you very much. Cheers. We also have new procedural animation over our ADS. So previously, as if you play right now, you basically have a linear pose-to-pose transition. And sure, it's there, but now we layered some of this procedural stuff on top. So for example, if you have an SMG, it can come up a lot quicker, it can flick up, you feel really cool. LMGs can be a lot more heavy. So before it basically just do, move from pose to pose, but now we can keep it longer down here, bring it up slowly, and overall it just feels like you've got an LMG, or it feels like you've got an SMG. We're just using things like, ease in and ease outs, and
That was needed.
Give more life to the overall weapon. Oh, there we go. And we also have new iron sights. So sci-fi weapons are chonky. They're full of detail. They look really cool, but a lot of that detail can potentially get in the way sometimes. So you've seen, this is a change to the Kana, where we have raised the weapon sight and given what we call the target acquisition window more room to breathe. So if you're aiming at somebody, you can just generally see a lot more. So optics aren't a crutch anymore.
Jesus.
So you can see this on the Ravager.
And you can see this on the
Custodian.
I fucking hate sights like that. I mean, even IRL, those are very realistic.
Now, weapon functionality changes.
Sights,
so as you imagine with the new recoil tool, we're going to do a pass on all the existing weapons. They're going to look and feel great.
And they don't work for video games.
While we were looking at our weapons, we also realized that some things don't necessarily, align with their manufacturer, right? You look at something like a Gemini pistol. Now, Gemini overall, it's rule of cool. That's what Gemini is supposed to be. So the LH86 pistol should be fully automatic, realistically. So we have a video to show you of the pistol. And as you can see, it goes ballistic when you fire it. The magazine count has also increased to allow for that just crazy feeling that the pistol gets.
I almost wish it wasn't consistent, though, to go up and right every time.
Cool. Thank you very much. Right, and moving on to our new Vault weapons. So, it's the other video.
Whoa, the optic.
That's the optic
rendering.
one. There you go.
We're not ready for it.
These are the Vault weapons. So Vault is primarily based around controlling a heat of a weapon. These weapons have the potential to overheat.
Have we seen that?
And if they overheat,
No, these are new.
you'll be unable to fire.
They've been in development for a long time, though.
New Vault weapon.
And they will enact differently. So some weapons will just basically be beams from the get-go. Some will go into beams. Like, see, this one goes into a beam once it reaches a certain level of heat. And it's really fun because these are quite powerful weapons, and you basically want to manage the heat and keep it in that ideal spot. Okay, cool. And scope improvements. Now this was shown yesterday, but I want to dig in a little bit more with this one. So,
okay, no worries.
So, to get if anyone plays a modern FPS, they know that optics are just gorgeous now. In all modern shooters, they look fantastic. And as you can see, we have zoomed in optics in the center. So we have, and then we have other things like parallax, like you see in real life. And they look gorgeous. And so in general, all our sights and scopes have been overhauled to be more realistic with things like parallax, pincushion distortion.
I read like a 3-paragraph description of the synopsis for a hypothesis on the parallax of reticles and space and some shit like this fucking ridiculous master's thesis synopsis, and it was so fucking complicated that oh my god, every fucking part of this is crazy. But what we see here is oh, that looks cool, I like that with the way you look through, but parallax shit is just still a not solved science, and there's still there's relative vagueness about theories of long distance spatial parallax, which is crazy. So just implementing this into code is so much harder than it's unbelievable. Not this this particularly, but on a wider scale if they were able to.
And things you'd expect from having a scope in general. And it differs manufacturer to manufacturer, right? So some things are purely digital, some things are purely physical. So if you get hit by an EMP grenade, for example, or using something like a television sight, like something like Cluey might have, then your optic would turn off. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool. And
scope.
weapons are ultimately as only good as they sound. I'll be quiet for this next bit. But as you know, we've done a lot of work on
100%
our audio
ugly,
propagation systems and just in general
think
how
so.
guns sound. We've also switched out some noises and made them feel a lot more beefy.
Like crispy.
Let it crispy.
I like these new sounds.
Yeah.
God, I almost want this all to just be saved to drop it together so that it feels like a whole thing coming out.
Yeah, that's what
like
you're saying.
getting like this in pieces over drip fed over a year still won't feel that good.
Just one big update.
Fantastic. I think all of California heard us there.
Or at least maybe
So,
decently
backpack
sized chunks
reloading.
rather than like.
In real-life combat scenarios, you often grab magazines from other surplus areas. And we're going to simulate that in our game. So, to show you this, we have something called backpack reloading. If you run out of ammo in Star Citizen, you have to open the menu, put things on. It's a little bit clunky, it's a little bit awkward. So, if you have magazines in your backpack, you will now be able to grab them at the price of a longer reload animation. You will also be able to tell when you have a backpack reload coming up because it will be displayed on the inventory with the backpack symbol. So there's no surprises, no catching of. You have all the information you need. And this has been shown, and it has been teased a little bit, the dynamic crosshair. Now, no more third-party dynamic crosshair, well, crosshairs now. So, if you have a look at this, this is our new crosshair. It's a crosshair that fits the aesthetic of Star Citizen. It's a crosshair that follows the barrel of the weapon, so you'll see exactly where a bullet is going to land. And it's projected from the visor using AR. Some visors won't have access to this crosshair, but some will use modified combat lenses.
Yes.
So if you don't want to use the
That's so
crosshair,
much
you can
better.
just use a different visor. As you can
Having
see, it works
tech
with recoil,
levels is so nice
and overall
for,
it
like,
just looks
implementing
gorgeous.
quality of life stuff. I love when games do that, where it's like, yeah, you can get a crosshair, but you need the crosshair level visor.
And on to more data things.
It adds progression.
We're
and
going to
desire
provide
to
an
those
improved
things.
PvE experience. The accuracy calculator for NPCs is coming over from Squadron 42. Some
you get
people have
those,
been
like,
playing
big
it in the
Tarkov
venue in here,
come-ups where
and
it's
I've been
like
harassing them,
shitty
whoever's
guy
doing
with
the
a
hangar
pistol
mission
and a
to get their
common
feedback,
armor
and
takes
it has
down
been
Super
overwhelmingly
Giga Chad.
positive. We also have new NPC archetypes, what we're temporarily calling the Juggernaut, which is basically a very high damage resistant enemy that has an LMG or a shotgun. As soon as they see you, they fire, they walk up to you. And overall, it's been playing amazingly, and I'm really happy for you guys, well, I'm really excited for you guys to get your hands on it at one point.
Juggernaut.
PvP, we want to increase the time to kill. This allows for more varied weapon balancing. You know, we can lay into like sort of different aspects of the element more. It leads to higher skill ceiling and less unfair deaths. It will no longer be a game of whoever shoots whoever first. Speaking of which, force reactions. We're reworking them. We're aware it's frustrating, and we are going to rework the system to work beautifully. And we're also working on some other highly requested PvP changes. I'm very happy to say a lot of this work has been dialed in for Squadron 42.
highly requested
It's in a
ones,
very
yeah.
good state, and we're bringing this to you soon.
Soon.
Now, over to the AI director, Fran, to share some exciting updates on combat AI.
Soon.
Longer time to kill is gonna be so nice, though.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's pretty lame.
Hi,
to have,
everybody.
Like, an important, significant life that you
I'm
lived
Francesco
a long
Rocucci,
time
as you said,
be ended
and I'm
by
the
someone
director in
shooting you once.
CIG. It's a great pleasure to be here
I've
with
seen
all
some
of
of
you
you apply to
guys. It's
PvP too.
fantastic. So, what we're going to do today is to explore how all the work we've done for Squadron 42 is going to flow into the Star Citizen experience. So we wanted to make the AI presentation about how you guys are going to experience the tech and the features we've been working on. So from the player perspective, you've seen how many new opportunities you have. And now it's interesting to see how the NPC are going to react to that. So the goal of Star Citizen is to build a breathing and living environment where your actions matters, and the NPC you will find in the universe needs to have the same opportunities and same limitations that you have. So when we play a game, we want you to spend the time that feels memorable, that feels special, right? Something you can remember and talk about. So we want you to give you a challenge to overcome, but also a challenge that is fun and doesn't feel repetitive and boring. So when we look at FPS encounter, we want to build variety. We want to give the designers, like Zach, the ability to craft combat scenarios, not just to put NPC in the level. And we need to make sure that he can tweak something such that he can experience the unique play style and the play space that you have. So Star Citizen can benefit from tons of unique environments. So for those environments, we want you to have different type of fun. So what we look at today is some of the tools that they have to achieve this goal and bring the AI to the next level. So the first tool we're going to look at today is the NPC trait system. So we spoke about this in the past, and we have now available for designers the initial set of traits they can use to influence their behaviors. So those are some of the ones that are available to the designers. Today we're going to focus on the combat traits, because we have traits that also apply to the peaceful situation and the social environment, but those are the ones that influence NPCs during a combat scenario. And traits, you can imagine them as characteristics NPCs have or don't have. So through the usage, we can make sure the combat feels different from one encounter to another. Traits in tech-wise, are just traits and tags that we can apply to character instance, character classes, but code can also apply them automatically based on specific rules. For example, if you see somebody with a rocket launcher, those will apply, an example, the sentry trait automatically, because those weapons are weapons that work well at range, so you want them to not push forwards to you. So they allow to block, or actually, they allow or they block specific section of the behaviors to run, but they also influence the likelihood of some logic to happen, or they modify the outcome of specific actions. So let's imagine we want to model a pirate faction, something that you can actually experience in the Pyro playground. So we want them to feel aggressive, but also not very trained. They're not very military. So how do we do it with the traits? We can start adding to this faction either the aggressive or reckless trait. Those are traits that increase the risky behaviors. So for example, fighting more in open space, or expose themselves longer when they're in cover. We can then assign to some of those pirates the ignore fire obstruction trait. As you've seen, for example, in Chris Rain presentation during the CTG demo, we have now destructible environment. So what the NPC will try to do is to keep shooting at the position the enemy has been hiding into. So you will see destroying environment, but you will also see them being less careful and managing their ammos. For others, we could use the undisciplined trigger finger trait. So this trait is, for example, meant to convey the inability to control their weapon when they are emotionally engaged in the fight. And what it will cause is them to trigger the weapon much longer or also just a bit longer compared to what the behavior is asking. So being bad at preserving their ammo means they will also run out of bullets much quicker. So this offers interesting opportunities for players because they can now shoot at them while they reload or while they scavenge the environment. So traits are building blocks we can use to define how character, faction, or encounter should feel. And designer can now create a wide variety of encounters for you guys to enjoy the game. So I want to paint a picture for you guys. So this is the bunker mission in Pyro, right? And we have a set of enemies that are defending the environment. So this is imagine an infiltrate and destroy mission. Those guys are there defending the bunker. You need to take it over. You need to basically kill them all. You are now fighting against enemies that they defend the environment. So before we go to the next slide, imagine the same environment, very similar enemies, but different traits, same behavior. So now you are defending an environment, and they are aggressive towards the environment. They want to take it. So what you will see here is Zach created a mix of enemies, some equipped with, for example, shotgun and aggressive traits. Now they will push towards you. They will force you to take actions and to react to them. They reload. Some will cover up. Obviously, this is with God mode on, so Zach was not dying. So this is possible to set up with a tick-off box.
I put God mode on too.
But this is not just enemies, because in Star Citizen, we want you to hire your own crew members. And those crew members, those characters, will have different personalities, different traits, different training level that they can build up. But when you look at their traits, we want you to see their strengths and their weaknesses so that you can pick the one that either match your playstyle or compensate your playstyle. So one good thing that we want to show you today is the medic. So there are some NPCs that can carry, obviously, med pants, but not everybody is able to use it well or wants to use it in a specific encounter. So we want to tweak this, and we have the medic trait. Here we combine a lot of the tech that we've spoken in the past, usable tech, behavior tech. And as Jens showed you, players now can just not only kill enemies, because before our NPCs would just die, but now you can take them down, you can restrain them. So the eye perception is to carry all this information about the different actor states. So it needs to know if he's down, but if he's still alive, or if it's just somebody you need to wake up. So a medic in the regular combat flow can, when it's safe to do so, and at the right time, attempt to heal his mate that can be helped. So now you can imagine guard patrolling the environment, you take down a character, the guard finds this body on the ground, he doesn't know if he's alive or not. So he can go there, he can check it, check the pulse, see the state, and if he can be helped, he can basically execute the right healing process. If he needs a med pen, he will use the med pen. If he needs to shake him to wake him up, he will shake him up, and if he needs to unrestrain him, he will unrestrain him. And your crew members can also do the same with you. So if you are down in critical condition, they can come and help you out. We'll see now an example of this, where two factions are fighting, and you will see that at the right time, when the guy retreats, this guy can go there and heal his mate.
Oh, it's smooth.
Yeah.
And obviously, he needs to pick up a new weapon because he just dropped it. So as we mentioned before, and as you've seen here, NPC can run out of bullets, but can also lose their weapons. So what we have to do right now is that, first of all, we want NPCs to have a concrete ammo pool to use. We don't want infinite ammos anymore. So the ammo pool is actually constructed by the ammos the NPC carry in their weapons, the one that they carry, the one that might have, and all the magazines they carry. They don't have any more bullets out of that. So NPC must properly use those items to fight. And the longer the engagement, the more likely it is they will run out of bullets and they will have to scavenge the environment. How do they do that? It's through the NPC, the usable system, as you've seen with Ines as well, Ines' presentation. You see that anything the player can interact with, the NPCs actually can, the same exact way. So the dead bodies can be looted, same as dropped weapons. Ammo crates will have physically inside some weapons, magazines. They can provide you with items. And the NPC can understand where you can find ammos that are actually functioning with their own weapons. And they actually can decide. For example, if it's better to reach an ammo crate and gather some new ammos, or if that is too far or towards the enemy, they can decide to pick up another weapon. So you will see that also already in Pyro, you might see it. And once they decide to do so, obviously they don't have bullets, so they cannot fight you. What they can do, they can also switch to their sidearms. And the sidearms is less effective, obviously, compared to the primary weapon, but it is still better than nothing for them to protect themselves while they go around and they loot the environment. So we'll see here an example where some NPC run out of bullets. Obviously, in this video, we give them a chance to go and loot as well. And this is a proper ammo crate that allows them to get back magazines. And another NPC arrives, and he will loot the dead body. This is the same dead body you might be able to loot, and you will not find ammos after that. But you will probably find it in the other one once you kill it.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
So, last but not least, another tool in the FPS arsenal is grenades. Grenades are a great tool. NPC can now fully react and use grenades in the environment. So grenades are a great tool, especially when an NPC needs to counter a player that is camping or a player that is hiding or say in a location that the NPC cannot reach. So grenade force the movement and keep the action going. But they're also very dangerous. You've seen in Ali's presentation and my presentation that a grenade can make electronics explode, ignite a fire, and then the fire can propagate in the environment. So NPCs need to properly understand the environment and not jump into the fire and get damaged. So how do we do that? Is we have a new full system to handle hazards. Basically, hazard on the technical side can create a navigation volume modifier. And the navigation volume modifier gets registered in the navigation system, and our basically mesh can be modified, and it will carry semantic about if that is a danger, something better, and how much costly it is to go through. Because maybe you have a suit that allows you to go through the fire, so that is fine. You will not, the NPC can understand that. But if they can't, they will try to find positions that are safe for them to position themselves, but also paths that will avoid those dangerous areas. And now we'll see an example of that. This is a safe environment, still fighting, but safer. So what will happen now? Fire ignites and propagates. This is fully dynamic, so it's fully controlled by the fire system. The fire system modifies volumes in the navigation system, and we really know where we can and not pass at any given moment.
Cool to see it working outside of ships.
So this is a subset of the things that we're working on and we wanted to show you today. Thanks very much for listening, and now back to Jens.
Right, I want to thank Inesh, I want to thank Zach, and I want to thank Francesco for joining me on stage today. We want to extend a massive thank you to everyone who contributed to, supported us, and made it possible to show what we showed today. Now, with relentless optimism, we're looking forward to bringing you this all to the Star Citizen and more. Okay, we're going to leave you with a quick peek of a demo in Hangar 14 of Checkmate with some of these new features. Enjoy.
Is this Squadron 42?
No, this is sources. So there's a new like location for missions in Pyro.
Oh, okay.
Big old hangar. You killed the sunglasses, dude.
Is this a live demo?
I think this is pre-recorded.
They just said demo. Yeah, they didn't say.
But I think this is one of the locations, like mission locations in the Pyro Playground that we'll be able to play in like 5 days.
Hog slide.
Definitely is a cool dynamic fight.
Yeah, I like how it's not just like, you know, you get hit, you're dead.
Mm-hmm.
Actually feel like I can play the game now. Because, you know, right now when you die, you literally spend like 15 minutes like regathering everything and going back to the location you're at, and
yeah,
it's too much downtime. Looting screen is gonna make some things like so much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Swipe.
Nice.
Thumbs up.
That was badass.
Cool.
Right. Thank you very much. I urge you all to come and join us in the Pyro Playground pit and have a go at Hangar 13 in Checkmate. It's a really great encounter. Thank you.
All right, so that was live from the first person. We're keeping this train running because we got a lunch to get to. Up next is Taking Flight with Yogi, Inez, and more. Let's get started.
Yay, flight model stuff.
Dang.
Hello, everyone. Is my mic on?
7
Okay,
hours.
can you hear me? Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klaas. I'm a principal vehicle programmer at Imperium Games, and I focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on 2042 in the last 2 years. So there's two things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There's a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away. It will be fine. The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger. He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right wholesale setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap through the presentation between using hat tracking and not using hat tracking. Yes, so, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your starship, it doesn't start when you take off, it starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Hi, Nash.
Is it working? Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. It's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit. If you, like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game, and we wanted to bring this improvement to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you a greater immersion, and okay, yeah, the slides are not, sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life.
Sound like Nadia.
Not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So to achieve this, we've created, when you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard. The prompts will be showing over the buttons, so you can easily find the ones you have to interact, and you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying, and the character hands will be lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed.
Bug.
So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But you know, enough of me talking, let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action. So now. So Brand very kindly will get us into the ship while you'll see the new enter sequence. And you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
That pad looks so cool.
So you can see now that you won't directly grab the control stick. You'll be put onto on this relax pose with free look enabled. And you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. Okay. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So Brand, if you could close the canopy so we don't go flying around with that open. Power our system.
Now Brian's taking over Bone.
What if like your canopy like breaks off because you forget to close it?
And finally turn our engines. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage
really
Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
How long it's gonna take.
Yeah.
Get that on every ship with buttons in every different place.
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll have like a
I think they have a different system.
Hi
for
everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer.
The way they
here at
conduct,
CIG,
they built the seats up.
and I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less clutter views so you can focus during combat.
I like this head.
This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later. For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But other ships may have different layouts and styles, on brand with the manufacturer. For example, the Drake, that makes more affordable ships, rather than fancy and probably expensive holograms, may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators.
Yes.
This dashboard shows
analog.
your current speed, the
Yeah.
remaining afterburn,
Same.
and some decoys available. On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems. Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens. On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, will show information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group they are assigned, which Yogi will explain later. On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management, where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate. The classic key bindings that you all know already works, so when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems.
Oh, God.
So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them.
It's good though, so you don't have to hold F and try
I
to
really
click on
hope that's
True, yeah.
more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more,
My hot
just let us
ass?
know. Anyway, I think you're not gonna need even those many shortcuts. For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation.
You guys better fucking respect when I have 100
So as an
keybinds and
example,
I'm flying the
during
ship.
combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example.
At this point, you need to get like a
Let's talk about this
like a physical MFD to put in your on
We're
your
going to
desk.
have now here a variety of options from customizing your
Kraken,
elements
dude, literally
to enable
probably
systems
so
of the
many.
ship. We may see some of these
Yeah.
later
Every
in
little
action with Yogi.
situation. Open like
These settings
door
are now
4
available on,
the,
this
like,
screen,
launch
not
pad.
in the global settings of the game for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes to the
Like
settings that
Copilots
you
are
already know,
for
but
that
we'll tell
ship.
you all about it when we have it ready.
That's true too.
And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship. So you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships.
That's good.
Yeah, they're being so thoughtful with how they're designing shit now.
Now, some of you might be thinking that these Gladius doesn't
Am I
have
getting my
enough
twin stick set up?
MFDs.
I already did, thanks to VKB.
Can we enable the top setting?
Me as well. Shout out to BKB. Gave me and Lawman free gear.
For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
Yes. They brought it back officially.
Interesting. That's cool.
For this, you're gonna need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get
Oh, that's
all this
sick.
information.
I love when it's attached to the gear.
You can use the
It's
key
so
bindings as I
important.
mentioned before,
It's
so you can
so
select
important.
which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you with your, that
Hi,
will move
Vebs
with your
here.
camera.
It's going
So as you have
great. Thank you
seen,
for the 25
if
month
you're aiming at the
resub.
target,
Much
or
love.
if you're moving with your health
Oh, I could
tracker,
change it.
those views are going to be always with you.
Yeah, like no more like
With all
combat
these
helmets
tools,
probably can't do
you
this.
can customize
Yeah,
your
good.
experience
Exactly.
and
Like
have
you're
it
gonna,
ready
you're
for
gonna
every
want like the
situation that you
A1
encounter
Mark
with your
II
ship.
fucking helmet
Always
because it's
displaying
got
the
that
relevant
new
information to
display
you.
corner
so for
HUD
example,
for like
during
a
combat,
third panel
you
or
may
some
want to
shit.
have
Like,
all the UI
yeah,
elements
just like
enabled,
that small
all the
advantage.
pips, all the crosshairs,
Which makes
so the
that thing more
information
valuable.
For actually
your
using
ship
pilot
on the
suits.
physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me. Now we have MFDs ready.
Oh, so it changes
and let's bring
playing
Yogi
mode.
back to tell you all about
Yeah.
flying your ship. Thank you very much.
That's really good for like career pilots.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully powered up, ready to fly. Pre-flight is complete. So
The
Brent,
VKBs
please,
are
take
really
off,
good,
put the landing gear
Gonzo.
in, and
That's
bring
why
us
we
out.
wanted to go with them. The ones I had before, like Thrustmaster, were very
Have you seen the
plasticky.
interaction? This is
But
great,
for me,
isn't
I
it?
like them how much
Okay,
weight
so,
these have. These like
one of the problems we always have
like
in
physical.
space
So
games
cool.
is to
Feel
produce
good.
a sense of speed. Space
that's nice.
is big, and the sense of speed is always produced by small things going around you. So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added
Yeah,
space
I think
dust, so in the
VKP
future
is
you
like
can tell where your
the
ship is
best
going,
of the
even
intro
without,
ones, right?
even
Because you can
without
obviously
looking
get
at
like a
instruments.
$2,000
Another thing we're
plus
focusing on
mega
as well
setup,
is,
but
GeForce
VKB is what you
reactions.
want when
So
you're
Brent,
like,
if you could come to
I
a
don't,
stop
if you
for a
don't know what
second.
to get, basically VKB is what I would say to someone who's like,
When your ship
I
is
don't know what
sitting
I
like
should
that,
get.
and
You should
you
get a
strafe left and
VKB
right,
because if
have
you don't
these
know what you're
small
looking
head
for,
motions,
it's great to
that basically
have a really
make
high
your head
quality
and your body
thing
react
for
to the
future
G-forces they're
purchases, and you can
currently
learn from
We're
that.
actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brand is now rotating the ship to the left,
I'm a
you
noob, but
also
I
can
want to
see that
invest.
your
Yeah,
head is
so I think
swaying a
VKB is the way to go for you.
Things get a little
But
bit
once you've
more
had the VKBs for a bit, then you can be like, oh,
when
now I
Brand's
want to
actually
drop
taking boost
$5
into
grand
it.
on the
So
fucking Super
boost
Flight
forwards, we
Sim
now
setup
added
Mark
camera shape, we
3000.
added, FOV
But
changes,
if you're just new to
and
it,
this
then
all then
try,
plays
yeah,
together
try
with the other
VKBs.
things like the other exhaustion effects that we have. So
It's like
overall, the ship should
$250
now feel a little bit more
versions that
reactive
are
than before.
really solid.
The same thing. Sorry. At the same time, we reduced the extensions that that the look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit, so it mixes better with GeForce reactions, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5, where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
Reminds me of Elite Dangerous.
Oh.
I didn't play erectile dysfunction, unfortunately.
Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying.
It had like the sticky throttle by default. So, like,
Are you sure?
Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits.
Well, I mean,
These are
I'm
really important
easy
for the
ED.
P and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve. On some ships, when you tricode,
So damn right
you
you're
get
not
actually
fucking
up
playing.
to 50% more acceleration. That huge
I ain't
difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless, so we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think, but we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can. Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the gameplay that is not traversal. So combat, mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working.
God, this feels so
your
much
thruster
better.
boost
Feels
is
like a
fully
different
active.
game
Your
with this.
weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to full max speed. So this Gladius on max speed and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means if you boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That is really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more
fighter
interesting
jet-like
combat
gameplay
maneuvers.
instead of fucking
the PvP players among
actual
you,
space,
they
which breaks my
basically call
brain.
this,
I'm not fucking Ender's
encouragement
Game,
to
dude. I
closing
just
the
want to
gap,
fly like a dog
which
fight.
is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier in the fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting.
It is.
Okay. So in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly.
Jousting.
They take a while to
Do you
move
realize? Hang on. Sorry, I need to jump in. like playing, people.
Why are you explaining something? Go get a drink.
Okay. People saying I like playing DCS in my space game and IS jousting with like a face palm. No. The amount of maneuvers you can do in modern aircraft is insane. I think it would blow your fucking minds to see it IRL. And if we can mimic like that, but also beyond, because this is a space game, then the amount of stuff you're still gonna be able to do is gonna be absolutely crazy. And like the better pilots will absolutely shine through. But it grounds it so that it's still forward-based momentum fighting. So it's not like fucking, this target you're chasing suddenly goes left at 1,000 miles an hour. He's locked into this SCM speed. He has a limited boost, and it's mostly effective forward. I think this is all amazing changes.
Yeah, I mean, you still have maneuvering thrusters. You can still, push space to strafe upwards and all that stuff. So it's not like it's completely like DCS.
This isn't like it's locking it in to be, very slow and grounded, but it still has its like, it has its space identity, but it is able to be mastered without being cheesed, I feel like, by a large margin, where it's not just like, I don't know. I didn't like how it currently was. I think it's all better.
So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional. But you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very careful when you want to swap over. So imagine you're in a fight and you want to escape.
Probably, yeah.
You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing
Or
that
maybe not
will
more
go
Gs, but
offline when you are hitting with distortion guns,
they make you, like,
is
pass
the
out
quantum
way
drive.
easier.
And that is important
Mhm.
because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point we want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized. Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed, the ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
Ooh.
Interesting.
He's gonna miss. He's
That's
gonna
cool.
fall. I mean, you could intentionally fail to, someone's on your ass.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't say that shaky.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel.
I don't think it probably would. It would
Brett
probably
wasn't
be
countering
like...
the forces, therefore he was thrown
it's
off.
just during the
quantum
acceleration
bubble
phase.
collapsed
Yeah, and
threw
also
you
like
out.
the closer
Your
you
ship
get
doesn't
to
like that.
fucking
IFC
them, the
needs
worse it
5,
gets kind of
6
thing.
seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent, show us how it's done properly.
I like that.
These are all great things to attach value to in-game.
Oh yeah.
Because it's like things you actually want and things you could live without it. But like, striving to get the better thing.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
Yippee.
Sweet.
I like that it's
I
just
hope
like the first little bit, not the whole fucking journey. Cause, like,
Yeah, I mean, some of these distances are fucking whack.
Yeah.
I hope within physicalizing quantum, that means we can't teleport through asteroids
okay, so
and
there's a second variant of quantum
stuff
travel,
like we could
and
before.
this is for short-range
Oh,
jumps.
yeah, true.
Sometimes you
Oh,
jump
like at
somewhere or you
the-
go
yeah.
somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for something between a couple of 100 kilometers to 30,000 kilometers or so. When you use
This is
quantum
cool.
boosting,
This is
the
what I was
process is
concerned about.
practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not
I just wanna know what the
stabilize
counterplay is
itself,
for
so
someone
you need
who's
to be
chasing
hands-on
someone.
for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right? Okay, so Brent, can you boost to...
well, they don't have a good scanner. They can't figure out where
reinforcement
you went.
units. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, whoever's following you is gonna have the hardest time already, anyways.
Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Hell yeah.
Yep, that's fucking great.
Brent is awesome. Thank you. Okay, so now, please.
God, it's basically like an entirely different game. It really is. If they add all these quality of life.
So if there's nav point and you boost,
totally
your
different.
quantum travel system will pick that nav point to go to. Welcome
It's like
to
looking at
Pyro
like
3.
old like 2.6 versus how the game looks now. Those are like two different games also.
Yeah.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there,
Blurry.
they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest legs at CIG. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
What do you say?
Legs?
The nicest legs?
We're about to hear the click of heels.
Looking?
Is he wearing
So
shorts?
who's excited to see the new AI changes?
I think
see them legs go real quick.
Don't show me the
everyone,
top
as
half.
you said, my name is Diego Marty Mason, and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was, and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundations, and we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours. It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like they are. Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype with the focus of bringing that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility.
You know, I wasn't even looking at it. I was looking at your legs.
Humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
Perfect.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver. A combat experience where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us, humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight. Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages.
By the way, the
first one,
this stuff you might think like, oh man, he's just like, you know, figuring out how the game works or whatever and making AI for the game. But this same shit, just another level or two higher, to, you know, programmed in with real world stuff, is basically what our military does. It's really hard to like have, you know, competent AI and then, you know, plugging it into real stuff is the big challenge. But this is still fucking hard ass shit to do.
Perception. Then
can't
the
place his
main
accent.
engage phase, which we broke in different tactics. Strafer, Jouster, Chaser, and finally, Disengage.
And finally,
Let's switch to the
Goofball.
demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase. Swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance. That leads us to our second phase, engage.
Does the bug have
Here
a
the
dual
AI
target?
selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are chosen via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco. So let's talk about the Strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, is the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are Jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks whilst outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for backstrafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the Chaser. Now, Brain is going to get there in a second, but the Chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead. Now, we are really far away, 10 kilometers. So the Chaser, it will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the Chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few, critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounter. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combination with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the A space. That will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on fighter behavior, we've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near future, we want to deliver experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight. But unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case.
Fucking awful.
Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the cinch cannons from like a couple of years ago? They were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the cinch cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and runner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is he has 2 weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With 1 push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons, and so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well, how do I put this? Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so Show of hands or show. Which of you has an Ares?
No.
Okay. As an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... This is... What the... Okay. I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore. I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip? Is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay.
Oh boy.
Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay, controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target.
Like that more.
If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red, this does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets.
That's nice.
There's also the benefit that I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam. Oh well. Okay, so. That was this one. Okay, a thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the M-1 system.
Whoa.
The reason for that is the original intention of like controlling the performance between joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So,
cool.
Next point, pip grouping.
All right. Fuck, big change.
If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are gonna have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Ares? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Ares owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit. And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now
shoot when green.
The actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us.
Because it's the areas.
But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets.
Yeah.
The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode. There we go.
This is really cool because this is something
What
they can
this
only
does,
do when they slowed the
it
game
does
down
three
a lot.
things. You get this full zoom on the target.
Oh yeah.
You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Whoa.
Bam!
That's
One turret down.
That's
Bam.
really big.
Bam.
Holy moly.
This could also make engineering way more cool too, because a ship
Okay,
can like
so
focus fire on components.
This hammerhead now understood that it's not good, that doesn't stand a chance right now.
Yeah.
But this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots. And there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And you're gonna look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to nav mode and bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with the throttle? Oh well, something's wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs. Okay, gonna go there now? Okay, yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship, they do not like they do like the vacuum of space. Well, we're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view?
You do flaps.
Can you waggle your tail?
Yeah. Cool. See, I'm way more.
atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
way more into this shit than.
Me too.
Okay, so what you see here is
just
the aerodynamics
thruster
model.
in my front, left,
Because
right,
obviously
back,
our
up, down.
left stick is
Yeah,
somewhat
just like
damaged,
magically
so,
hovering like a balloon.
We can't be as
Yeah.
fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work.
I'm just like, I'm so curious how certain ships like are gonna float now, or like fly through space. Like,
Yeah,
inside.
no, 100%.
Yep. Okay.
That
Like the
sounds really
caterpillar?
interesting.
No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as much as
I'm like
as fast as
sludged
possible.
over in my
So the new
chair,
aerodynamic system
7.5
is a
hours
complete
in, and he's
replacement
like,
of the
"So
aerodynamic
what do you do
system
if you
that
want to
currently
roll
have.
an atmosphere
And you
without
need
thrusters?" And my
you need
brain's
to
like,
control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
so much
Chris
better.
Roberts Flight Simulator. Woo! I love it.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore. So Brent, disconnect the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing
I'm
ceases.
gonna do this all the time with us, by the way.
Or over a lift surface ceases.
Oh my god.
And then at some point you will not have any
I
authority
can't even
anymore,
fly the Carrack.
and your ship
It's, like,
will not
so
turn
brick.
and so on, and you will basically fall out of the
Maybe not
sky.
the bigger ones.
That is naturally a state that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Crash landing. Crash landing pog.
I just want to say
That
real
means
quick,
for
those
you as
mountains
players, what you can actually do,
look
you
so
can
much
do
better than like
aerobraking, you can
mountains.
do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions, like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible
Yes.
with the new system. So let's talk about the problem. How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now. And then the thrusters will kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So when, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left.
Because they're gonna like overheat.
More left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over.
Wow.
And you go forward again.
Wow, that's really good.
Yeah. Yeah, they said like thrusters will overheat. They'll suck up all your hydrogen fuel. It's gonna be
Okay,
awesome.
so now Brent,
I love
show
it.
us how to come to a hover. And do we have some water here?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
yeah,
was
there's
very
our
like a
point.
helicopter to just like be listing to a side and then snap into your aerodynamic travel.
Yeah, what about mining?
Oh
Like, you
yeah,
have to, like, land.
VTOL ships have a purpose. Holy
Okay, so there's our
shit.
landing point.
Yeah.
Can become a little bit slower. I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here.
Ew.
Whoa, look at this.
He's from the fucking water demo. He's like, hey,
Yeah,
you
the
want to
water's
see my
great.
thing
Yeah.
again?
Awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a. So now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle.
It's nice to
And,
see though
he's
that
aided
like
a little bit here by the landing gear. So he has landing gear out, I think.
all those
Because
systems that they're
automatically
developing
enables
are
precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower. but
working
you can, of
together in
course,
these
like, turn this
builds.
off as a player.
Mhm.
And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface.
It's like in
And
previous like CitizenCons, they'd be like, okay, here's my little thing I
And now you're
developed
gonna power down the ship
in its
using
own
the new
environment,
interactions.
all by itself.
Its own demo.
So it's
Engines
good to
off
see that
first.
everything's like all being
Then we're in the
pieced
relaxed
together.
pose again, as Ines showed
Hopefully that means it
before.
gets to us soon.
Power off. And the canopy off. No, open. Off. Don't put the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something.
A swim.
Okay, that was a bit of a
Swimming's not
buggy,
in the
bumpy
game
ride,
yet,
but
Yogi.
thank you for taking the time with us.
Beautiful fucking mountain.
Yeah.
That's so crazy. It looks like
And
that makes
we'll
me
see
wonder
you
if they're
in the
gonna
verse. Thank you.
go back and like update the Stanton planets to look.
Thank you
good.
so much, Yogi. Everybody, it's time for lunch. We'll be back around 2:45, so get yourself some food, get yourself some drinks, give yourself some snacks, stretch your legs, and then be back in Hall A when we come
Almost
back
there.
because
Firefighters in
there.
space.
I am a... It's good.
Introduction.
Oh, he's playing
One
Pirate.
key aspect of game development box and Greybox Fitch. Introduction.
It's good.
You look right there.
Hi everyone. My name is Khan Chuckett. I'm the lead level designer for the PU. I will give you an introduction to
to our locations when it comes to the design, a high-level overview of the design of our locations. I'm going to describe you the processes of our workflow and the goals that we aim to achieve. So, to break down our process a bit, this is very high level, but it starts out with a pre-production phase, an ideation phase. Here everything starts out in the mind. We bring it down to paper, sketch, write, formulate a plan based on our overall design goals. And then it moves on to the blocking stage. You might have heard of this, like the white box and gray box phase. This essentially contains all of the gameplay that you would see in the final product. Basically, the way it's meant to be played, and we test this out with a lot of iteration and, yeah, a lot of testing. And it's basically, the white box is not in a stage where it's presentable, but that comes now. So on the right, as you see, the food court that Adam is going to be showing you later. Yeah, this is the final product, VFX, lighting, everybody had their pass on this.
It's your noodle
and
shop
level
last
design
year.
or other designers still maintains the space and makes sure that the systems that get created are being retroactively implemented. All right, so one key aspect of game development in general is the balance of narrative, visuals, and gameplay. So all these interplay, they interconnect, and it's the foundation that runs through all game environments.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it's important to communicate context. And here in this draw over, you see that narratively, we see sort of a dangerous environment. The spiky shapes here are sort of threatening. We see defensive structures. We can expect some enemy NPCs here, but it's also an old village. Maybe there's some exploration, some loot to be found. And then what's also important is communicating goals. So goals can be the pathways that you take, the gateways that bring you from one step to another, and so on. Okay, whoops. Yep.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Since we're a sandbox game, accommodating playstyles is pretty important. So playstyles meaning going guns in blazing, shooting at everything and everybody, going more of a stealthy, infiltration-y pathway if you wanted to, but also all the social aspects that you know from Stanton. And to do this, we established So one of the core design philosophies is granting the player the freedom of choice to do what they want to do at any point throughout their experience. And we do this by establishing or defining multiple pathways or archetypes that we call primary, secondary, and tertiary pathing. So the first one is pretty straightforward. In a social setting, you have the goal right in front of you, and it's a single goal, such as here in the Habs. In a combat setting, this is very exposed, so it's dangerous to traverse this route. Where it gets more complex is when you have, such as with this outpost here, when you have multiple goals that can be equally important to the player at any given point. This is where we need to have a bit more design put into it with, for example, the landmarks that serve as orientation points, so to help you orientate yourself wherever you are in this location, and leading you to these locations by utilizing shape language and composition. The second path, these are secondary pathways, so these are alternative routes. And these are options that are offered to you as you traverse the area on the primary path, for example. And so you may know this as a tourist when you go to a new city and you look around the corner and you see an alleyway that sort of looks nice and it evokes your curiosity and you want to investigate. In a combat setting, these are covered approaches or opportunities for you to flank the enemy to get to your goal, which could be this building on the sketch. Versus more open spaces, when you have, in a combat setting, in open spaces, you tend to be a bit more stationary because you want to feel more secure.
Level design 101.
Yeah.
The third path is tertiary pathing, so these are more hidden infiltration routes, especially discoverable throughout the point-out stations that Adam will be presenting later on. And these are mostly discoverable to the intent to fly. You can explore these, find loot, or different routes to traverse through the station.
How much longer we got?
Environment interactivity. You might have seen this in the previous presentation. It's very important to ground the player to the environment,
Almost
offering
there,
them
brother.
ways of interaction, being able to change the state of rooms to toy with the AI,
And
or
I'll
just being
finish
able to unblock your pathway.
Absolutely.
What gets a bit more complex is when you talk about resource network systems, such as in day one when Torsten mentioned that you're planning
Yeah.
to
Just
curious.
implement
Yes.
this
This
as well
has
in
been the
locations.
whole time, but it's been
And
we've
this
been
will allow
watching
the
2
player
days
to
of stuff
engage
in
with their
one
environment in different
stream.
ways.
So
They will be able to power up or down entities such as turrets, gates, and doors, and also alter life support systems. And also this ties into security systems. So being able to power up or down certain sections of a security system. And security systems, in turn, will be dependent on security tokens that you will be able to grab from other NPCs in your environment to then gain access to other terminals, to security terminals or other areas. Reputation is a big topic for us, especially with Pyro. So reputation, what does it mean? It means that
there he
basically
is.
your standing, your relationship with factions, and factions are the UEE and standing,
Mr. Pyro.
or outlaw gangs, especially now in Pyro. And this will define your playstyle within this environment. So it will define how you experience the location that you're in a more social context or in a more combative context. So we talk about reputation gates as well, especially in the later presentations. So in the case of the food court, in the rundown station, we have
this could be really cool if I could implement this.
So the first floor is the gang floor, and that might
being
require you
locked
to
out of
have a
certain
better
areas,
relationship
on your
with
reputation.
the owner of this
Yeah,
location.
dude. Sorry, that's
which
the
then
plebs
will
section.
give you unique
All we
mission
need in this game
papers,
is
that
progression.
you can go
Something
to
to
and accept a
earn.
mission that are offering you missions themed after the faction or the owner of this location, but also give you access to unique gear, collectibles, ship weapons, and items. You might have seen these locations in the demo if you've played it. So to close this all off and move on to the other presentations, the glue behind all of our locations is the content. It is the reason why you go to these locations in the first place.
Yo, what's he taking in the social
Our
thing?
main
Is it
goal right now
drugs?
is to not
I
have
want
that
fucking drugs.
divide between social and gameplay as much as
Fuck
we do
yeah.
in Stanton, but mix it up a little and make that
His
dependent
helmet.
on the reputation that you have
Helmet-based
with the
drugs.
factions or the owners of these locations.
Dump that shit into my
And,
fucking
yeah, we're looking into more
oxygen
content.
filter. Hell yeah.
As you've seen listed there's a bunch of new stuff coming as well. With the later
World group
presentations,
content
for example,
and
with the
raids.
logistics hubs in the second portion, we're also looking into raids. But yeah, that's it for me. I will pass it over to Eddie now. Hope you've enjoyed this. Take care. Bye.
Yeah, imagine like those
Hi, everybody.
dynamic events being more player driven.
So,
and not just like
I'm Eddie. I'm an assistant art director on
them
Star
turning on a
Citizen for
switch.
locations.
That is cool. I hope. I
Before
just
we
hope
start, I'd
the
like to
group
mention
stuff and
that
the
all
raid
of the
stuff
footage
isn't
we're about to sequence
super
from our current stable
corny
builds.
feeling where it's
so
like,
all of that beautiful tech,
oh,
all of those
World
features
Boss
that we've seen in the last 2
Rexar
days. is coming from
Bibblebop
our
is
tech
up.
development
Well, let's go
builds.
clear that today.
All those features are
Yeah,
going to
move
make
away
their
from,
way
like,
to
the-
you,
if
of
it's a
course.
WoW daily, yeah.
But that is the reason you're not
Don't
going
want it
to
to be
see
a
some
WoW
of them in the
daily.
builds today. Just wanted to get ahead of the comments a little bit there. So with that said, what am I going to be talking about? Well, I'm really excited to show you that the hard work that the Sandbox One team have been doing to expand our new outpost locations. I'm going to start by going over how we've expanded the library and what that means we can now achieve with the new locations, and then how we achieve that variety from the library by categorizing our locations into both archetypes and themes, and what that means for you as a player. So, I don't know if you remember this, but at CitizenCon in 2021, we showed this new style of outpost for the first time. Now, at this point, we had our art style locked in. We'd worked on our library of content to the point where we could make smaller locations like this one, but with a limited amount of variety between each one. And this is what that library of modules looked like at that point. We'd established our main building modules, as well as some of our larger buildings and a number of smaller secondary and
Now show
dressing
it
and standalone
quadrupled.
modules. But each outpost couldn't be too large without there being some obvious repetition between the modules used. So let's have a look at that library today.
Yeah. About what I said.
So,
that's like so needed.
in order
man.
to achieve that greater visual and design delta between each outpost and have them not feel like exact clones of one another, we've massively expanded our module library in terms of breadth and depth. And what I mean that, we go broad by making more modules with different purposes, and we go deep by creating multiple thematic overlays for each of those modules as well.
It's like enough to be like a
I'll
city
go into
builder.
what that means a little bit in a minute. But the challenge of a sandbox location like this,
It's pretty
as you can
good.
see,
I would
it's
like
not
to see
about
more than
building
this,
a
though.
single unique location. That can be quite
Still
straightforward.
way better than what we
to
have
be
in
fair.
Stanton. Like
It's about
those
giving our
bunkers are
artists and
literally the
designers
same
the building
exact
blocks
asset.
that
Copy
afford
pasted.
us to build
That's
multiple
true.
locations that all feel somewhat different, even if they do share that same basic DNA. So it's about creating both the ingredients at the same time as the recipes and making sure all of those flavors work in harmony with one another for both visuals and gameplay. So every individual part has to take into consideration all of those design philosophies. So every single module has to take into consideration those design philosophies that Khan mentioned. But we also have to make sure that they work with those same principles when an artist or a designer combines them into any one of a number of different layouts. So the more ingredients we have to work with, the more recipes we can create. But with that complexity comes the challenge of keeping everything harmonious. So we'd like to think we've done a pretty good job with that. But that's me. Using this expanded library, we've been able to increase the
Yeah, that's
individual
great.
location size because there's less of that obvious repetition between buildings
like
within
an
any
actual
single
town.
location.
Mhm.
And we can't really
Like it.
call some of these large locations outposts anymore. They become something more like settlements and imply a larger and more established community. Now, as a player, it will mean a lot more to explore and do at any single individual location with a localized and personal feeling mission types that might see you moving around a single settlement to complete objectives or doing short hop missions between clusters of settlements on a single planet. So you might head up to a ridge to repair some wind turbines. You could counter an outlaw attack from a neighboring outpost, or on the opposite side, you might be stealing or destroying vehicles for the criminal gang that you're working for. But in the art department, we always say show, don't tell. So let's stop looking at slides and let's have a look at some of the locations in game.
Buggers.
I love that landing pad so much. It's so cool.
Oh, cute.
Is that good?
Oh yeah. That one's cool.
Mm-hmm. Bandit.
It's very like. Ugh.
Oh,
I just love how like.
Yo,
just like the.
Did you catch the cloth physic?
Yeah. I love just how like the buildings themselves just like tell a story. Like what kind of people like live here? Like are they like a certain type of pirate gang or?
Look at the awnings when the ship flies over. This one at the bottom.
Yeah, damn.
That's crazy.
Thank you. So, what flavors of Outpost did we just see there? Well, we categorize them in two different ways, as I said, and then we mix and match those categories together to provide that variation. Now, the first and primary category is the archetype, and they provide that core gameplay hook and define the main function of a settlement. So scrapyards have a landing pit module for repairs and refueling. Mining operations can have a refinery module and ore extractors for resource and commodity trading. And trading posts themselves allow a broader range of item purchases through the dedicated trade building module. And I mentioned earlier some more like general mission types that you might find that would be agnostic of archetype. And the archetypes themselves reflect that primary gameplay function of a settlement, but there's also a middle layer. Of course, we don't want these locations to just be a glorified shop or repair station. So there's to be more secondary activities to do locally to an outpost that are also defined by its archetype. So you may find scrapyards can offer salvage-related gameplay and missions. Trading posts can also offer delivery missions or hauling and cargo gameplay. And farms can offer crops and fauna as resources for gathering or trading. So
Real gameplay.
with archetypes as our primary category, in addition, we mix in a secondary category, and these are the thematic overlays. Now, at the moment, we have two main themes. Internally, we call these independent and outlaw. So themes offer additional variation on top of the archetypes to inform the look and feel of a location, not just visually, but which people you'll interact with there, how they'll respond to you based on your rep, what types of missions you'll have available to take on. So themes don't change the fundamental architecture of a space or the archetype of a location, but they do drastically alter the mood and feel, as well as altering the gameplay experience significantly. And again, let's take a look at the first of our themes, our independent theme.
This is my vibe.
Ooh, social spaces.
I'm gonna go smoke some space hookah on the Outpost 352.
Dude, all they need to do is like give us reasons to stay planted on a surface for more than like 10 minutes. Like, let me take off my helmet, just chill out, do some ground missions.
Yeah, you know what'd be nice is like pay for a room or something, and it has the stuff to do the hygiene mechanics or something. So you have to like take a day to eat, drink, hygiene, maybe trade a little while you're down there, refill your ship or something, and then you're gone instead of like drop off package, fly away every time.
Yeah, exactly.
So, as a neutral player, the independent theme presents a much more social, visual, and gameplay experience. The primary visual read across both themes, so across both Outlaw and Independent, comes from those common architectural forms, and they're generally all more rounded and soft in shape, and the building manufacture techniques are more robust and primitive, with single-story dwellings built from stucco and bare metal. But for this theme specifically, we use soft textiles, warm lighting and color palettes, foliage, decoration that layer on top of those utilitarian structures to give that sense of home. And I use the word home for our independent theme quite a lot because we really want to get that feeling that this is home for the people that live there despite those harsh realities of frontier life. And in contrast to that, we have a theme that lies in a direct opposition to the independence, which we call the Outlaw theme. So let's take a look at that now as well.
While they open with shooting.
Well, it's not RP if your character needs it, right? Like if you need to eat, it's not RPing that your character needs food. You're doing it for mechanic.
This, I think, is just so cool. Like, they can just completely change the vibe of a...
Yeah.
Because I think, like, that from the outside, the assets look the same, but, like, just the way things are, like, completely run down on the inside is completely changes it.
Yeah. It'll keep it fresh for sure. I mean, but I wouldn't want them to do this on Pyro and then do this on the next one and the next one. Like, I hope they make their own asset kits for at least solar system wide, but planet wide would be great too.
I feel like we're gonna, at some point, see these kind of assets again. Like, I think they have to have like a certain limit. Like, okay, well, maybe all the outlaws in the game have like kind of similar usage of assets, but I think what would be smart is them to like the next system they unlock should be like a completely different kind of vibe than what we have.
The story of these once functional settlements being completely overrun by the
develop
various
asset packs.
criminal elements that inhabit the system. And visually, we have themes of a regressed and subverted civilization. So we layer on top of the architecture these spiked and aggressive forms, and we have evidence of a squalid living arrangements, and lighting comes from fires or poorly maintained fixtures. Some spaces are going to be recognizable as deformed versions of the independent theme, but some have been completely changed to more nefarious purposes. And while both themes employ all of the various alternative pathing and traversal considerations that Khan detailed just earlier, the outlaw spaces are weighted more towards combat. But just because these spaces are more dangerous and the experience can be more combative, that doesn't mean that the archetype of the outpost is lost. So if you as a player choose to be a criminal working up your rep with a headhunter gang, you'd be welcome at the trading posts and you'd be able to buy and sell items or take on missions. But you probably won't then be very welcome at the independent themed locations, and that's where you'd get your combat experiences. So while the outlaw theme looks very different, the functionality of those archetypes still remain. So I've talked about the kinds of outposts we've been hard at work on, and I hope you've enjoyed checking them out over the last 2 days in the Pyro demo. It's really made me very pleased to see people playing our content at last, so thank you for that. But where are we heading from here? Well, I hope it should be obvious that we're going to get these out for the first Pyro release. We still have some final optimization and polish passes to do across the whole library. We're also going to be expanding the amount of these locations throughout Pyro and beyond, and our tools allow us to do that very quickly now. And we've got the library as well to do it. And the new outposts are not limited to the Pyro system. They're completely system agnostic, so you can expect to see these outposts in other systems as well. And of course, we're going to look to add more ingredients, more of those modules to the library as well. to further expand the variety and depth you'll be able to see at these new locations.
Okay, that's all.
We want to encourage more on-foot gameplay within a small ecosystem of a planet to give that more localized and personal feeling experience. Our goal with these locations, as with many of the others we're going to hear about today, is to continue to work on the gameplay so that every location offers a rich playground to explore. And I guess I'd like to finish just by thanking everyone for listening today. It's really great to see you all.
I'm going to pass you over to Nick, who's going to talk about some locations that are coming in the near future. Thank you. Bonjour tout le monde.
Yay, near future.
You have French Canadian on the... Alright guys, my name is Nicolas Pinchot, I'm from Montreal. I'm assistant art director, and I'm here today to show you the next new derelict settlement we did. But just before that, I just want to say thank you to everyone who worked on that mandate. You guys made an awesome work. I'm super happy and proud to be here today to show you that, all of you guys and to the world. So let's cut to the chase and let me present you the new derelict settlement.
So these will be on Stanton.
Yeah, nice.
Where's the Kraken?
They also look way different than the Pyro ones. Keep it up.
Bring out the fucking soccer ball.
But he's got one in that
Yep.
backpack.
What happened to all the Picos from day one? We gotta bring them back. That's pretty cool. Like, I don't know if it's like a shader effect, but the fact that they can get the snow on top of like the same kind of materials that they had in other locations is really cool.
It is nice. I like this little ice town.
I hope these aren't just like, I mean, I think they are showing that these aren't just hostile places in this video, but that's good. It's like,
Yeah, that's nice.
yeah, I don't want to just like.
With the new, like, if the star map is added in, right, that makes it actually usable to go to different, like, cool stuff on the planet. Then,
Yeah.
you know, you can actually just go somewhere. Yeah.
Imagine if these are like super off the grid. They don't have quantum markers, so you have to like find them yourself. And
Yeah, I mean, if some of them are, that'd be great. Like maybe just only major ones or super size ones.
Or like the only way you can find them is if you like, maybe someone that lives there is like puts out like a mission for you to grab, and they're like, okay, meet me here. I love this, the oil rig.
Yeah, that's cool. Neat.
Pretty cool, guys, eh? Oh, by the way, we made more than 4. It's not just 4. We made more than that. So we split those settlements into
Here comes the
categories, social and
Kraken.
lifestyle. In the social one, we will have drop-off mission, shops, food, loots, and drinks. And hostile one, just leave
What are you
with
trying
more
to
focus on that.
say?
Let me show you what it's
Release
like.
the Kraken.
It's about to fly overhead.
Yeah, they're just showing that. Okay, you could take the same exact missions we've always had.
You can get a package.
I like this edit of the song.
Yeah.
The timing was so funny. It stops.
This is pretty cool. They actually have shops. Very cool. Hope they
Yeah.
have unique gear. Weird.
The fucking song.
killing me.
It looks fucking great. I love it.
This will be nice though to have these bunker missions that aren't in bunkers anymore.
You can just call them missions. You can start calling them missions, you know?
Yeah.
After all this time, it can be more than just one thing.
Yeah.
So I have 7. How do I post 7 TV emotes? What's the UI to post on those?
Like upload them?
No, this is like post them in chat.
Oh.
Is that, I clicked.
You can do colon and then start the word.
That's how people do them? They don't have like a drop down menu?
I mean,
There is a drop down, but
yeah, but
there's
like
so
if there's
many.
something
Alright,
you're-
in summary,
yeah,
guys,
like whatever
we're
you're thinking
going to
of,
have
you probably
a
have to
lot
search
of
for it.
new location on planets, links with nice mission and good gameplay. And the most important, all those locations will be in Q4 this year, available in the game.
Good.
Epic.
I think that's going to make the game
Thank you
fun to
very
play.
much. I will let now Adam to show you more
Before
good
pyro
stuff.
hits.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Hi everyone. All right. So welcome to Rust Stop Stations. I'm Adam Sanders, lead environment artist for EUL 1. We're excited today to show you our efforts for the Pyro Rest Stop Stations. So, what are Pyro Rest Stop Stations? Well, these are stations reinvented. These have new themes, archetypes, and gameplay to support new and interesting experiences. Aside from the social aspects, there is gameplay and exploration on the location. I hope you had a chance to play the demo over the past couple of days. I've now spoken to a few of you. It's pretty good, right? Yeah. It's a sneak peek of our current progress. Let's kick off with an overview of the Pyro system. For the Pyro system release, we plan on 6 planets and 26 stations, including jump point stations that connect with Stanton and future systems such as Magnus. Rest stop stations are either in rundown or abandoned states. Citizens of Pyro, the Rough and Ready Outlaws, and Xenothreat may control these. Our focus today will on the Rough and Ready owned Pyrotech Amalgamated Fuel and Resource Station, Planet 2, the Grange Point 4, otherwise known as Checkmate Station.
That's so spooky. Man, these look awesome.
Yeah, I love them. They're like, they're so much different than the ones we have, which is so needed because everything feels so samey right now.
Yeah.
This is where
They
it
seem
actually
like-
starts to grow and that you can see that growth.
Yeah. They seem like they have a lot more like interior space too, which I think they need to go back to the current ones and figure out ways to expand them to make them a little more unique, I guess.
Yeah.
So to create a richer experience from rundown stations, we have 3 key points. So increased reputation gives you access to new areas, unique gear, and mission givers. It also relates to basic functions such as the hub clinics, which need at least a neutral standing with their owners. Combat can take place anywhere, including social areas. Numerous options for environment traversal and enhanced environmental interactions. We aim to include new substation areas such as the workers area, lower deck, and maintenance areas. These areas will offer unique content, more environment interactivity, and interconnection between areas. Our journey begins when the player arrives in the entry deck view room. The entry deck serves as the first barrier between the outside world and the interior of the station. Some inhabitants are prevented from going inside and are stuck here with no means of getting out. Slums are formed beneath the bridge, smuggling routes established. Some shopkeepers will sell you water and food on your way into and out of the station. Let's have a look.
Where's the button press? Where's my button press?
Weird. Someday. Faction branding swaps out depending on station ownership. That's really cool. Yeah.
That's an awesome feel. This feels like almost like 40K like.
Yeah. So I think what they're like implying is that each station might have a different faction control, and your reputation with that faction can determine on whether you can actually land there or not.
Mm-hmm. Or if you do and you're not supposed to, like how much you're able to accomplish. It'd be sick to just like raid a fully operated one and see what we can just steal from it.
And you can like sneak around too. So if you're not supposed to be there, you can just like, okay, well, maybe you got like a mission here that you have to drop something off, and everyone's hostile. So I think that's the coolest thing is like they're actually giving us like mission gameplay in these stations. It's not just a hub of like shops.
Yeah. That's gonna be nice to go from Pyro to
Can't
Stanton
touch
and
on
back.
reputation
like,
earlier. Let's
you
see
know,
how that is applied to the
mix it up constantly.
So how does the reputation
Yeah.
gate in the entry deck affect gameplay? What happens if we have good reputation? So if you had good reputation, you could go straight through. This is no fuss, and it's the quickest way to maneuver through the station. However, you've got to put the time and the effort in to get to this point. What happens if you neutral reputation? So you might be waved through, maybe you have to pay a bribe, and you don't want to pay, so you're going to have to find an alternate pathing. Or you're going to have to build up your reputation. If you have bad reputation, and for all you naughty ones out there, I know some of you exist, this applies to you. In short, you're going to have a tough time, but you have options. So stealth via other pathways might be one of those options. You build your reputation up from scratch, or you can probably fight. Let's focus on those alternate pathways. The modules on the station are broken up into several traversal areas.
Thank you, Cyber Angel.
As with the other
33
location
months.
archetypes,
Let's
we can
go.
find these spaces as secondary or tertiary
Welcome
routes,
back. Thank you so much.
as opposed to the more official primary
Much love,
paths.
much love. It's been a long
Most
ride.
modules are
brother.
interconnected with vents and maintenance
Oh,
shafts.
yeah.
These reward the players with infiltration and exploration paths, as well as potential loot. So what alternative routes exist?
Will other
to enter
players
this
be using these
access
stations
to
while you're
station?
sneaking around?
We'll offer the opportunity to access the
Probably.
station through multiple EVA points on the exterior. It gives you the choice on how to tackle missions.
It seems
and
like they're gonna
reputation
fuck with each other so hard.
These alternative entries allow the player to circumvent the ATC loop completely. Useful for when your reputation with the owners would normally prevent you from going through more official ways. These serve as spaces that provide content aligned or against the owners of the station. The maintenance hatch access points are a new common sub-location to the stations. The stations are planned to house maintenance areas that increase the interconnection between all the different sub-areas of the station. They act as alternative pathways the player can take to traverse from the entrance area to the Galleria, for example. Now let's have a look at our main social space. The market. A central location for the controlling faction. It houses all the nefarious activities. You can participate in their endeavors if you have the right rep. Let's have a look at some of those key features.
And I love that everything is reputation based. Your progression, it's gonna make things so much more in depth.
Yeah, I hope as long as the like rewards are, you know, sufficient. Like if the gang black market that you get access to through like max reputation is just like the same guns you can buy, I will be pissed.
Yeah.
Ooh.
New and
yummy.
gross.
Yummy. Carry yeah. See, wait, that's sea nuts?
Yum yummy. Slimy yet satisfying.
Yummy. Dude, I want to be a sea nut fucking hound.
What if you
The
just
market is a social
sold
hub,
sea nuts?
and a
That's
good
your
example of making it a
in-game
social
job.
and gameplay space,
Millions
as mentioned
of
by
sea
Khan
nuts.
earlier. Another reputation gate can be found in the market. The ground floor is open to the common public. The upper floor is reserved to rough and ready outlaws and their associates. If you have increased reputation, you can access the area. You can access this area, which gives you access to premium items, top-tier mission givers, and access to new areas.
There you go.
We plan to
Better
house
mission givers is good.
mission givers in both tiers that will give you unique jobs to further your reputation and fame across Pyro. Now let's have a look at another theme. Abandoned is a new, non-social location theme. Let's have a quick look at the current abandoned area on Checkmate.
I wonder if they'll have like entire stations that are abandoned. So it's like
No, they gotta.
yeah. So
Yeah,
like you
that'd
think
be
you're
such a cool vibe.
And that's
You're
where
heading
that's
to a
where
place.
you go to hunt down and harvest the sea nuts. You gotta pick up your alien grub food.
I just want like man they kind of hyped Pyro up to be this place where like you really have to think about where you go, and like fuel is not going to be available everywhere. But they're also putting 26 of these stations in, so you know, it's like.
Thank you. So we have entire abandoned stations as separate locations. On top of that, there are abandoned areas within the rundown stations, much like the ones you probably see in the demo. There will be around 15 of these around the Pyro system. These are accessible through airlocks and breaches or other means. We aim to enhance all the space locations with a lot more gameplay content. Loot runs, exploration, creatures, missions of various types with PvE and PvP content, just to name a few.
Creatures.
We're also laying a focus on environment interactivity with potential retrofitting of occupied stations. With the future addition of security systems and the resource network system, we will have the means to further improve the experience within these spaces and offer new challenges. With power, life support, and gravity playing a key role to give the player a unique experience, especially in abandoned stations. So, what do Pyro rest stop stations bring to the game? So lots more variety in space stations, with more gameplay opportunities within a station location. Opportunities for exploration, hidden areas, multiple options for access or traversal. These are faction-owned, and reputation will affect the location and gameplay. These feature lots of new mission opportunities within social space, and multiplayer opportunities for combat on location. So I hope you've enjoyed the sample of what stations will offer, and had a chance to have it on the demo the past couple of days. That concludes the Living on Edge presentation. Thank you for your time.
Here we go.
Thanks, guys.
Next one will be
Hey,
big
everybody.
on gameplay.
Hi, Jared.
We are almost to the end of CitizenCon 2953. Can you believe it? 2 days? Pyro? Starcloth?
Pyro?
Star Hair? Star Citizen? All right, we still got one more presentation to go, but I have a couple announcements I have to make. This was just handed to me by the facilities team, so bear with me. Astropub, you're going to need to redo your lore video on the history of the Zeus. Geo, you need to get some money. Offie, I need to be invited to the next ladies' night. Perks, this just says get good. Steven here. Fastguard, slow down. Gabby, just thanks for my bracelet. And Salty Mike, don't forget to pick up your check on the way out.
And us.
You know, that's
Wait, it's coming. It's
something about
Feminist, you need to upload more.
Like 15 minutes. So if you wanted to get merch or anything else, you wanted to at one last community booth, you've only got about 15 minutes left to do that before we close Hall B.
He knows.
In Hall B, the last 2 days, we've had our good friends at Atmo Esports. We're running their fight and flight competition. So I would like to invite 2 of the members of Atmo Esports, their founders, their creators, the big cheeses at the top, Crucian and Corsair. Come on up, man. You got 90 seconds to tell people about who you are, what you're about, and how the event went.
I'm Corsair, and this is Crucian, and we're from Atmo Esports. And we've just run Fight or Flight, the first live tournament experience here at CitizenCon 2953. We'd love to thank the staff and competitors.
What? Yeah. Is that what that big group is?
Yeah, these competitors.
Yeah, come on, guys. Come on up. Well, I just want to give a big thank you to the competitors who made this tournament happen. We have Lizzie B, Avenger 1, Verity, Cobra, Herbadiza. We got Sin, Astropub, G.I. Jew. We have Comet 15, Bognagus, Ms. Gabs, Schwang, Zero State, New Cabbage, Detox, and the Floor Mat. These guys have gone through adversity throughout this tournament, and they've done a fantastic job. So I just want to say thank you to the community who keeps supporting what we're doing.
Avenger 1 is
We'll
like
love to
the
be back in the
best
future, and this community is the
pilot.
best
I don't know what he
community
looks like,
in the world.
but-
Thank you.
He's the.
I didn't expect
he's
someone
the
like her
tallest
to
one
be like
on the right side.
competitive
If you're watching this, you can check out
esports
the stream, the whole event
stars
up on their
and
Twitch channel, I presume. I should check beforehand. Thank you very much, everybody. Watch your step on the way down.
Oh, it's Pro Plus streamer. Okay. Okay.
All right, I got one more housekeeping thing. There's a person not many of you know.
Oh yeah,
He's an associate
of course
producer in our
that's
LA
what
studio.
it is.
She can still be a pro. What are you talking about?
Heavy and his
No,
details.
I got my invite to this too, guys. I was so busy with
So I
TwitchCon.
would like to formally introduce you to Dan Halbrecht, who's been co-hosting the event. Dan, get on up here, man.
CitizenCon 2954. Here we come.
I just fucking crashed into the space station. At this point. I'm so fucking rusty.
Yeah.
Ooh, last time I flew 3 times in the nighttime of a planet. Straight into the surface.
They're bringing.
Oh, she's absolutely better than those either way.
2 days.
That's Destination Adventure.
I'm curious.
You're going to see more about.
I just thought I liked her vibe. I thought it was cool. It was a compliment overall, fellas. Just so we're aware.
So I'm going to let Todd Pappy tell you about. And then, of course, we'll let Chris Roberts come to stage, return to stage, and close out the event proper. So this is a sign-off for me. Thank you so much for being here at CitizenCon. And on behalf of Tyler and Leah, if I may, thank you for making this event possible.
Thank you, Jared. Take care.
And you're going to love what you're about to see, everybody.
Yeah! to get cat ears? What do you mean time
Guys,
to
they're
get
adding
them?
Halo.
PvP to Star Citizen.
Already got.
I fucking already got the mod. I don't need them to add
Hello,
it.
welcome to Destination Adventure. My name is John Griffiths. I'm the lead environment artist for EU Sandbox 2, and I'm the product owner for the distribution centers. Before we delve into, I'll put my slide on for a start. Before we delve into it, everything that you're going to see is currently in grey box, so just keep that in mind. So, these distribution centers, what are they? Well, first off, they're the biggest location we have on the ground outside of Wellington. The reason why they're so big is intentional. We wanted them to accommodate as much world and mission-based gameplay as possible.
I like roads.
Each location supports multiple
Fucking
landing
hell.
zones,
Yeah. Oh my
making
God.
them
So
accessible
long.
to as many players as possible at any one time. There's even a road network to support transit from the planet's surface into the main building and to any berth ships.
And inside too.
So every
And these
distribution
aren't-
center will be owned by a faction. You know,
These
depending
aren't
on the
even
faction
the
and
like
where the
planetary
distribution
roads, the
center
ones
is
that like
located on the planet
go
will
across
determine
planets.
its specialism.
Well, I don't
Each
think those are
specialism will
ever
lend
gonna
itself to
happen.
different missions and gameplay opportunities. So let's talk about some factions for a moment. So an example of a major faction would be the UEE. Now at their distribution centers, they're likely to be more specialized towards military supply, research and development, or communications, you know, depending on which branch of the UEE it is.
They
will have a
they're so
much
cool with their
stronger
guns.
military presence in the area. And missions here may be more hostile with combat-orientated, team-based raid opportunities.
Oh.
Other examples of hostile gameplay that we're thinking of is hacking and stealing,
That's the raids
searching
are.
for and destroying a specific item, tracking and eliminating
That's
any
cool.
VIPs, and you know, everyone's favorite, eliminate all. Grey Cat Industrial would be an example of a minor faction. So their distribution centers will be more specialized towards gathering resources,
Cute.
manufacturing, assembly, shipping.
Just a little happy
There will
trade
be a security
place.
presence here, but it won't be that as strong as a major faction. And missions here would be more suited to friendly gameplay loops, though we won't be ruling out hostile missions like corporate espionage.
Steal money from the guys that make golf carts.
Like I said, resource gathering and mining.
Poor fucking guys, they
maintenance
need
of
it.
the location. But you know, that's enough of me talking about it. How about we show you where we're up to with these distribution centers?
Yeah, they showed these last time.
But that was just concept art. Now we got actually got gray box, which is
It'd be cool to make one of these as a player-driven one day.
Oh god, yeah, this is like an org capital would be so sick.
Like yeah, an org endgame.
Fuck, that's awesome to think about. Imagine we'd, oh god, it'd go like weeks at a time in the Kraken and then finally come back and drop everything off. Expand our base by a shit ton.
Yeah.
and then get A2 bombed and lose it all.
I'm back. What's
That's a lot
happening?
of concrete. Hey brother, we're just looking at big place.
Big place.
Big ass bunker.
I also like how they renamed these to
The
distribution
roads.
centers.
What were they before?
Wind Squadron
Yeah,
42.
They're called underground facilities before.
Yeah, okay. Thank
But
God.
they're definitely they're definitely not all underground. So I'm glad they changed the name. That's so cool though, like the landing in the
Thank you.
pad and having your ship loaded.
So to talk you through the corporate spaces at these locations, please welcome
Really
Rainer
cool.
Rick to the stage.
Hello, hello. So my name is Rainer Rick. I'm a lead environment artist at the Montreal studio, and we've been working with John's team on the distribution centers. So John just showed how massive these locations are.
Honestly,
he
just,
also
like,
presented the
taking one
industrial
over would
sections
be
on the ground level.
good enough, even
And I'm
if you
here
don't
to
build
present
it
the
from
administrative
scratch.
area of these facilities
Yeah.
that the Montreal
that'd
team
be
has been
cool.
working on.
Would've been cool if they
they're
could
located
like
above
kind
ground,
of
just below the tower highlighted in the picture.
make the
Inside,
exterior
you'll be able to
modular
explore
too.
the corporate
but,
office
oh.
space and interact
Yeah, I
with
mean
the
you could do
administrative
left
personnel.
and right sides are like editable.
Accessible via the lifts in the
and buildable.
hangars and also the industrial
But maybe
section.
that main tower is like controlled.
In addition,
Yeah.
we've added also landing pads in front of the lobby,
Hi, Lisa.
specifically designed for smaller ships and ideal for short stays
do be
like
watching.
pickup or delivery missions. And we can't ignore the fantastic views we have from these platforms. A reminder of the vastness of these facilities. Now,
The
let's step
vast
inside the
platform.
lobby. You'll find the atrium, which is a central point of the administrative area, providing access to various locations of the corporate space. Within this space, you'll find the reception desk, and as a newcomer, you'll be expected to report here first. So here you can hand over your deliveries or pick up packages and earn reputation points with that faction.
Yeah, I'm
So
fine.
also expect
Hope
to see
you're
corporate
good.
ownership reflected through branding, color schemes and product placement throughout the corporate hub. And with the use of overlays, we'll be able to swap these out depending on the ownership. And here's an example with Grey Cat showcasing their vehicles and some shiny armor. And back on the topic of reputation, as it grows, you can expect to gain access to the executive office spaces. From here, you'll meet with
Corpo
unique quest
lifestyle.
givers, and depending on your reputation level, you'll receive various mission types, either friendly or hostile.
Dude, that'd be so
Yeah.
cool if you could become like an employee
The
of these
distribution
and
centers
just
were
like.
designed as an evolving location. We've built this
Get
with
your own
future
office.
extension in mind.
Yeah.
And in the back of the lobby, for
Fuck
example,
yeah.
doorways could eventually
own
lead
suit.
to additional office space.
I've got an office on
So,
Pyro 3.
Just before I show the
You think you
our
could
progress
fucking
so far,
talk
I
to
want
me?
give a big thank you to the Montreal team for their work on the administration
I
area.
hope these like completely replace the current
Thank you.
bunkers because those.
And as John mentioned, we're still in
Make
gray
no
box
sense.
space, so just keep that in mind. Let's take a look.
I can't stop playing with my expensive watch, chat. I already broke it once, and I had to fix it. It took me like an hour
These would
to
be really
fix.
awesome for cargo missions. Like, you actually have a place to deliver packages too. That'll make sense.
Damn, Lisa just called my nice watch a plastic bag. That's crazy. Did you already break it? I didn't actually really break it. I actually put it back together better than the people that first fitted it for me. I will say. It took me a while to figure it out, but I did
yes,
awesome
water.
repair. It's nice, man. I love it.
They have like, oh, of course.
Of course, that's a bomb.
Typical A2 pilots. But yeah, to have like an server measuring these be active little zones too.
Thank you very much. And now let me welcome
back.
back John on stage. He's going to continue the presentation. Thanks a lot,
Every
guys.
single NPC like actually acts like a person because.
Team did a great job with that video.
Shared on the
Okay,
server.
so
Millions of other PCs.
something we've been working on that's unique to this location is raids.
What watch is it? A Versace watch.
So raids are team-based missions with a focus on high-risk, high-reward
Yes.
operations. As Carl mentioned
That's fucking
previously,
sick.
you'll be able to choose how you gain entry to these locations. Coming
This little,
prepared
like,
and
screenshot
geared up
here.
will make the difference between success and failure. Ultimately, you'll need to work together in order to succeed. So these raids will have you breaching the interior of the main structure, highlighted here. Now, each interior will
mirror they
comprise of
sped
rooms
up.
that reflect the location's
Lisa, are you feeling okay?
For example,
Lisa?
Yeah, Lisa, what do you mean?
What are you doing?
Talking about Lisa. Is that the COVID talking?
dedicated to the storage of cargo.
So slow.
Looking to the future, we're planning on having distribution centers with subterranean levels that will be accessed from this interior
Lisa?
space. These will expand
Lisa?
upon.
Lisa,
and
what-
activity of these
what do you-
raids.
what- are you
Let's take
okay?
a look at one of these raid missions in action, but please note that this is early gameplay prototype of a raid.
This is cool. This is me. This is me.
I don't think these are like raids in like the WoW sense. I think they mean like actual raid. Like you're.
Yeah, you're raiding a
Pew, pew,
facility.
pew.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because when I heard raids at first, I was like, oh, so
Well,
we're
it's
going
still
full
it's still
MMO.
like group activities, which they want.
Bring
to
it,
do that.
Ragnaros!
That one guy just chilling.
All right, guys, it's my turn to roll for gear.
Yo, the using
Yeah.
the box for cover as they advance, that was fun.
Hell yeah.
Oh, this looks really cool.
Cart trolley.
Yeah, wait, for like robbing the fucking, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Cute. I love that. So you could be running an operation there for a good while if you wanted to clear them out. Or you could just get more people to get more carts going. Really
I fucking love
cool.
this.
Dude, you could have like a player-driven like pirate raid.
Yeah, that is
the only
spot
purpose is
on.
to steal.
That is spot fucking on.
Yeah,
could-
this is
it's
a cool thematic mission.
Yeah, I mean, even if this wasn't a mission, like even if it was just like you and the boys got together to go raid like the UEE fucking armory, you know, just for the weapons to keep.
Steal a tank.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Pale Famine. Hey, Lawman,
So,
let Bed
as
know
you
I
saw
say
in the
hi.
video, the
You know
team
Pale
took a
Famine?
more aggressive approach to getting inside and taking what they wanted. But this isn't the
No,
only
I-
approach you
I
can
don't think I've met them,
Multiple
but
points
hi.
of egress allow you to be
The hell?
Hi,
stealthier,
Pale Famine.
and it
Why don't you
may
wanna say
make
hi
it
to me?
easier
What
for
the
you
fuck?
to avoid obstacles in your path.
Well, because
Now,
you're not Bed
reputation
Banana.
will also tie into these raids. Missions will have varying objectives depending on the player's reputation level.
You're a Lawlman.
Dynamic events may also be triggered during the raid, so players will need to adapt to an evolving situation. This could range from dealing with additional security personnel to other players arriving to defend the location against you.
That would be sick.
Something else
Like
we've been
SPK.
prototyping is how we can utilize the multi-tool to create gameplay puzzles. Physically interacting with the environment around you changes the puzzles for everybody. With multiple add-ons for the tool available, you may have to get creative when finding a solution to the problem in front of you. In this
Thanks,
next
man.
video, we show you how using the tractor beam attachment can open a
got
new
you.
path to your objective,
Fist bumps you.
but it's up to you to decide what path you
Does
can
the
create
backflip?
with what is available.
What?
Let's watch the video.
This is cute. Little warehouse. I like that.
Some puzzles.
work, man. Just like real life. Moving containers.
It's okay. This is an interesting little puzzle. What if you drop
I
one?
dig this. The like wall racks of cargo.
Amazon
maybe?
warehouse.
Yeah. I guess that makes sense because you do stack vertically, but it's interesting.
Where'd sound go? Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, none in there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's just
Now,
quiet. Just that's
this
that's
location
real
is
sad.
slightly so. Thanks go to Manuel, John, Jack, Martin, Faruk,
Damn.
Luke, Chris, Mustafa, Sam, Tom, and Rob. You've been excellent. Thank you to Raina and his team.
All right,
in
repeat
Montreal.
those
None of
names
this would be
back,
possible
guys.
without their efforts. And yeah, thanks to everybody
Something,
and
something,
online watching.
Rena,
Really appreciate your
Sam. I don't
support.
know.
On to the next one.
Jack.
I was
Lisa.
too enamored by the. Wait,
Ooh.
Hello? Lisa, can you
Someone
hear
call
us?
sci-fi for this one.
This is a good segue from the distribution centers, as I'll be talking to you about different aspects of cargo and freight on behalf of Art and Design.
Yeah, that's good though.
Yes.
My name is Nick Etheridge, and I'm an assistant environment art director. So obviously cargo isn't just about boxes. It's a big part of the game. Almost every aspect of the game has some kind of involvement with cargo. And I'm going to briefly go through some of them now.
Boxes.
So let's start with missions. How will hauling contracts work in-game? We'll be introducing the Interstellar
Sci-fi.
Transport Guild.
Come back.
As well as
This is your thing, man.
As well as formalizing
Is he
Yes.
like the
Wait,
hauler?
wait, what are those?
some of the main hauling
Those
and
are
cargo
the-
companies that you'll be working with.
And
Cargo
As you do
hauling
more hauling
companies.
contracts, you will build
That's
up
new.
a
And
reputation
Red
and
Wing
relationship with the
Wind.
guild.
Red Wing and Ling are around.
This will lead you to
Is it
gaining
wind or
more
is it
lucrative
wind?
contracts for specialized cargo and destinations, such as different forms of hazardous
Red
cargo,
Wing's a boot.
perishable cargo, riskier routes,
Or
and
wind.
more. So what do I mean by hazardous and perishable? Well, as you know, there's lots of commodities in the game, and different commodities have different properties. As you know, with events like Xenothreat, we have some special cargo types.
Value rarity, perishable time, perishable
such as
atmosphere, fragility, amount of ores,
time-sensitive cargo, or quantum-sensitive cargo. But those were a small selection
Eye
for the
tracker on
event,
this would go
and they were
crazy.
the two-handed carryable types only. We'll be expanding those types, plus
Perishable.
lots more types, to the wider game and to these hauling contracts.
Okay.
So how does this affect gameplay? It will affect the choices you make when you
I
are
like
handling,
those.
storing, and traveling with the cargo. For example, with size and weight. Is it carryable? Do you need a tractor beam? What type of tractor beam do you need? Is it a handheld one or a ship tractor beam? Some containers can only be moved with ship tractor beams, for example.
I want to
With
get
health,
those.
Good.
has the container got good integrity? Is it holding fragile goods? Do you need to handle it
Want
with
to
care?
explain that one, Dad?
You can't just throw all containers about.
I just looks
For
like
temperature
chocolate.
control, do you need to ensure the container is powered so
Water.
it can keep the contents cool?
Liquid cargo.
Or do you need to get to your destination quickly?
Water.
Otherwise, the contents may perish. For security, can the container be locked or hacked?
Water delivery
Can the
gotta be the
contents be
most
scanned, or is the
expensive
container
thing
tracked?
in the universe.
Will there be pirates or
The
law
largest
after
industry.
you when you're holding this container? Hazard containment. Is it radioactive? You might need the right protection against it, as you may have seen in Jens's presentation earlier.
Oh, having access
Can
to
it
radioactive
explode?
stuff
You
is
might
gonna
not
be
want
so
to put
fun.
these containers on a more exposed section of your ship.
Just like trapping
And many of
somebody
these
and
attributes
rubbing
are going to
radiation
be
on them.
visually distinctive. So conversely,
You sick
if you want to
fuck.
steal, for example, some cargo on a hull C, which does have very exposed cargo containers, you might want to avoid shooting blindly and accidentally blowing up your potential profits.
Yes.
So look out for those types of containers.
That's so cool.
Back to mission progression. We'll be introducing
Yeah, get a
perks
whole
and
C.
rewards as part
All radioactive
of fulfilling
cargo.
contracts and raising reputation with these
Self-destructed
companies.
over some fucking person's
For
base.
rewards, we'll have
all the
branded
little
ship
crates
and
like rain
toolskins,
down.
branded clothing. There will be
This is
collectibles to decorate your
fucking
house,
whole sea
hangar,
dirty
or
bomb.
ship, or you can put them anywhere you
Yeah.
want. And there'll be more exclusive rewards that we'll be revealing later. For
This is what I was talking about. Like actually like
Thank you.
earning like clothing and like flair and stuff.
Yeah.
For perks,
By progressing.
you'll get access to more items in shops.
If that becomes the thing,
and
chat, just name it
discounts on
after me.
specific items.
That's all I ask.
And all
Yeah,
of
I just
these
wanna, like, set
rewards
it
and
on fire
perks
and then
you
drop
need
them
to
off.
earn in the game.
Wait.
You cannot just buy them.
You can't buy them on the pledge sword. Hell yes. Finally.
I mean, cool.
Next, let's have a look at
That's
freight
fine.
elevators and hangars.
I'm happy.
I knew you'd be
I can
excited
tell
for this.
You're really into this one.
I'd like to show you a short
I just
video to
like-
demonstrate how freight
I like-
elevators
I
will
like
change
rewarding
I just wanna-
how you view your
perks.
hangars
Those
and
are
how you
nice.
use
I
them.
want to earn stuff in game. I don't want to like, you know, buy everything.
Elevator.
So true.
You sound fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I'll be okay tomorrow.
Fuck no.
Sure, Lisa? Are you sure?
I'll be okay tomorrow.
Okay.
Me to the kid in the children's hospital.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to meet Mr. Beast now?
Fuck it.
I got an extra debt. Can someone quarantine with me, please?
Let's
Mr.
quarantine together.
The child's over here, Mr. Beast. Oh!
Look at this guy go! Oh my god, he's running.
Oh my god, he's fast.
So I don't know if you saw the whole freight elevator is like this is how you're gonna move all your stuff to your ship now, including vehicles.
Damn.
No more having to fly to an outpost.
That's sick. That's fucking sick. Me when I pull out my private military worth of weapons and arms I stashed in the airport.
I'm gonna make mine look so messy, but with purpose.
Soda?
So they're basically getting rid of the like magic inventory, like that exists in cities. Like everything you own will exist in those freight elevators.
How do you stop somebody from fucking stealing it?
Someone bring them to your hangar.
So, as you can see, hangars, they will become persistent and personal, meaning you can stay there as long as you want. Whatever you leave there will persist and will be yours to use as you see fit. Your
Yeah.
hangar won't just be a place that you leave from in your ship. It will become a key base of operations to handle your inventory and storage needs, and you'll be able to request your ships from an
So I
ASOP
just see a load of the
from
crack
within
and
the
everything.
hangar
Yeah, dude.
itself.
I mean, I'm just thinking. I love the logistics of that. Like, to have a good running Kraken, you're gonna need a fucking good running logistics team and a good running
Location
fight
inventories
team
won't
and like
be
a good
magic
running,
and instant
like,
anymore.
pilot
This
and
means that
engineer
the freight
crew and
elevators
gunners. Like
will be
everyone
one of
needs
the
to do
main
their
ways
part
you
to make this
interact with your local
absolutely
inventory.
massive thing work.
Items stored at the location can be requested via the elevator kiosks and will be brought up in a physicalized state to do with as you want. This would be done through a dedicated interface screen to manage large volumes of items. It won't be using the personal inventory system. The change is obviously a really big quality of life improvement to retrieving ground vehicles. No longer do you have to travel thousands or millions of kilometers to specific places in the verse to get
Do
your
I have a
vehicle.
horde of
You'll get
Furies?
them
God,
straight
no.
from
No
your
Furies are allowed to land on my ship. Fuck your Fury. No Furies, no Cutters, no goddamn Auroras, alright? You hear
You'll
me?
also be able to bring up ship
None of you are
components,
landing.
So your
No
hangar
clearance.
is now more of
Hostile.
a maintenance bay and outfitters where you can do repairs and swap around items and things like that. So in short, persistent player hangars in combination with freight elevators will dramatically change what you can do in your hangar. It will be a home to do as you want, which has always been the dream. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. And I will
Yeah,
pass you over to Todd Pappy.
Oh, never mind. Okay. I won't talk anymore. This is.
Poor shaming? It's not poor shaming.
Oh,
Come on, I
Just
can't
come
hear
aboard
you.
and leave your
Oh.
shitty
This
shit
guy's like
behind.
the
All right,
God,
there we go.
you.
like the lead director of the entire
So,
PU.
You Lord, Todd.
We'll be talking today about
He knows
something
his
special.
power.
It's an update on something that we talked about a little while ago, but we feel it's the future of Star Citizen, and it's the culmination of multiple different game systems coming together. So why don't
VR.
you play the video?
You are
VR.
high. You're so high.
VR on the Kraken. In theaters of war.
Oh my god.
I can never tell if these panoramic shots are just silent or it's just the audio quality in my phone. Oh, there we go.
Oh!
Land claim site.
Holy fuck.
Oh!
Damn.
Wow. Shit.
Roomba.
A Roomba. Does it move like a Roomba?
Oh.
Oh.
Good God.
Oh yeah.
My nuts are going right into that fucking laser if I can build this.
Ayo.
Boom, boom.
I think
Material
that's
boxes.
penis enlarger. Put your whole junk in there.
Get rid of
Hey.
your prospector because you're gonna mine on with your big mining laser now.
No, move over, soccer ball. You're being replaced.
After all
Okay,
this
but imagine
time?
though the soccer ball with the laser.
Soccer ball rubbing my leg.
That was pretty efficient solar. I mean, inefficient solar back there.
I've been talking about fucking a soccer ball all night, Lisa.
Guys, those solar panels are not efficient. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Mm-mm.
Placement bad.
Give him a break. It's the art team that put this together.
Oh yeah,
not
sorry,
the-
it's alpha.
Oh God.
not the science
I
team.
hate artists.
Yeah.
Not the
Wait,
big bang guys.
Point me to him, and then point me to the restroom so I can give him a fucking swirly for putting these goddamn solar panels the wrong fucking way.
They should rotate and adjust according to the direction of the sun, and we can clearly see the light shafts are coming in from the northwest.
What is it, 2958 or whatever the fuck year it is? They
Yeah,
should be better than
exactly.
this.
What is it?
What
Was
the
it
fuck?
2025? 2025?
But
1.5?
125?
Fucking Fernie's watching this. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Bernie?
Yeah.
Is he
I
running
just got. Oh. Fernie, are you one of these fucking artists that's drawing these goddamn solar panels the wrong fucking way?
Yeah.
Now she's gonna give you shit about putting your fucking nuts to the laser, man. Like,
Oh God, are you
Wait.
okay?
Where'd you see Fernie?
I'm being GM. Sorry, I'm fucking coughing.
Okay. Build your home, poggers.
All right. So base building. All right, it breaks down into two really large gameplay sections: planning ahead and prepping, and then you've got the on-site where you're actually going to build. So with that, you need to figure out what your goal is. Is it to have a home with a nice view and relax? Is it to have a trading post where you want to create and sell items? Is it to gather resources available and move on to the next area? Or is it to be off-grid and be completely self-sufficient? So with
What do we want? We had to decide right
with
now.
your prep and everything like that, we've got
Resource.
blueprints. So
Really?
I want
the
an
recipes,
apartment in the city.
Everything in
so
the
I'll
game
just do
is
resource
fabricated
building
from a
or
blueprint.
gathering.
Players acquire blueprints via reputation rewards, missions, or rare NPCs. With any blueprint, you
Reputation.
can actually do research on it and then create different
Nice.
variations. With materials ranging from the common to ultra rare, you might find them at the local shop or have to travel around the universe to collect them. Unrefined, refined, simple materials, or even complex components will all go into the fabrication. With this, then you've got location, location, location. First area is high security, so you must purchase the land. The base is actually invulnerable because of the planetary shield tech. A security will show up to protect it as well. You pay for
It's
the privilege,
invulnerable.
you're taxed.
Yeah.
So
Planetary
at this
shield
point, you won't have the best resources available.
take a break
You
from the
won't have
game, you don't have
access
to worry
the
about
best
your shit
resources
being
available
destroyed.
on the planet. If you don't pay your
Interesting.
taxes, the shields will go away after a period of time, and the base will become derelict and will collapse.
Okay,
But
I
this
guess
is
this
low
kind of
risk,
makes sense.
low reward.
You have this is MMO prevention
Then
stuff.
you've got low security.
Yeah.
So again,
Plus,
you
you
must
know,
purchase the
that's
land.
high security
It's owned
only.
by an independent force,
Yeah.
gang, or faction.
Fernie, build your base in low
Again, you don't
security.
have access to all the best resources on the planet. The base is vulnerable.
Maybe
AI
no security
NPCs
even.
will show up and protect the base if it's attacked. The protection will escalate over time. Player can also build defenses to help mitigate this as well. And then it's medium reward, medium risk. Then you've got lawless. So this is no protection other than what you build. There's shields, anti-air. Players can disable the shields by getting close to them and destroying them.
That's
High
cool.
risk, high reward. Since there's no taxes, no protection fees,
Oh, you don't even need
you get a
land
high
claims,
return
so
on
you
the
just
resources that you collect.
Start building wherever you
Now,
want.
there's some cross-shard and server meshing considerations that will kind of adjust this design in the future, but we'll get into that later once we're really building it. So from here, you've got the tools. So this is what we would consider a surveyor. With this, we want to actually cater to everybody's playstyle, whether you're solo or in an org. With this, you've got different buildings that you can produce, from small, medium to large to XL or XL. So with the surveyor tool, you can only build the small buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings. With the Galaxy, you can build small to large structures.
That's right, Galaxy's
And then
now.
obviously with the
Galaxy
Pioneer,
can do that.
They just
Pioneer can do
decided
it
today,
all.
I guess.
So
Rewind.
with the surveyor tool, you
That
can
wasn't
only
the
build
plan
small
before.
buildings. With a vehicle, you can build small and medium-sized buildings.
Vehicle's cool too.
With the Galaxy,
That
you
is
can build
cool.
small to large structures. And then obviously with the Pioneer,
So what is a
Pioneer can do
large
it all.
structure?
And it still works as a
Is
mobile
it like
base.
larger than the one we
and
saw?
we'll talk about some of the more expanded features that we're adding to it in later on. So,
Yeah, it's like based off the
and then it's
blueprints you
also, we're exploring what can be done
I guess.
in space, not just on the planet. So
Space.
from here, you set off on your journey.
Space stations, player owned.
So with the land
Damn.
claim, you put your tool down where you want, you launch the drone that is built into the machine, and then from there, this allows the player to access the base building and also land claim mode. With the land claim modes, the player can actually change the size and position of what area they want to claim, and it also shows you the cost and taxes associated with it. If it's in a taxable zone and you don't own the land, this interface will default to it.
Wait, this is gonna be so
if you
player-driven.
own land or it's in a lawless area, it'll
This is
automatically
fucking
go to
awesome.
the
Like this is how you
This
make
is
the
cool.
universe feel fucking awesome. Is just having a shit ton of like small space stations that somebody like runs and is all player driven and run, where it's like they only have the things that they brought there to sell or like to trade or whatever, or get raided or die. And then, you know, same with land-based ones, but that's where like the land claim wars happen, right? Because a space station is whatever, you know, maybe it's in a good part of space, but it's just still space. But the ground-based stuff is where you're gonna have like PvP clan conflict. That's fucking awesome.
Right.
The base building mode. So with the overhead view of the land, you can actually place down buildings exactly where you want. You can see the resources beneath the surface, and then you can also place multiple buildings before you actually build. So you can see how it will all kind of come together. You'll see the resources that are needed for it. And then you can also switch back and forth between different modes, which are showing off the resource network and how you link basically power generators to consumers. And then the player can move or deconstruct existing buildings right now with no
consumers.
charge. Fabrication.
I consume.
So when you basically build these buildings, they don't come with any furnishings. And if you didn't bring any with you, then you want to build a fabricator. So depending on what you want to build, there's different sizes of them that support buildings from decorations, armor, weapons, components, and even ships.
That's crazy. You can be a ship manufacturer?
So like base building
What?
mode, you need
That's
blueprints,
nuts.
resources.
Wait,
to
that's
craft what you want.
that's an enormous fucking claim right there.
That's a massive announcement. If you could like be stocked up on like grade A components, and then you fabricate the ship and slot them in, and then sell them, like as is, and just like, holy shit.
Everything fabricated is produced from it produces a physicalized entity. Stats and quality will depend on the quality of the materials actually used.
Yep.
Once you've done that and you built your decorations,
Wow.
now you can actually fill the room.
love-
Fernie says he's getting this game.
So
I love seeing
machines
this
can
stuff
be
like come to
purchased
life.
at different
Fernie,
locations,
please
or
get
they
this
can actually
game.
be fabricated.
Get this game,
You
Fernie.
can do that via first person or in a dedicated mode.
They've been
in
like
Surveyor's
chilling
Tool.
out, just like watching the whole thing with
that,
these. So
you've got different types of buildings. So you've got utility style, which would be garages, freight
They're ready to go.
elevators, landing pads,
Wait, really?
storefronts. And then
Oh,
you've got
Fernie?
extractors. So with extractors,
I'm gonna grab a drink.
we want.
You're back.
Fernie says, I'm doing it to terrorize you. Exclusive. Oh my, you have
Good.
no idea how many people I've fucking killed in this game. This is like the one fucking game.
Yeah,
that
that's
is just-
fucking scary.
they're downloading all this information so they can take you on.
I've had a private army shoot me out of the fucking sky, Fernie. And we killed them all. Oh, first I sound so cringe. Whatever. Watch the videos, Fernie. Watch the videos.
They got you a little bit.
I'm going to the restroom. Be right back.
Yeah. Oh boy. He's thinking about his response. Oh man, what do I do?
boy.
What do I say?
I'm still confused with the whole like shipbuilding part because I can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm back.
Those ship manufacturers would like allow you to like make your own bootleg versions of their ships, you know. So I'm not quite sure I get.
I'm curious.
That.
To make sure that nothing in regards to resource gathering is fully automated. A level of player engagement is always needed. So as Nick
I think
talked
that's
about
still AFK.
before, there are different types of
I
commodities,
feel like that would just be
radioactive,
like
perishable,
buy
etc.
the ships from them.
What you'll be
and they
doing is
come
pulling out
static
full
as is or
containers,
whatever,
then
and then
from
this
there be
element is
repairing, or
essentially
there's wear and tear associated with it, or even
dependent
misfires like
on
you saw in
the quality
Thorsten's
of the
talk
materials
and
used,
Guillermo's
you know?
talk yesterday.
So you could
There's
potentially
also
get slightly
upgrade
better or
paths for
worse.
making them more efficient or
The
resilient.
prices can vary. I don't know.
Power generators.
We'll see, I guess.
So with different types of power generators, there'll
Everything
be
shown
some
during
that
Guys,
are
I've made this
cost
comparison
effective
before. It's
as
not
well as
true.
effective in different areas.
I look at
Solar
like the stuff
panels
that's
will not always
being
work
done
in
now is that
darkness.
it's awesome
Fuel
to see,
generators will need to be
like,
filled
they
up
come to
every now
life
and then, and then batteries to
in,
store excess power.
in this game.
Then you've got producers. So things that will require the players to combine different resources to produce new items.
Thank
And
you,
then
Plater
you've
Shrimp.
got defense. So
But I see
anti-air,
21 monthly sub,
anti-personnel,
poggers. Yo,
and
I
then
like
shield
the
generators.
shield.
That's done really well. So
And then the big one.
it's totally possible.
We start development Q1. So
Dang, that's really fucking fast, actually.
that's me.
Man.
Thank you all.
Wow.
Thank you for
Wow.
coming. It's wonderful to see
Starting
you.
it in 2024 Q1. Jesus.
And like they have the pre-production done, so like the design documents done. It looks like they had like art assets already done too. So
Yeah,
you know, if they could actually work in the systems, maybe it won't take that long. We'll see.
that's really cool. That's pretty fucking
Hello?
soon to be starting base building.
Hey, everybody.
I'll eat my shoe if base building comes out this time next year. Get him. Get that guy. I want to see me the shoe.
I hope you've
Screenshot.
enjoyed everything you've seen in these last 2 days.
Welcome back, Ben. Have you thought about
we
your
were
What I
really-
missed?
They said base building is starting production Q1 2024 next year.
Okay.
It's
Fuck
like,
yeah.
Excited to
that's
show you a
way
lot of it.
earlier than I thought.
Yeah.
And I've sort of seen some online comments about, okay, well, that's very cool, but when are we going to get it in the game? But one of the real reasons why we wanted to show you this CitizenCon is because we've hit an
I'm
inflection
amazed
point
that
on a
people
lot of the
can
features.
talk like
As in
that.
they're either finished or they're in polishing stage, which is why we're showing them. So everything
Yeah, they're
that
just
we've been
that
showing
fast.
you here at CitizenCon is our intention, not making 100%
Crazy,
promise,
huh?
just so everyone remembers that, to get them into Star Citizen through next year. So we're not going to be gated on having to be after Squadron 42.
Nice
we
and
are,
Wow.
so we're planning over the next, Q1,
Hey.
Q2, Q3, Q4 of next year.
DJ Rendon.
Hopefully,
for
everything
the
that we've
Prime.
shown you, you will have
Appreciate
in
it
your
a lot.
hands
Thank you.
playing inside Star Citizen. So,
Biggest
All right,
difficulties of our lifetime.
Mr. Roberts.
and it's very gratifying for
We'll remember
the
this.
team and myself to finally be able to show you a lot of this. One of the advantages of being able to go and iterate on these features in Squadron was that we were able to do it without having to release every 3 months and make sure the old system worked while the new system was working, so we could actually really polish the features, which I hope you could see when we showed you the updated UI stuff, the updated FPS stuff, the updated flight stuff, the character stuff, which is something we're very proud of because this is, after all, an MMO. You want to have as much
He's
freedom
saying that
to
because
create
he developed the
character you wanna
clothing
create.
physics. He was there.
So, as you may have guessed, and Brian Chambers may have let slip a bit earlier, we are
Bulletproof
feature
vest?
complete on Squadron 42.
I don't think so. I think he's just built like that. Also, that's fog.
Wait, what? What did he say?
They're
I
feature
am not-
complete
I
on
am
Squadron
not-
42.
You will not get a release date from
Jeez.
me today because, first of all, you always get very angry at me when I give dates.
I didn't.
So,
I didn't.
So
I don't.
It will be when
I get it.
know that we're fully
Appreciate that, DJ Rendon.
about ready
Yeah,
to print
we're,
the Gold Masters.
hey,
but it won't be just yet.
Looks like we got
But
many more years of it.
We prepared, the Squadron 42 team prepared a small video for you. I may be lying, it's a bit bigger than small. To give you a glimpse of everything we've been working on and
That's what
what
he
the
said.
gameplay looks and feels like. So let's roll that.
I mean,
Latest
damn, the sooner
Squadron
this gets
42
done, the
porn on
more devs
YouTube.
move over to PU.
No audio delay in 4K. Okay. I'll be honest, I watched this already.
What?
What?
Oh my.
The whole thing.
Oh my fucking
Well, because I
god.
watched the beginning part of it and it was
Shaking
like,
my head.
you'll see. It's like it's like a big cinematic thing.
I'm about to wage a multi-front war between you and Fernie. You fucking watch this?
Yeah.
The parents are fighting.
I was bored.
I don't know. I like it when mom and dad fight. It's kind of
Yeah, you do.
Like that, it's
Kinda
on their official
lawsuit.
channel. At much higher.
kind of badass.
Oh, never mind, you got it. I thought you said you found the board gamer one, but
Oh, it's a 26-minute video?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, how many videos are there for this?
And this is like the last one, I think. Pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Because it's not titled the same as like all the other CitizenCon panels. So I thought it was like, oh, this is just like something to do with Squadron 42. I'll just watch it. I didn't think it was to do with CitizenCon. It tricked me, man. I'm sorry. You want subtitles on or off?
Leave 'em on. So Lisa can decipher with her COVID ears. How big have your COVID ears gotten, Lisa?
I'm not gonna lie. I think my ears are clogged because of the light.
They were 5 times the size when you posted a picture.
Wait, really?
Your ears were fucking huge. You
Oh, looks like Dumbo.
That's an
No.
understatement.
This looks good.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, I should probably be watching this thing that I've been waiting for literally years to see anything about.
Copy that. On our way.
Male pilot talking is Henry Cavill, I think. There's no way. There's no way they're gonna have Henry Cavill talk but not be shown. Are you kidding me?
They're about to show him
Henry
in
Cavill,
8 seconds.
hasn't he always been in the cast list? Or no?
Yeah, but there's no way he's not gonna. They're not gonna show that handsome motherfucker and not use his best asset, his face. Fucking awesome music.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That's when Silver Mission comes in.
This is unlockable, right? Am I mistaken, ships? Yeah, this is the biggest player-owned ship you can own, right?
I think that was the Javelin, yeah.
It's purchasable.
I know I just wrote you. But a couple of hours ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the jump got twigged.
How did that happen? Whoa.
Highlight girl.
Whoa.
I guess that last fight didn't scare them off quite like we all hoped it would.
The hell?
Honestly, we've been out here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore. I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe. Your loving son.
Me sending a voicemail to Lawman in the beginning of the next video.
Yeah, you gotta match this production quality.
I disconnected 80 million kilometers outside of orbit, Lawman. I don't know how I'm.
First disconnect, huh?
You did a great job at impersonating 5
Never
people.
gets old, does it?
Once.
Sir.
Jump scare! Holy fucking hell!
I used to do the same thing when I was first coming up. Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the launches. Have you seen the F-8s up close? No, sir. The thing's a beast. 12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains. It sure sounds like it. Sir.
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren to the bridge.
Hey. She was modeled after an actress, I think.
This is like a
Yes, sir.
star-studded cast.
Keep your head up.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a lot of that, Lisa.
Took me a couple times
It's her
before I got
voice.
in.
She did the acting.
Thank you,
and
sir.
everything.
The same actress that played in the sex ed show, I think.
Oh, and then that's where you start off as a player? Your head goes into the camera. That's the beginning of the game.
That's right, Bad.
Wow, Bad.
They started the brain of the first.
Oh shit, it's Earth, Manchester.
Whoa.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce
Wait,
we have just
that
passed the
fucking
major
threw me
milestone.
off. I was like,
I legit thought this was still in game.
Yeah,
everyone.
Then I looked at the date. I'm like, wait a second.
Wait, that's real?
Oh
Wait,
my
that's actually
god.
When you can't tell,
Oh.
hey, game's
Well, I
pretty
also
good.
it's like blurry here a little bit too.
Yeah. There's
I'm
bit
Chris
rate on the
Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce
Yeah.
we have just passed the major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together to share what this means.
they're cracking.
As Chris says,
In theaters of
we've
war.
moved into the polish phase of Squadron
In
42,
VR.
which means extra emphasis on
Practice
ensuring
quality.
things feel fun.
Ooh, little chunky
This
on
one
that
is
FPS
focusing on
there.
Hey.
Such as dialing in
Even
combat
in their
encounters.
fucking
Pre-polished,
It's
studio.
also looking at the feel of how
Yeah,
you
it's before
control
any
the
of the
character on the
performance,
vehicle
increases.
and making sure it's immersive as
Fairly.
possible. We've paid extra attention to how your character reacts when in their ship, so that you feel like an actual pilot, whether that's firing your weapons, taking hits, or punching the afterburners to get to cover. Ship AI has also seen huge improvements, with closer engagement distances and more varied behaviors. And with our new precision targeting
Man,
mode,
feature
the
complete
action
is
has never
crazy.
been as close.
Yeah.
That's crazy. They just dropped that.
What it goes beyond
With the
feature
aim
complete,
now
I
on
gush
polish,
It's
we've organized
just
the
polish.
project into
Polish but
self-sufficient
fixing and
strike
then
teams, so we can focus on individual areas to
Whoa,
deliver
look at the fucking
best
boat.
experience.
Holy shit.
Yeah, dude. Fucking riverboat, dude. That's that literally doesn't that just literally confirm?
This allows us to bring all disciplines
sea-based
together
vehicles
with
in
a
future?
unified vision of enhancing the
crazy.
gameplay by
That's crazy.
seamlessly blending it with polished visuals,
I hope we do see this
final
on the PU,
cinematic
it'd be so awesome.
performances, and our ever-improving technology.
Yeah. I'm thinking we're back.
I'm thinking we're back. It's just like a Half-Life.
kid. You keep going.
See why.
Mark Hamill in top right.
We're also dialing in gameplay features, such as the ship flight model for both atmosphere and space, which covers master modes, control surfaces, and our gold standard HUD and MFDs. Our interaction system for both the world and your character have also seen additional improvements, allowing us to hone and craft environmental puzzles unique to each location, while allowing us to tell the story of the world around you.
HUD is very immersive. Yeah, HUD's like in and good and working.
The military multi-tool is an essential piece of equipment for every pilot that integrates all attachments into a single handheld device and allows us to create really interesting challenges, including physics-based puzzles using our updated rope tech.
Oh, ropes.
Rope tech.
Is that ship up there?
Unidentified vessels.
Wait, oh, was it something we haven't seen before?
It was something new. It might not really be a
Allows us
ship.
to
It could
create
just be like
really interesting challenges.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is that?
It might just be like a planet-side vehicle or something.
Yeah, wait.
Little fucking.
That's fucking Fernie's ship.
Us pulling up in the fucking the javelin. Fernie's in this thing. Oh, you're so fucked, Fernie. You're fucking.
What the?
Including
fucking carrying,
physics-based
Fernie?
puzzles using our updated rope.
Barely get out of the atmosphere.
What'd you staple onto your
my
goddamn
God.
ship?
Unidentified vessels. This is the UEE Navy. Our
Power down
Hi,
your
Mark.
ships and stand by for processing.
There you go. F off. The coil's out.
Oh. Just told Mark Hamill to fuck off.
Operating and marker system has also seen an overhaul, allowing us to highlight only the essential information that you need, such as key objectives, mission targets, and high-level scan information, while keeping your overall view as clean as possible.
Damn skank!
This guy playing kind of sucks.
Tactical FPS combat and stealth, which has
Unlucky.
seen a suite of improvements, from improved looting, weapon feel and balance,
But to be
realistic
fair,
scopes,
a lot
and
of
smoother
people's
locomotion,
first time like playing is
alongside
gonna
our
be
new and
Squadron
improved
42.
FPS radar
True.
and scanner
So they're gonna
that
have to
provide you
learn
an
on the
overview of
fly,
the battlefield,
like, the
but at the
first
cost
hours
of ramping
ever.
up your own emissions. We've also seen the introduction of our Maelstrom-powered destructible environment, which adds a layer of dynamism to the
So true,
experience,
Dissy.
alongside our improved AI, that can now have hundreds of combinations of traits that allow us to create unique and challenging combat encounters that really push your tactical awareness and skill.
Cool.
We play and review the builds regularly and call out action points in each level from start to finish on where we need to improve the gameplay.
We're breaking out that soccer ball.
Yes.
This is an incredibly
Ben on his way
rewarding
to
stage
steal
of
the
development
fucking
for me
Nutri
and
bar
the
from my
team, as the
captain's
ultimate
quarters.
vision of the game is realized,
That was around his leg.
allowing us to craft an
Good luck.
experience that we can be really proud of.
The new Mr. Beast video.
One specific area that I'm excited to dial in is the feeling of the player interacting with the world around them,
Patching you in.
You either get cut in
as
half
it's a
or you
core
get
component of Squadron
$500,000.
and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment
You hope we
is
get that
physically
dystopian,
represented
man.
by character
That'd be
animation
great. That'd be
to
funny.
keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the
Alright,
experience that we've
Person
created.
number 5,062. You're supposed to go through that knife pit and get the money.
Ultimately, this is the final
If you
phase of
slip, you
gameplay
die.
iteration before we fully transition into optimization and stability on the road.
I love
to
this
release.
planet. What is this planet?
Here's your trail. This is Colton. Come back.
We need more blue
Trips me out to see terraforming
Big
setups
oceans.
like this. Web Tribe explaining how atmosphere processors work. Really shows how far we've come.
So cool.
With the transition of Squadron
Terraforming
to polish phase,
and process.
we've had the opportunity to find additional moments within the existing narrative to add subtle interactions where appropriate. It's been tremendously exciting to play through these areas and find places to augment the mood, support gameplay, and further embellish our story and characters.
I want to terraform a player planet.
I can't believe it. They said
I want it to be
I've
my
got to wait
choice.
another 2 years before I can reapply.
I want somebody to piss me off so bad.
So that's why I figured I'd get a job.
Their planet.
I make their fucking planet
They have like a
inhospitable.
thriving farm economy as their like main base of operations for their drugs or something.
Life is good.
It's just
Income's
I-
bed.
Capturing pickups
I've
for our
come
elite
to
female player
Love the
characters,
planet.
as well as wildlines for our
Your
various
planet is
enemies
not
that you all
mine.
will encounter throughout the game on both foot and in your cockpit. These consist of a range of responses and reactions that you as the player can trigger, which has been the culmination of efforts by the gameplay and AI teams. This means that you're going to have to tangle with some very smart and reactive bad guys to complete your mission.
Yeah. Shipjackers. Look at their colors.
They're a little boosting.
It's like modded.
Oh man, my
At the heart
racing
of this
ship.
immersive
We
adventure,
can pick up a
you'll
couple
find
guys
cutting-edge
outside.
cinematic
Surely I can't just
storytelling,
boost away.
thoughtfully crafted to fully immerse you into your story.
We fight today. So in 40 years from now, when you're surrounded by everything and everyone you hold dear, and they ask, what did you do in the Battle of Vega? You can look them in the
Vegas.
eye and say, I held the line.
I held the line.
That's
in the video. Men and women of the Second
Yeah,
Fleet.
dude.
I held the line.
I am proud to stand with you today.
That's us. On our
Good luck.
third CitizenCon watch.
Push your button.
We fucking held the line.
Nice speech. Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Let's get into position.
Throughout
that
the
was the
polish
Bengal.
phase, our team is taking every opportunity to push things to the next level.
Tell me you're expecting company. This is not good.
The Cine team is
I
focused
love the
on
cast.
finalizing edit lock
So
on
funny.
all of our big action as well as all smaller character sequences.
I could have pulled this off of the Galactopedia.
You got Gimli talking
Yeah,
to
probably,
Luke
but I think their solar
Skywalker.
mass calculations are wrong.
That difference, though.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, the
How so?
update here is
We are now
huge.
able to adjust our shot composition to final cameras thanks to recently crafted space vistas and level art being content complete now.
So
Be nice to know how much of a shitstorm we're flying into.
More like a hellstorm, Blue. One you ain't gonna fly out of.
Shut up.
Now, I hadn't
It was
seen
so
another ship
campy,
that
but
wasn't
I'm
trying
down.
to kill me in days.
Yeah.
Let alone a hauler.
Makes me
let
kind of
alone a
glad it
Jean.
didn't release in
So you
2016.
can imagine my surprise.
Detailed lighting passes can be done on hero sequences so we can show our cast and convey their emotions in the best light possible. And we're making sure our cinematics are triggering as fluid as we can craft them so they form a coherent concerto with the rest of the player's narrative experience.
Mr. Wexler, this is Lieutenant Commander Colton. Oh, Commander, hey. Julian Wexler. I'm the field manager of this little operation.
It's just everyone.
Welcome aboard the Archon. What
everyone
brings the
took
Navy
a
to this
face,
little
man.
corner of the
It's
universe?
so funny.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton.
As others will share, this is the most rewarding chapter of development, which allows us to truly experience the visceral and oftentimes emotional moments that our narrative provides.
How did you handle it after Vega?
Damn.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Not sure I handled anything. It helps to
Dynamic
remember
sweat
that stuff
tech.
like this is supposed to hurt.
And mascara running.
I've never been good at dealing with problems I can't fix.
Well, this is one that you don't have to do alone.
That's good to know.
For the animation teams, polish phase means refining the social aspects of Squadron 42 that occur between the various missions and getting the behaviors implemented across all of its chapters.
That's true.
Here we're dialing in the hangar to make it as immersive and believable an experience as possible.
Okay.
Very cliched writing so far. Yeah, but the whole fucking thing is cliche. That is literally what Squadron 42 is. If you're not part of that, like, I want to be a space fighter pilot when you watch Star Wars crowd, that's like literally Chris Roberts, right?
Yeah, it's like Wing Commander vibes.
This is
basically.
this
Straight
is
up
his
just Wing Commander.
dream, and this you have to
Yeah.
share that dream in the same way. Where like maybe even if
For
Squadron
example,
42
we're
isn't for
launching
you,
off a space
then maybe
carrier,
you can find
but we
something in Star
still
System that
ground the
is.
feel in real-world
but
actions.
It's still fucking cool
Refueling,
to see this.
repairing, and
And
inspecting.
cliche
and making
is
You
sure
should
like-
feel like
your
a
next
fucking
flight
action
mission
hero
is a
pilot.
success.
Man. That's the whole point.
Cliche can go overboard, but there's
This means
also
we're
like
looking out for pops.
God, some of the
hiccups,
best
or
movies are
awkward
fucking
transitions, and ensuring
like
that
really
everything
campy.
flows
Right?
and
It's
looks like
it's
all
not
the
even
great
necessarily
mocap
cliche. It's just
performances
like
we've
if it has the
captured.
right level of camp to it, then
Yeah, I felt like Maverick was cliche, but it was a good movie.
yeah.
That's ready some extra.
Yeah,
ice
Top Gun
packs
is a
out
great
of
fucking
storage.
example.
Whenever
Yeah.
gunners are on full
Top Gun,
rotation, you
Wingman,
can
like,
always
this is-
count on at
yeah.
least one of them getting
Still
hurt.
good.
We also have you covered in everyday life. The medical staff work diligently for their patients, whether they're players or crew.
I don't want AI to be this, like...
We really want you to feel
like,
part of
all
an
around
authentic crew.
fuck
An important part of
in
the
the PU.
UEE Navy in an enormous universe of people going about their everyday lives.
Let's go ahead and clear for takeoff. Ground crew, prep bay for takeoff. Copy that.
I wish they kind of
Hangar,
explained
ready for launch.
why they have to do all this.
Takeoff approved, Baron 2. You have the ball.
A pre-flight check, or?
I mean, kind of, but like more like this wind up. Like right now, like why is it not flying it straight out?
Oh, right.
Like,
I don't
why
know.
do you have to launch?
What is... I think it's just kind of like a wing commander thing.
Launched off the deck
Yeah.
Because it's cool, man.
It
Yeah,
is
just-
cool. I wish they just had a more reason to do it.
Baron 2. You are
The more
clear
reason
for
it's cool
launch.
factor.
Have a safe flight, Baron 2.
Yeah, like what's holding it in place? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, and why do you need to throw it so freaking far? Like I get like maybe a combat flight would be sick.
We
but
want
this
you
is
to
just
not
like,
only
like a-
decide
like a
how you play the
gravitational
game,
thing. Guessing,
but
I
to
don't know.
feel as if the people you interact with are in that world with you.
I would have never thought a shotgun
Yeah,
could
like,
be so
yeah.
pretty. Damn, this R97.
Whoa! Don't flag me with that barrel there, son.
Like a lot of other weapons in Gemini's arsenal, it has a higher rate of fire than most guns of its type.
Test it on him. Yeah, seems good.
We're working to support a feel of authenticity through world traversals, running, jumping, and climbing, interactions with objects and the environment, solid weapon gameplay and enemy reactions, as well as combat realities, such as weapon malfunctions.
Dude, I want the environment artists on Squadron 42 to make some stuff for
Or
the
in
PU.
close encounters of the more
I mean, that's where the whole theme is
lethal
going now.
kind.
That's not part of polish. That's the
Yeah,
biggest
pretty much.
part of this the whole thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna
Like,
hurt.
as soon as this is done, the PU is just gonna be.
It's gonna be. I mean,
As
they
we continue
feature
to
completed
focus on
this
the
shit.
quality
Yeah,
experience,
they're gonna go
we've
crazy
been working
into-
closely with our art teams, and it's been exciting to see their environments come
environment.
to life alongside us.
Poopy swamp.
While animation and design have been populating the locations, polish phase for my teams means making huge advancements in the quality of our characters and environments. We've established our standard with recognizable characters like Mark Hamill, Gillian Anderson, and Gary Oldman, and we're now applying this to the rest of the cast and identifying any remaining tech requirements that need to be closed out. The story of Squadron 42 takes you through a variety of diverse locations of varying scales and styles. We shared glimpses of several environments before, and there's still plenty out there for you to discover. One of the main challenges the art team
Yeah,
had to
that's
face
so exciting,
during the
man.
development of Squadron 42 is ensuring the
team's moving
visuals
back.
are complementary to the narrative of the script. The mood and feeling of a space
There it
is
is,
just as important
Ferdy.
to us as it is making sure we
that
hit the
fucking
visual
thing out of the way
quality
to
Get
that
the
our team has
view!
become known
Jesus,
for.
can't fucking hear a thing in this cave, Freddy.
Graves, you got a locked door. Can you give us access?
No, I'm afraid that's a negative, Steve.
I wonder what those things are.
I would have to add you to our system to give you override permissions, and there's a lot involved in that. It won't happen quickly.
Okay, we'll figure something out.
Everything you see during the campaign has been heavily inspired by
Oh
the
God, I'm getting
classics
threats
of
from Fernie.
70s and 80s
Ooh.
sci-fi, but with a modern twist. We want everything you see to feel like it has a soul.
Whoa,
It's
holy
a
looks
personality
awesome.
and tells of a
fuck is even
history
happening?
long before you arrive.
Sci-fi shit, man. Let's go.
Yeah.
I love
Crafting
this,
interesting
this
flight spaces
scene here.
and their connecting tissue has been one
Cloud,
of the more
the
unique
lightning.
challenges we've
Yeah.
needed to overcome for Squadron.
Suck for that shit, dude.
I need
Developing our
this shit in the
VDB
PU
Those like
too, though.
dramatic
seamlessly
environments are so
between
cool.
tighter traversal
Gotta
spaces
get this in
and
the
into
PU.
wider space vistas and
Yeah.
planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next.
I think the
without interruption.
all
Especially if like those things
that
are
are
like actually like
Creating a diverse array of
No, you're fine,
locations
go.
is essential to us.
I was just gonna say like
Our
running through
environments
that
need
and
to
then actually
work
having
from
your
a
ship just be
variety of
fucking
scales.
jolted.
We need to
Losing,
pay
like,
close
control of it,
attention to
like
detail.
it's actually like dangerous
whether we're
territory.
working in a dirty engineering vent or
was gonna say,
navigating the debris of a dying
I think
star,
all the Squadron
wondering what
42
may be around that next
systems
corner,
they're gonna put
or even who may live
into
there.
Star Citizen.
How would they have survived, and what state
I
of
would hope
mind
so.
may they be in?
Is this open world?
They haven't revealed that.
Yeah, I don't
really.
I think it's a.
I have a feeling it's like semi.
It's fairly linear. Like you're gonna
We
probably
work
have
closely
freedom
with
to
our
move
social
around and
teams in
explore a little
delivering
bit.
a
the
cohesive
missions,
social
yeah.
experience
But
when you're taking
you're
some
gonna go level to
downtime
level,
from our
like,
refined flight and
exploring the
FPS
same
missions,
story.
or even missions of the more eerie
Which makes sense for
kind.
the zones that they're in. They do seem rather curated. So
From my impression is that it's very like kind of like GTA like. So like you'll have a big playground to explore on, but like you'll have your main story mission and whatever little side missions.
We'll be
you wanna take.
introducing new space stations on a massive scale, all brought together and designed to be as
Look at that
tangible as
shit.
possible. We've thought about their function, their
Sci-fi,
age, and
watch
tried to
it!
ensure there's a progression in
Cargo.
artistic style with each
Cargo
station
boat. Cargo
as you
boat.
progress through the game.
Alright guys, I'm just going to the just going away.
Space ball.
Space Mall. Noodle shop. Lost to you. You want some nudes?
Huh?
Noodles.
As you can see today, the teams are working incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for Squadron 42.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a.
That's a new ship. That's definitely a tease for a new ship.
It looked old.
When we have the locked release date, you will be the first to know. Now we're in polishing phase on Squadron 42. You will start to see a lot more things coming to Star Citizen, as well as overall progress on the persistent universe.
Just seen it? It's like
Polish
that
phase can take
grub
some time.
creature bug
We have come
you
this
eat.
far, and we want to make sure Squadron 42 delivers on the promise of being this generation's wing commander. Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video, I'd like to extend a big thank you to all our staff around the globe
How
who've
long
been
do you
putting their
think the
heart and soul into bringing
Squadron
Squadron 42
42
to
is?
life. And I would like to thank
This
everyone
game?
in the community for
I'm
your
guessing like
patience
30 to 60.
and your support. To paraphrase
it's
Admiral
pretty like
Bishop,
30.
when people ask, what did you do in the role of Squadron 42?
Yeah, I could see it
You can
being
look them in the eye and say, I held
whatever
the
it
line.
needs to be.
I'm proud to stand with you.
If it's like an
Thank you
8 hour
for
though,
making
like
this game
that's so
with us.
disappointing.
Oh yeah, if it's sub like 8 hours, I think that would be like
Massive failure.
Yeah. No fucking way though. Like this is how immersive it is.
Aliens.
Yeah, I think that's another updated look for them.
Wait, are they still doing episodes? Somebody said they have 3 episodes for Squadron.
There's 28 episodes or like 28 chapters.
I
don't know.
held the line.
I don't know about episodes though.
I held the line.
Nice. I was sick.
I'll go back to the live stream to watch his little cute little bit.
Okay, let me try to find it.
I want to see like the Banu and the Xi'an and like those guys someday.
Of the more eerie kind.
More things coming to Star Citizen. When can I play?
Also, they
As
do
you can
still
see
plan on
today,
doing 3 different games.
The
Okay.
teams are working
Oh,
incredibly
really?
hard,
Okay.
ramping up the detail and quality to match the breadth of our vision for
Surprised.
Squadron 42.
Didn't expect that. I hope that doesn't mean they lose their resources.
Now, I know you're all asking, when can I play it?
All those devs working on the PU for like
Yeah.
3
Locked
months and
release
then they
date,
leave.
You'll be the first to know.
Ooh.
Now we're in polishing phase
that
on
was
Squadron
fun.
42. You'll start to see a lot more things
Good, I'm
coming to
good.
Star Citizen,
Another
as
setback.
well as overall
Yeah.
progress on the persistent universe. The polish phase can take some time.
Yeah, I'll be
We've come
curious how
this
they
far, and we
differentiate
want
that
to make
work
sure
out.
Squadron
Obviously, don't
42
think it'd be
delivers on
nearly
the
as bad
promise of
as
being this
making
generation's
the first
wing
one with all the core tech and shit.
Now, even though there's only a few of us in this video,
I don't
I'd
blame
like
them
to
for
extend a
wanting to
big
make more
thank
games
you
now that they've
to all our
developed
staff
all
around
this
the globe.
tech.
We've been putting
Yeah,
their
no,
heart
that's
and
fair.
soul
Flow
into bringing
system.
I
Squadron
think
42
absolutely
to
do
life.
it, but
And I
maybe
would like to thank
take
everyone
all of
in the community
24,
for your
2024
patience
for development
and your
on
support.
PU.
To paraphrase Admiral Bishop,
Then I'd
when
be
people
happy
ask,
then.
what
See
did you do in the development of Squadron 42? You can look them in the eye and say, I held the line.
I held the line.
I'm proud to say
I held the line.
Thank you for making this game with us.
Say it with us, Lisa.
I held the line.
I held the line.
I don't know, they look kind of different than what they had before.
Yeah. I feel like each time we see them, they're always like, you know, nothing.
It's the Covenant!
Cool.
When was the last time they mentioned this game?
That one person just like
5 years ago? 4 years ago?
Last time they showed it, like a big trailer like this, I think was 2018 or 2017 or something.
Sounds about right.
2018 trailers last time. 5.
God.
That's, yeah,
Look
I mean,
at Tempe
5-year
so
dev
much.
cycle for a game.
But
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. I'm getting emotional.
try it out, man.
I mean, obviously,
can only
yeah.
imagine
Feature complete. Your dream is coming true.
to make something for that fucking long.
Yeah.
I mean, they still have work to do, but like,
You're making me
fuck.
very
Yeah,
emotional
of
now.
course.
Game development is crazy.
Thank you so
It's a
much.
very long time.
It's been definitely a long time coming. We're, as you can see on that video, that's Squadron 42 gameplay. So we are really dialing it in and polishing it, and we're really proud of what it is. I mean, anyway, I think it's going to be something I'm very, very proud of. So I can't wait for you guys to play it in the. I'm not going to say when, but anyway. And anyway, we kind of spent the time to craft something that's that beautiful with as much attention to detail and love without your guys' support, just like we couldn't be building the universe of Star Citizen without your guys' support. So I am, on my side, incredibly grateful, as is everybody at CIG, for your continued support, because we're building, I mean, a universe of dreams and stories of dreams, and it's a really wonderful thing to be able to do as a creative. So thank you, everyone here, and everyone watching, and everyone that supports Star Citizen and Squadron 42. So thank you guys very, very much.
Woo! Nice.
And then
This is where you're
I'd like
gonna
to
reveal
call
the
out
I held the line
everyone that's
tattoo
put the show
his
together here.
ass.
It's been an amazing job.
more
Tyler
nice. Little
Wittgen,
soccer ball next to it.
headed
And
up, but there's a
also-
lot of other
and also
people. I
the
mean, obviously
Kraken
Jared's been doing his
in
great job
VR.
emceeing.
In VR,
Leah has been organizing the
Theaters
show.
and War
and
trailer?
there's
Yeah.
1,000
Question
other
mark?
people that are part of our community and marketing side that have been doing it. There's been volunteers that have been helping to do this. The companies that we've had, like Envision, have put the video and stuff all together. So everyone's done an amazing job of the show. So thank you to everyone. And sorry if I didn't call everyone out by name, because there'd be a lot of names, so I had to call them out. But putting all that together, and thank you to all the devs that worked really hard to put the presentations together for you guys, because I think you could feel that they really love what they do, and they're very passionate about what they do. And they're really excited to get it into your guys' hands. So anyway, with that, I think I would say thank you, everyone. I'm really excited about what we've got upcoming in the future, because a lot of the foundational tech, the persistent entity streaming, and you saw server meshing earlier on yesterday, enables a lot of the stuff that's going to come to the PU, like the base building and the persistent hangars. So I am incredibly excited by 24 and beyond. And anyway, thank you guys for supporting. I will see you in the verse. And thank you so much for coming out to share this with us. Bye.
All right. That's a wrap. That's a fucking
G
wrap, gamers.
freaking G. Wait, the Kraken's about to show up?
Crash just
See you in the verse in VR on a Kraken in theaters of war.
On the release date of Squadron 42
in 2024.
Wow.
But yeah, that was a good one.
That was cool. My first CitizenCon.
Yeah, this is a good one to start on.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Let me tell you, didn't want to be the other ones, maybe.
The other ones were fun. I
enjoyed the other ones, but
sure,
this is
but like this one's like
you get maybe
best.
one more, maybe two more before it's like
Maybe
you don't
three.
need a CitizenCon.
Yeah.
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 This one was definitely a game changer.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
That's cool.
I held the line.
See,
All right.
we'll see the stuff in the next
Yeah, we
12
saw a lot
months.
of stuff.
so-
I'm hoping we see some of it sooner rather than later, but I have to remember, don't get suckered into the false hopes that is the timelines of Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Find
Yeah,
out soon.
that was fun.
We'll see us in the end of the year patch because they still have that coming.
I'm down to play soon and do racing.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm down.
Hell yeah. Still got a Fury.
Fuck yeah.
I got my Avenger Titan.
Yippee. I got my boats.
Don't
Love
worry,
boats.
I'll do really well.
All right. I'm going. GG's.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thanks
Bye,
for
everybody.
hanging, everyone.
Bye.
And I loved going to lovely CitizenCon with you all because we were there in person. We just
Absolutely.
wanted to recap this for chat.
Yeah, of course.
That's 3 in a row. 3 in a fucking row. We did it all in one day.
Damn.
We held the line.
We held the
We
line.
did have the line.
Peace, everybody.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Woo-wee. Nick Shepard, thank you for the tier 3 61-month resub. Woo! Much love for that. Much love. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean that's it for me, man. I am done for today. That was a long one. 9.5 hours of watching CitizenCon, but hey, I fucking loved every minute of it, and I loved spending time with my friends and with you guys in chat. So thanks for being here, chatting it up with us, having fun. Tomorrow we do have a sponsor, and then afterwards we're free to do any gaming we want to do, of any variety. So, you know, that's probably the plan. Gonna wing it. But it was fun spending a nice little cozy con day with you all. I hope you all get some good sleepsums. And then I'll see you in the next one, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, chat. Bye, chat, bye. Okay. I go. Keep it cool. See you next one. Peace.